Good evening. It's episode 207 of Hobby Talk Live, the longest running episodic, whatever this is. And I'm wanting to see if StreamYard will actually kick in and go live because I'm not seeing it on the other screen. We're going to find out.
Yeah, I'm not
Eric,
seeing
now's
it.
your chance to say something scandalous. Maybe nobody's hearing you.
Maybe.
Oh,
Nope,
no.
we can hear him.
Looks like it finally came on. There we go.
All right.
All right. So probably that intro was skipped. We'll see. We'll find out. Episode 207, longest running episodic, whatever this is. Peasant Eric is here. Dr. Bobby Burrell. I'm Dr. Carlos. Because in the hobby, we're all doctors.
We're all doctors, yes.
Mm-hmm. Bar's pretty low.
MDs, manic depressives. No, I mean, yeah, something like that.
Valid.
Well, there's
Now, we do actually have a couple of different
people
things that we'll hit on.
Yes.
Listen,
what are
it
you
happens,
talking about,
man.
Eric? Eating, talking. What are you doing?
Yeah. What are you doing over there?
This is the show. What are you actually eating?
Grapes.
He doesn't even he didn't even hire people. Aren't you supposedly hanging out with 5 million hockey players? Couldn't one of them feed you grapes?
That's a pretty big grape.
Thank you.
I bet that's like a fantasy you've had. I bet that's a fantasy you've had. I bet you've thought about Marcel feeding you grapes.
Don't go there.
You could probably commission an artist to draw that for you. And by that I mean you've probably already commissioned an artist to draw that for you.
Drawing a lot
man.
into this here. So
Besides, it'd be Reggie.
It's his own fault for bringing grapes into this. Like, what do you want from me?
yeah.
All right,
Now
first comment of the evening before we went live. Collect history. Gong Show may have had Ken Reed this week. That's right, they did have Ken Reed this week. But we get the hockey's Ayatollah, Eric. You're an Ayatollah.
Wow.
Now, in fairness, he wrote hockey's like Hockkies, so that might be an entirely different thing. But
Might
you're an
be.
Ayatollah of it nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, that's
the
good. I'm glad
Ayatollah
Ken
of
Reed is
rock and
there.
roller.
Saddlefan21 says, hey guys, good podcast this week. Thank you for that. And so far, I believe we may have a record turnout again in
Really?
the silly card of the week. Yes, like it was a strong turnout in the beginning of it. So far so good.
That's
It's the only
unibrow
democracy in this world. It's the only legitimate democracy there is. We in fact do count all the votes. They do all count.
one? Is that the unibrow?
That's unibrow is one of the options. Yes,
Okay.
very spherical grapes there. That's right.
Yeah, these are good.
Quite.
They're genetically engineered. Eric spent a lot of time on them.
They'll be raisins soon.
There you go.
No, that's
So
great.
actually, so we actually have a couple of different things we can talk about. But this one, I thought was a little bit random for me because I hadn't heard about it. But I thought I'd start off with it because it's very straightforward. But I figured the
Gotta
Canadians
start
would.
with Rando.
Yeah, we got to start with that. But here it is. I think this one will
do it.
appeal to a certain demographic. Apparently, Amazon bought the rights to what they're calling Monday Night Hockey.
Really?
So in Canada, they're gonna have a
no more
hockey game of the
football,
week.
It's Monday Night Hockey.
No, they've got both. They still have Prime football, but this is in Canada. Prime, if you have Prime and you have the Prime Video, they're gonna have a weekly Monday Night Hockey game, a game of the week, basically on their platform as a live game. And this is the entire schedule shown right here, starting with October 14th. The Penguins are going to be taking on Montreal. So there is a Canadian team in every single matchup. It is Canada Prime, but basically they've got a game of the week, Monday Night Hockey. Apparently they're trying to make it a thing.
Not make fun of the Bruins all you want. Blah blah blah. Not a real team. Blah blah blah. It's an original 6 team,
Correct.
and it's not on there.
Who's making
Well,
fun of the
I-
Bruins?
How
Apparently Amazon.
something like this up and not have every original 6 team involved?
It's just
Well,
a
I
schedule.
think what they did is they guaranteed there is every Canadian team involved.
Well,
I
yeah.
don't think they specifically worried about original 6.
I-
But yeah, I can tell. Like they hit multiple games with every Canadian team for sure. They managed to get the Blackhawks in to get their Bedard in there. They got San Jose. They got Colorado. They even got LA. They've actually got Blackhawks a couple of times. You know, Bobby Orr's only team of note. So we've got that on there.
Yep.
They for the most part they've avoided a lot of the obvious all Canadian matchups, although they did sneak a couple in there for sure. So it's yep, I don't know. You can take that up with Jeff Bezos. I don't know who picked which games, but I just thought it was interesting. They're trying to lean more into live sports and live events.
Yeah.
And I thought it was, and obviously they've done the football, and most of the football is literally the matchups are trash. So, but in hockey it's more straightforward. You know, if you say Penguins and Canadians, that should be fine.
Patriots Jets didn't just blow your skirt up.
Alas, no.
No?
Shockingly not. It was borderline. It was shocking, but it wasn't there. But there you go. Apparently there is a Monday Night Hockey game of the week. on Amazon Prime starting October 14th. So it's coming up.
And I'm sure it won't be. They won't.
You know, the original 6 was only 1942 to 67, so I can't really see. That's what, 40 something. You know, it's 20 years. You know, whatever, 20 something years.
Well, like I said, the only criteria I see for sure, for 100% certain, the criteria I see here is that they had to have a Canadian team in every matchup.
Makes sense.
So if the Bruins had a game where they're playing against, so what it comes down to is this, and Eric, you can figure this out. Do the Bruins have a Monday night game where they played a Canadian team?
Yes.
If the answer is no, then that is why they are not on the schedule.
Well,
Check your schedules.
when it
Please.
comes to money and these contracts, now all sports, when it comes to these contracts with network providers, they build schedules around these contracts. They know what schedules are on Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, 1 o'clock games, 4 o'clock games. How are they going to make the best money promoting their product? If I'm sure they didn't just come up with this Prime deal today.
No,
So-
absolutely not.
So the fact that more thought didn't go into that and make sure all original 6 teams were playing a Canadian team at some point during the season on a Monday night is disappointing. Because that's how you got to make the most money, right?
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, I think what it comes down to, I guess, like, look, if we're just being honest about this, it is Canadian. It is Canadian Prime. I don't think any of us actually care about seeing the Bruins.
Yeah. And the
Like,
Stanley
and I'm
Cup
being serious. If anyone disagrees, I would like to hear what it is about having a Bruins game on there that it concerns you.
There's still a love for, and I don't know. I only looked at it very quickly. I didn't see Detroit on there either, but I could have missed it.
Well,
I'll
please
take a
never
look.
forget that the Stanley Cup belongs to each and every Canadian. No American is allowed to own the Stanley Cup. You can possess it short term, but that belongs to one and every piece of 35 million Canadians.
March 10th, Detroit and Ottawa.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a Detroit game on there. So they've got a Monday game on the schedule. They're on that. They're on that game.
It isn't about
Good evening, Jeff.
Bruins per se.
Good evening,
It's
Orlando.
about-
It's always about the Bruins per se.
no, it's always about the original 6 is going to make you the most money on television.
In theory, but that's what I say. I go back. Look,
Pittsburgh gets pretty good, press because.
well, that's what. But Bobby, that's my point that I'm making. Look, original
but
6 as a concept.
but
Original
when
6 as a
Pittsburgh-
concept is good. The Pittsburgh has Sidney Crosby. Who am I tuning in with the Boston Bruins to watch? Who's my star?
David Pastrnak.
Okay, if I'm Canadian, do I care?
No, you do not.
I'm probably going to care about Sidney Crosby more.
If you like someone who scores 60 goals a season, yeah, you care.
Sure, but Sidney Crosby's a bigger star than David Pastrnak, especially in Canada.
Agreed.
Yeah, so if you're talking star power, like, it's an easy call.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'll be truthful on this. As far as I can tell, I'll have to scan. I don't think I see a Washington game on here, so we're not getting Ovechkin.
Nope.
So if you're gonna work your way around the schedule to squeeze something in there, you probably would throw an Ovechkin in there, especially as he's chasing Gordy's record. Gretzky's record.
Yeah.
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 Especially as he's chasing that.
Yeah.
It would make, if you're going to maneuver the schedule, you would probably find a way to put him on a Monday night.
I would agree that would be something also. That's
Yeah.
going to make
So-
you more money.
So I do think they kind of I think they kind of just went with what they had on there. I don't think they specifically accommodated it for Amazon. That's the impression I get, because otherwise some of these matchups are a little redundant and some of them are a little repetitive. I think if they were specifically hitting different demographics, I think they would have rearranged the schedule differently. I don't think they specifically changed it for Amazon. Bezos didn't pay quite enough for that.
No. But he has the money.
Marketing department then.
That's the NHL. That's been the NHL's problem for decades. That's a different issue. They've never marketed their stars well, ever. So it's one of those things. Look, for me, it's just the novelty of having something on there. I'm like, listen, I can get pretty much every hockey game being here that I have, the package that I have. I didn't specifically target anything. I have Sportsnet, and they have so many of the different games. And Hockey Night in Canada still plays on CBC, and there's a lot of options.
Yeah.
So I don't have any problem getting games pretty much every night of the week. But I love having, if I'm in the office, I love being able to stream something on the other screen. So the fact that they've got the convenience of it, it means on a Monday night, I may just put it on the other screen and just have it play in the background while I'm doing something. Or if we're recording the podcast, maybe I'll have the game on the other side. But it can be on the other screen while I'm doing this on this screen or whatever. So I like the novelty of it, and the fact that it's there with a package I'm already subscribed to anyway. Fine. That's fine. So Timeless Carbo, good evening here. Brett, your thoughts. So he has stated that he has been diagnosed with Parkinson's. It is very unfortunate.
No way. Too bad.
My thoughts are, it's very unfortunate. That's it.
I had a more.
That's early. That's very early for Parkinson's.
I had a more.
I think Michael J. Fox got it a lot younger than Favre.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's had it for years. So you can maneuver to it. And Eric, we'll get to your point in a second. I'm going to go kind of in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed the not swell fella as a player. I appreciated him playing for my team. As a person, I don't give a shit about him. I'll just be perfectly blunt. So that's why I say, like, it's unfortunate, but that's about as far as I can go. Like, I don't wish illness upon anybody. No. But that's about it. Other than that, I feel nothing.
And so you shall.
My first reaction was quite inappropriate and negative.
What? Outrageous.
Yeah. And I mean,
was it if he dies, he dies?
Just about. So maybe even worse than that. So
no, you can't get worse.
Oh, I'll tell you in a second. You tell me.
Damn it, Drago.
That's right.
So somebody says that, hey, I just read Brett Favre is announced he's been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Yeah.
Immediately out of my mouth, like less than a second, I went, well, I guess those dick pics are going to come out a little shaky now.
You can send your hate things to Sanderson to Orr on Instagram. I say on the podcast, but I should re-emphasize it now. You may send your hatred directly to Sanderson to Orr on Instagram. The words expressed by Peasant Eric are those of Peasant Eric and possibly Gene Simmons. And no one else. No one else takes responsibility.
Is your mom watching?
Sometimes. Thomas Garber here says a lot of the hobby channels question why some vintage is declining in value. Could it be because there's tens of thousands of each of those cards? I think there's one element to it. The other part is that we've talked about this before. The key players and key players / rarities and ones that are of interest will be able to sustain. But then there's the other one. The set collectors are declining. So it means there's a bunch of other cards where they're available in basically the numbers that they were available in before. If you don't have those new set collectors to replace as some folks start dying off and these cards become available, well, supply went up and demand actually went down. A 52 tops Mantle still has desirability. So as long as the desirability is above the supply comfortably, which still is, that keeps the 52 Mantle in good stead. A T206 Honus Wagner, there's still plenty of demand, people who would love to have one, relative to the supply. So that shouldn't have too many issues. There are some legitimate rarities that people are still going to be interested in. But a 52 tops common, there's enough of them out there. And unless you're building the set or maybe you have a team that you're collecting, you may not be interested in it. Would you grab it for $1? Maybe, but that's not going to help the price. Because if it was $5 5 years ago and now it's $1, it's actually gone down. Because, oh yeah, I'll take it for $1, but for $2, I'm out.
But then it's worth building the set. So that should actually, by default, increase the set builders. I would think.
It would if you wanted a set. Yeah, but at $1 a set, Bobby, then I'm spending $1 on a card I don't care about to build a set I don't want to do.
Maybe.
Yeah, but that's the issue. It's not like some of these sets, Bobby, are not so expensive that they're prohibitive. Yeah, if you're saying get it down to $1, but yeah, but I'm still spending $1 on something I don't want.
Yeah, predominant year 52 though.
Sure, but I'm saying most of the 52 set, you can get fairly reasonably even today. You don't have to drop the price a ton. Now, some of the star players will still be worth more for sure. The high numbers definitely more expensive.
Good luck. Yeah,
but you can build a low number set of the majority of it at a fairly reasonable. If you want to, you could still do it. It's a very doable project.
Yeah,
but you have to have the desire.
PSA world, then it's a little different story. But yeah,
sure.
It's just comments on that should be great.
Yeah, and you can get bulk lots because there are still dealers who may have bulk lot and they'll sell it to you relatively cheap per card if that's what you want.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair.
Yeah. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlson gang. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. But yeah, so bottom line is, yeah, the star guys are going to do fine. Like the bigger stars and the desirable players and things. You know, the 54 top Gordie Howe. That card should be just fine. It's a very popular card of a very popular player. But some of the other ones, if you're not building the set, the desirability may not be there. And it just sits. And then eventually the price has to come down if they want to move it. So it'll reach its equilibrium, whatever that is.
Yeah,
Good evening, Paul. No, you got muted, Bobby. We lost your audio there. Can you hear Merrick?
He's not talking.
Okay, do they not know?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah. What did you say?
Someone was calling. It's like,
okay,
it's Friday night. Someone's calling.
There you go.
Well,
I probably should get 5 or 6 texts in the next hour.
Ooh, is it Gong Show? Did they finally find you?
Yeah. I put them on. Don't worry, I put them on.
Do not disturb. Yeah.
Do not disturb.
So Paul Pell here says, evening all in Eric. That's right. Sean says, hi guys. What's tonight's topics? There's a bunch. We'll get to them here in a minute. We start off with Monday Night Hockey. Eric is going to get himself he's going to get himself a VPN and Canadian Amazon Prime just so he can watch Monday Night Hockey. It's very exciting.
How can I go on their show and be in the back seat for so long waiting to go shotgun? Come on. So that ain't going to happen. Sorry. They're going to call and I'm going to say, sorry, I'm busy.
Well, I was going to say, at the bare minimum, they should acknowledge your doctordom. Like at the bare minimum, even to answer their requests, it's like, you may refer to me as Dr. Bobby, or I'm not even answering you.
I just want to go on to let them know that you guys realize I have an app, right? And they keep using my books and thinking, I wonder if there's another book. It's like, okay, here we go. They know everything about Billy Cilio. Now they have, what's the name on? It's like, come on, hey, okay, it's over.
Well, listen, the moment you can talk about OPG Platinum Hockey, the moment you can talk about OPG Platinum, then you can get on, you can be a co-host.
Yeah.
Yes, Eric. Yes. What about Bobby's appetizers you're so concerned about? He's talking about appetizers again. What do you want?
Oh, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's going to have appetizers for his new cooking show also on Canadian Amazon Prime. It's actually going to be the lead-in to Monday Night Hockey. It's very exciting. It's a dual block. Bobby Burrell cooks.
I gotta
no ice cream cakes. He calls the show No Ice Cream Cakes.
No ice cream cakes. That's
just the name of it.
I am definitely getting that VPN.
Yeah, get the VPN so you can get Canadian. When you can get Canadian Amazon Prime, man, it's exciting.
I need that. Big money.
So Timeless here is saying, also just in case, I think I already said it, but good evening, Dom. Timeless here says, Willis or Love, who do you start? If Love is not 100% healthy, I don't, we can enjoy the Willis era for one more week. But if he's capable of moving around, from what I saw, it looked like in the last game he was warming up a little bit. It looked like he can move around a little bit. If he's capable, start him and then let him go. Now try to make sure you protect him, but otherwise, you want your best guy in there. And if he's able to move around a little bit, you put in your best guy. Hobby Champs is asking an important question. Everyone's thoughts on the cultural significance of mayonnaise in the historical pretext.
You're all disgusting.
It has changed the world since it was invented in 1920. So
that's disgusting.
Significance is great. There's vats and cases that are being shipped all over the world and even to Danvers.
No, not to Danvers.
Oh yes, trucks backing up. Can't you hear it? Beep beep.
Nope. Those are all gross and need to knock it off.
It's just eggs and oil, for crying out loud.
It's disgusting.
You don't like eggs?
I like scrambled eggs.
Oil?
So Bobby, I feel like we should do an experiment. We should have like a see-through glass thing with eggs in it, and then a see-through container with oil in it, and we just slowly move them closer and closer. And just keep zooming in on Eric as slowly sweat starts to just slowly, as we slowly move them closer and closer and closer together.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's like a positive and a negative.
Who even came up with this evil? I mean, it's disgusting. I would joke about it.
We're talking about mayonnaise. We're not talking about chocolate sticks. Calm down.
I think it's probably
shakes. You put it in a cup and it like shakes and
no.
Not necessarily.
Miracle Whip doesn't. Anyway,
it's just I don't get it. Whoever came up with it was a sick son of a bitch.
Why is it the second most selling condiment of all time?
Yeah,
Stats, man.
I
Stats.
don't know if those facts.
I'm just saying
correct,
ketchup
but
would
it is
probably be
completely
first, but
disgusting.
just
Probably. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yeah, probably.
No, it's not
mustard by
reasonable.
sheer
No
lack of
choice.
volume would be probably second, but it's third.
Well, I still think there's some people very upset about the war. You know, the mustard gas, might have turned them off on it. Let's calm down the mustard there a little bit. So Sean here says, peasant Eric equals the pleb. It's probably true. It's fair. Dom here's asking, why pay the subscription fees when we can watch Bobby cook Eric every Friday for free? Well, that's true, but on the cooking show, you get to watch him cook more things. But it's true.
More like roast, not cook. Yes,
A little bit of both. But Jeff's enjoying that one. Sadler fan says, need a mayo ice cream cake. Man.
Oh fuck! Actually, there is something I heard that somebody can mix mayo in ice cream. Yeah, it works.
I'm confident in this. Sure, like I can imagine almost any scenario at this point.
You wouldn't know if it was in a cake.
Throw up live on air, right?
You wouldn't know.
Oh, the ratings will be through the roof, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm starting to feel that nauseous feeling, and I'm telling you.
Well, turn towards the Boston Bruins cards. They'll absorb it.
Oh my god,
they'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm
Tom here says salsa. I don't know if is salsa really a condiment. Would you consider that a condiment in the traditional sense?
I don't know.
Is it a condiment? No, it's actually it's something in itself. So I would.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Salsa verde maybe, but I mean, for the most part, it's just an accoutrement more than it is a condiment.
En français.
God,
there you go.
Canadians speaking French all the time.
We do all the time. You know how many people are in hockey have the last name that's French that Americans just can't pronounce?
7.
Especially places on like Gong Show and whatever.
Whoa.
7. Oh, whoa. Yeah.
I appreciate the weekly Gong Show roast of the week. There's a weekly roast.
Yeah. No.
And by the way, I didn't do it because everyone always goes, Carlos is like, I didn't say it. It wasn't me.
Not the instigator this time. I'm sorry.
It wasn't me.
It's all about Ken Reed right now.
I actually think, Bobby, this is so. I do, in fact, like I said, I do in fact have a list of topics. There's one here that I think you might be able to give a little thought into because I saw this and I have got the article for it. I will share it in the description. Folks. Apparently, Lelands and Clean Sweep are merging.
Oh, it's interesting. That's interesting. I've
only scanned a little bit for it, but it is apparently an article.
I actually told Dave that he should get a job with Lelands. I think that would be his ideal fit. He's got the sales background. He has the history of the hobby background. He knows hockey along with baseball, football, basketball, whatever else. He's really well versed and a great salesman. So I think he would be a great addition. And they're going to combine. Who are they going with again?
So what it is, I'll give you a quick rundown here on this. And I will share the link in the description for folks so you guys can check it out for yourself. But I'll give you a couple of high level points here.
Sure.
Lelands and Clean Sweep. So those are the two.
Clean Sweep.
Never heard of
so low end, low tiered. It's like
Clean Sweep is Steve Verkman, who has a very interesting background in the hobby, as many do, especially on the auction side. Look, I'll just put it that way. Google it and you'll find out. But let me give you a couple quick high level details. So they announced that they're going to continue to operate as independent companies under a Collectors First Auction Group brand. So there's like an overall brand, and these will be like 2 under it. So we got that going in there.
Collectors First. Like, how do you define that? That means collectors come first and not the third party first? What?
It's just the name of the company.
There's no fees or anything like that or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So president of Leland here, Michael, will act as special advisor to the CEO. During the transition period, it says it'll offer 4 distinct types of auctions each year, targeted to varying levels of collectible interest and pricing. Newly combined, they will have 12 regularly scheduled auction events per year.
Oh my God! What?
Well, they're 2 separate auction houses, so.
Oh, so they're going to be one and the same, sort of like SGC and PSA.
They're kind of combined, but they're still operating as 2 different brands. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyways, and I think that. Honestly,
I assume there's a financial component to it. I assume there's a financial component.
That's why.
They're probably pulling some kind of resources together, but keeping the 2 brands because they may just specialize in different things, and that allows them to keep. Because Lelands has a name, and Clean Sweep, for better or worse, has its own, so they can still run auctions under their respective banners and just operate.
I guess.
Yeah, so that's just my guess. High level, that's just my initial thought based on what I saw and I scanned through the article.
I think we're in the era of auction wars where it's like, how many auctions can you run in a year? Each company. Remember, that was 1 or 2. Well, it was usually 2, per year you get a nice big thick catalog from Heritage or whatever. And now it's just like every month there's a major auction going on every month. And how much money do these people keep having to fork out in the fees and what have you, and bringing the right stuff to market? Classic just finished. What was it, yesterday, the day before? And they're running 5 or 6 every year now. Some are small, pop up kind of little auctions, and then there's one generally to 2 major auctions where they have, a great host of jerseys or somebody's collections.
Autographed Tom Brady cards.
Tom Brady cards and all that.
You heard about that?
So there was that
major auction over this week that Robert Kraft bought a Tom Brady autographed rookie card live at the auction while sitting next to Tom Brady.
Oh, okay.
As you do.
$120,000.
He could have just bought the card and got him to sign it. He sent him beside him.
Yeah.
Hey, might as well have. That's right.
But when you're
brought a card, had him sign it, and that saved you a heck of a lot of money. I don't know what that, but whatever.
So we got Dakota here. We got Dakota, Sports Card Anonymous says, when in this hour is the Will Levis commercial being forced onto Eric? So Eric, did you hear that our good friend, the Mayo Man himself, apparently is in a new commercial? I'm not saying that I had the image screen capture. It's pretty impressive.
I unfortunately saw it during the Thursday night football game last night with Mom. And because she hates me and is mean, she
scanned to learn more.
She had a good laugh and made sure that I was tortured. Okay? So you have corrupted my mother. You have turned her against me.
Oh, that was really easy. Like, she would have turned on you for Klondike bar.
Dare you say.
And I just want all of you to know that everyone in the chat
world
and you guys and the other clowns we do this with at times have turned my own mother against me, and she tortured me with that crap last night.
So what you're saying is that when we collectively send you this image autographed by the mailman himself to my best friend Eric, keep the Mayo faith alive, Will Levis. That will go in a place of prominence in your cave there.
The dumpster.
So just saying. Man, you're gonna throw out the Booby Orr cards to make space for Will Levis? Dang, that's serious. Yeah. It's big time.
Surprise.
Hobby Jam says Dakota, damn, he lives occasionally. I appreciate the Undertaker reference. Well done. I appreciate it. Dom here says, you would think the increase in auction platforms by default caused there to be more deals at fine, but there seems to be somehow enough money to go around on all these sites. Listen, Eric's got a lot of money to turn around.
It's usually the high-end stuff, so you do have people for those things.
Eric's got all the monies.
Listen, he's got enough money for the light bud. He's got enough money for the Mayo. It's all there. So I didn't want to ignore Sean's question here, but I wanted to quickly get through a couple of these, but we got in here. Sean says, did you see the news on Panini and the scandal with the serial numbers where you know what to look for if you get a case hit? In the vid, it was Basketball the Crown where they pulled kabooms. So Sean, welcome to 2021.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, but the whole thing with the serial number and you know which one has a kaboom in it based on that's literally 3 years ago, 4.
Yeah.
So and we talked about it back then.
Scanners, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. We use CT scanners now. We don't need to worry about serial numbers. Just use the CT scanners.
That's horse and buggy thinking. Come on.
Yeah. Eric, a big Van Damme fan too. He is. Will Levis is hanging out on Mayo jars. Dakota says here, athletes are realizing they can make a lot of money with cards. I think they can do so without signing till the arthritis sets in. Athletes with fanatics have plans for exponential growth. Athlete buy-in is key. Yes, as part of the deal with the players' associations, if they want to make the most money, yes, they're going to have some of that buy-in. The reality, though, is that, and this is actually going to play into something I'll do on the Wrestling channel, with the new flagship that came in. What's the first thing that a lot of people comment on? They say, "Oh, hey, nice box break, whatever," but there should be more autographs in there. And they always say, like, "Oh man, there should be more autographs in it." And I understand the thought process. Because they're looking at it and go like, I don't feel like there's enough value in it. We talked about that on the podcast. We were talking about that the regular inserts have been devalued for so long that it's hard for people to consider them anything more than glorified base cards. And that's the market has been conditioned to it. They expect it. But the problem is The autographs have also been out in abundance. The memorabilia cards have been out in abundance. So the only thing that would happen is you put in more autographs, and then the autographs are worthless. So you didn't really fix your problem. All you did was trade off one problem for another. Because in abundance, supply overtakes demand and the price adjusts accordingly. The other autographs still hold a little bit of value because they're actually difficult to pull. They hold a little bit of value because of that. You make it easier, that's not going to help the price. It's not going to make more value in your box.
Yet their autographs are cheap in general.
Can we shut comments off? Can we? Oh God!
I think Kathy's comment. Is a valid point. Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate you. Eric's mother, everyone. Make money by cars being popular, not by just slipping. There you go. Says Eric's wrestling impression deserves 10 minutes of no mayo jokes. Fine, we will make fun of everything else.
All right.
And there is so much, so much.
There's a list.
Yep, there is a list. I will say, Bobby, and I didn't get a chance to share it with you, but I will share it when it gets in hand. Mm-hmm. I did pick up another Grail of Grails. I picked up another Blackhawks Bobby Orr.
Oh, come on.
Similar or
sensational. Sensational.
Was that the same or different?
No, this is a different thing. Same era.
Oh.
It's still another from the 70s. Yep. Because it's a very tight checklist of cards involved. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I've shown one, but I have picked up another.
There's 3.
Exquisite. Why?
Yes. Well, because 4, but anyway.
Eric, they only needed a handful because they had already achieved peak Bobby Orr. Like there was no more.
And you didn't consider the insert in 70.
No, I did. The 3.
We're counting that. That's part of it.
Is the insert in 76.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. There's 3 Hawks cards.
You couldn't make the 77, unfortunately.
No. Mm-hmm. There's 3 Hawks cards. That's all. And both the other than the insert, the other 2 Hawks cards are photoshopped.
Yeah, but the pinball machine is not.
No, that just kills me.
That's the Black Hawk. Mm-hmm. Yep. They did a Bobby or pinball machine, and it was with the Blackhawks. Like it's
sensational.
It's just
absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
All those years they had an opportunity. And then Chicago said, we'll step up. And Dolly went, okay, let's do it. Chicago it is.
Hey, listen, Bobby, not too many minor league teams can afford to get it wade into those waters. You got to wait for the professional team to do the job. We're fine. It's fantastic.
It was worth the wait.
Hobby Champ says Blackhawks or PC. Nice. Listen, I realized that I didn't have enough representation. I don't know who Boobior is. I've heard of this guy. He's an imposter of some kind. Some dude who played for Boston Bruins. I think a defunct franchise. I think they've got him in the AHL or something like that. Somewhere of that. Maybe like the East Coast Hockey League. Like it's off Broadway. But Bobby Orr had a legendary 2 to 3 year run. I think it was 2 to 3 year run. And 3 cards pretty much encompass that Hall of Fame career.
Yep. And he sold all his stuff too. That's something new. Did you realize? Mm-hmm. Did you know?
Yep.
He sold it all. There's no more of his great white.
Oh yeah. The company. Yeah. We actually talked about that at the card show. Yeah. We briefly that was briefly in a conversation. Yeah.
Yep. And but we have to bring it to the people.
Now
the people.
Yes.
You heard what?
A rumor.
A rumor.
Okay, so I'm stating it as a rumor that his brother-in-law is suing him
for
him.
Did you like that? For
ditching the company, shutting it down. They had contracts, they had a business deal, and going over to Upper Deck.
You can't live off Bobby forever. Come on.
All I heard is a rumor that the brother-in-law, right, Bobby's sisters.
What are you doing making me work for a living?
Yeah.
I get it.
How dare they?
That's what I'm hearing. So
no more $200 autographs when you send it into them. That's worth $50.
Well, exactly. But Upper Deck's going to be $700.
Yeah, and who's going to buy it? Nobody. Zero. How many more Bobby Orr cards can we really have?
I have so much.
All the Bobby Orr cards
stuff. I'm looking I turned my head like this. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sitting right there. If I turn my head, 6. Sorry, missed that one. If I turn my head this way, 1, 2, 3.
While Eric's yammering on, I'll say Paul says Michael Jordan and Bobby Orr, the Mount Rushmore of Chicago sports. Truth.
So
Will says, who's this Bobby Orr guy? Boston Bruins minor leaguer.
yep.
I don't
Indeed.
care.
Very exciting. I love it.
Me too.
Good times. So we got that covered. We'll keep an eye on the Lelands thing again. I just came across it and I just knew because it was Lelands. I figured it was worthwhile mention. Not a big story, but I just figured it was worthwhile mentioning.
Yeah, we're
just
in the era of mergers and what have you. So we have to expect that somebody's going to join with somebody. It's actually kind of a weird combination, although they're keeping themselves separate, but they're joined. Yeah, okay. We'll have to hear more about that because that makes no apparent sense to me at this point. So we're the same, but we're different, but we're the same. Okay, got it.
Okay.
So
The good news, I think, for the
a year with all the other ones that are running 8 auctions a year, and how many more major companies are going to run? So we got like 47 auctions a year. How much money do you think? Plus everybody's a dealer, plus eBay, plus.
Well, I don't subscribe to, I don't pay attention to Leland's very closely or Clean Sweep, so I don't know how many auctions they were running combined before. So that would be the valid question would be how many were they running before combined?
Leland's was 3 or 4 a year.
Okay, so then depending on how many Clean Sweep does, it might not be a difference, or it might be marginal. It just depends on how many they're running.
So collectively 12 auctions a year. You're talking between
Yeah,
the two.
that's right.
And that's a little too many. I honestly think they should save for one big auction or 2 big auctions a year. You know, this at every turn you have something for sale, and it's flooded the market, and actually that hurts the marketplace. They don't realize it because it's just money to them, but there is something called pacing the market. But in this world of hobby greed, everybody just wants to get them out, get them in, get them out, get them in, because everyone's cashing out, going, hey, okay, wait till all the wax boxes come out. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think they're the key for. I don't blame an auction house though for wanting a steady flow of income, because having basically the equivalent of one a month means that there's going to be new consignments coming in, new auctions being done, money in, money out, money in, money out. If you run less auctions, yes, I think you would do better per. The question is, and I don't know the answer. The question is, do you make enough more to be able to offset the time in between where you're working and not necessarily generating income? Because you're getting consignments and you're selling and you're collecting the payments and all that. But as an auction house, like any other business, you still need money in and money out. So you want enough money in to keep the lights on while you're doing what you need to do, and then set up the next auction.
Yeah, and that's fair to say that, okay, yeah, you have to keep things rolling. But at what point do people end up with enough stuff? Like, when do you start realizing that, hey, I'm not consigning because I'm just one of 7 auctions ending this month, and my Jordan rookie or whatever is going to be going off, where the other auction houses have another 12 of them going off. Like, so at what point we're at critical mass, and we're past that actually. Even.
Yep. Well, we saw this play out with the 86 Fleer Jordan, and Kenny did his whole bit where he received, as soon as a couple started selling for like those massive numbers, he got an influx, and he actually had to dole them out. He actually had to be like, guys, I have to space it, because if I put these all in one auction, you're all going to get collectively massacred. So I'll take a couple this auction, couple next auction, couple next auction. And basically just because he had this stockpile, so he can only grab a couple off the top and just start spacing them out. Otherwise, say whatever you want about Kenny. He understood exactly what you're talking about. If you put them all in one shot, because he got them all in one shot, you're dead. You basically murder the whole market on those. If you dole it out in pieces, you kind of force people to pick and choose a little bit, and it spaces it out a little.
Yeah, I understand. But then there's other, 8 other auctions ending that month and that have Jordans as well. So at what point is enough? And this is the onslaught we've entered into, that it's, it's just as much money in as they can get. They don't really care if it gets a record price or not. It really, and that's on the collector who is consigning. It's really about just turning numbers. If it goes for 40,000, 20,000, whatever, it's just more money to them. Their care is not in getting record prices unless it's a very rare card or a rare piece of memorabilia. So it's really just a money game in and out, and we've stopped the appreciation, and it just keeps the onslaught keeps happening, and that's why you have such a dip in the marketplace today, and it's going to keep going down too. On top of that, and right now it's probably at one of the lowest points I've seen it in a long time, personally.
Sure, that's fair. Let me read here.
Looking outside in, just saying, it's just a everybody's a dealer now, so it doesn't matter. Do you sell stuff, Carlos? Yeah, sure. We set up the shows. Sure, why not?
Yeah. No, for sure. I think, look, I get your general point, and I don't necessarily disagree. I think depending on the niche, though, some of the stuff sells fine. Like even with critical mass, even with lots of stuff out there,
sure,
certain items still sell for about what they should. It's not like higher or lower than what it's right about what. No, if there were less of them, technically, the audience is still the audience. The price should still be around this. For some items that are very abundant, then yes, those will get suppressed big time. But to your point, the really rare stuff, well, it's like, oh, there's been 1 in 6 months, or 1 in 9 months, or once a year you'll see one of these. So if you want it, this is your shot until 2025. So it does, yeah. So like you can run 1 million auctions, but you're not getting one of these until maybe sometime next year when one comes out of the woodwork. So if you're a buyer, then you have to attack when you get the chance.
You're talking the 84-star Jordan rookie?
No. Not quite, but conceptually. So Dakota here says, I appreciate Carlos' knowledge of 90 sets. Thinking baseball, do you have a set, insert, parallel, whatever that you think is pretty cool you haven't shared before? I'm just trying to think of the haven't shared before. Ooh. I'm a big fan of the Dufex. For the parallels, I'm a big fan of the Dufex. I'm always a big fan of the Dufex. Love the Dufex. The late 90s Pinnacle Dufex, they did a lot of really good ones. But you know about a lot of those. But some of them, design-wise, are really good. I was thinking like some of the, I want to say hot numbers. They've got a lenticular one. I forget the year. I'd have to look it up and take a look at it. Love those. The Epics, again, from Pinnacle and Score and some of the Pinnacle brands. I think those are really good. There's some really good ones there.
And they're all affordable.
A good chunk of them are. Actually, a lot of them aren't too bad. It depends on the player, of course, but I think you can get some great players from the 90s. So I think, so Dakota is like a Houston Astros guy. So like Biggio or Bagwell. You can probably get Biggio and Bagwell in a lot of these from the 90s, and you should be able to get them very affordably. Eric, again, we're back to the cycling. You like steroids. You're a cycling fan. You love steroids. You love steroids like you love mayo. So you've got those. Here's one that I would throw at you. It's not an insert necessarily. Topps Laser. You go check out some of the late 90s Topps Laser. They had intricate die cut. It's literally called Topps Laser. And what they did is they have ridiculously intricate die cuts. I'll see if I can find a picture of a good one to show off here.
Was it really laser too? I think I've seen that.
It was. That one, like those ones. Some of them are like so intricate and like literally This is what, look, they spent good money on this. They did not like spare expense on these. I'll show this one. This is a good example. So this was a Mike Mussina. For that. Yeah. This was a Mike Mussina. And this one, this is a base card. This is a base card. All the white you see back there in the flame, that's cut. Oh. That's laser cut. The flame is laser cut. And all the holes and everything, that's all laser cut. Every part of that has been cut. Here's the thing. That's a base card. You can get that for $1.
Really?
That's a beautiful card. Really intricate. Card. That is a base card.
In today's world, that'd be worth $40,000.
Yeah, but just look at that. That's how much effort they put into.
Boom on it, Bobby.
Huh?
The point here.
A boom on it.
And maybe it will. The point is that the amount of effort put into what is literally a base card is ridiculous. Off the charts on this. And you can get these cheap because they're base cards. Like this Mike Mussina, it's $1. I think it was more of an obscure brand. I wouldn't call it abundant. Like this Mussina on ComC, there's 3 copies sitting right there. But 3 is not like a ton compared to some of the late 90s stuff.
But so sitting there is not, Yeah,
absolutely. But part of it is that people don't, like, when the time passed, people didn't care. Like it's one of those things where like they're neat, but nobody was paying close attention to it at the time. And again, it's a base card. So most people are like, oh, base card, I don't care. So it's like, it doesn't matter. And in this case, Bobby, to your point from earlier, that's a guy who was one of the best pitchers of the 1990s, and it's $1.
Yeah.
And it's like, people still have to care. Here's another example of another base card. That whole player, all that white, is laser cutout. That's intricate. And by the way, the condition sensitivity on this, you can damage that card so easily. There's almost no material, barely holding it together. It's the fact that any of them stay in half decent condition, don't disintegrate, is impressive.
How would Tag grade that?
The machine would just give up. The machine would be like, all right, we're doing Skynet. Screw you humans. We're out.
It'd be going, hey, we got problems.
Yeah. So I would say Topps Laser is a very sneaky underrated from that late 90s period. Beautiful looking cards. And most of them, you can get them for basically nothing.
Yeah.
And you can get some great players. Enjoy. Have a good time. And Hobby Champs, don't worry about it. Eric is laughing on the inside.
No, I'm not.
Stuke says, hello, guys. Good evening to you. Bagwell ain't never taken steroids. He uses as much roids as Eric is eating mayo. Facts.
That's disgusting.
Or an indictment on your mayo consumption.
Maybe.
Moving on. Stuke says, watched Chopped on the Food Network with my wife the other day. They actually use mayo ice cream as an ingredient. Dang.
I'm not doing
Chops my show.
I'm done.
Chops your show.
Weird ingredients to play with, so
they do. Yeah, that's part of the deal. I don't mind that though. I like the creativity. Props to them for creativity.
And you really have to be creative with something.
It forces them to think about it though. Like I like that. I like the fact it forces them to be like, all right, I need to come up with stuff that'll actually make sense with this because otherwise it could be a disaster. So you got to think about that a little.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah. So Dakota, I would give Topps Laser as kind of a sneaky underrated. Again, cheap as dirt. You can get most of those like for nothing. So if you, from a collector perspective, they're great because not expensive at all. You can have a good time and get some really cool looking cards, very cheap, have fun. Those are good ones. And then there were some really good die cuts in the 90s. I would say really explore the die cuts deep.
They're $1. It's great.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like those can be a lot of fun, not hurtful on the wallet, very kind to your wallet. And you can have a good time with them, and just appreciate the aesthetic. Think that at one point the company you had to design that, and then make the laser cut it out.
I wonder how the grading goes on those.
I would say it would be very difficult to get a good grade on any of those.
So anything that's a 9 or a 10 on that would be
a premium. I would think so. For like a big collector, I would think so.
Okay, let me write that down.
There you go. Hobby Champ says, I'm all in for the 90s press proofs. Rare versions of awesome 90s base cards. Yes, please and thank you. There you go. Exactly, Hobby Champ, for sure. But look, I'm happy to talk about it. It's just I have to think about it sometimes because I'm like, okay, here's what I'll say. The 90s of sports cards, here's a comp for you guys. The 90s of sports cards is very similar to what happened in 90s in music, like popular music. The early 90s is a completely different beast than kind of the middle 90s and the late 90s. They had like 3 distinct eras. Yep. So if you can tell
early grunge.
That's what I'm saying. And if you take 1990, literally before grunge hit, you had something that sounded like the 1980s for that brief little period there in 1990. But then grunge comes out, and then boom, you've got something different. And then you start shifting into it. Pearl Jam starts picking up steam. Nirvana's picking up steam. You're getting a completely different vibe. That sounds completely different than 1990s top 10 chart. And then you shift to the middle 90s, it's starting to sound a little different again. Late 90s, completely different beast. Go look at the top 10 songs on there and listen to them, and then listen to the 1995 version, listen to the 1990 version. You're like, this might as well be 3 different decades. It's not. It's the same decade.
And that same thing happened between the 70s and the 80s. That 80s, and until it really got there, you had a lot of hair bands that were kind of coming in and still continuing on. But then that shift away into pop was really big. You had Cyndi Lauper coming in. You had all these other, and it just went to this other place. Like we called it rock, but we kind of didn't. It just shifted right to pop, and it wasn't really. That's where the big change came. But then mid 80s to late 80s, it was kind of shifting again back into the super pop kind of music. Was very different, very different. Yeah, every era has its changes, and it's usually every 5 years, something like that. Dramatic
exactly,
changes.
For sure. So that's definitely a good one there. Personal cheap favorite one is Lord of the Diamonds, even though the base are stunning. I think it's Lord of the Diamonds sounds familiar to me. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was King of the Diamond. Let me double check. But there's a couple of good ones.
You shall not pass.
Yeah, there's a couple of good ones there. I'm just trying to remember which one it was that fits this. So 1990s. I want to make sure I got the right era. Oh my God, they got puzzle pieces on Compsy. Good Lord.
No.
Like, you got 1990 Donruss Diamond King puzzle pieces, guys? You're actually selling this? Dang. Eric, you're building puzzles? Like, what are we doing over here?
I do like puzzles.
I guess so. I'll see if I can find it. I know the one you're referring to, Dom. I just have to think about what the naming. I think King of the Diamond is, Lord of the Diamond. I don't think it's quite that one. But I know the name is very similar to it. I think you're close. I'm just trying to remember what the exact naming convention was. And they had a regular Topps version, and they also had a chromium version. So you could get a refractor. Now it's going to bug me because I know the exact one he's talking about. I have to think about it. But yeah, some good selections there for sure. And I would say I still prefer kind of the mid to later part of the 90s personally. There's a lot of good ones. Yeah. So there's a good one there. And even like the paper version, quote unquote, is very reflective, very shiny, very good looking cards. There is the parallel that's like the Matrix. Those are really good looking as well. So they'll play with the light. You can have a lot of fun. And again, you can get a lot of those super cheap. You can have a lot of fun with that. Not expensive. Have a good time. Have some fun with it. And that's what makes a lot of that 90s stuff a lot of fun. Again, I was very fortunate. It was my era. I remember opening packs and stuff of a lot of that stuff. And you were finding cool stuff all the time. And again, not a lot of it was not expensive at all. Now, real quick, I will mention, so we'll include it in here now. Tonight, AMG had its trade night. But tomorrow, they're going to have a card show. So you can check out if you are in the area. It's the same place where the card shop is. So they're going to have it. So you can check out AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We did talk about O-Pee-Chee Platinum Hockey, one of Eric's favorite products. With the Connor Bedard tax on it, it is expensive. I was looking at it like, good Lord, Eric. Yeah. Oh, I think I'd be bougie Eric over there to be affording these boxes. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, the Connor Bedard taxes. And
the thing is, I like the product. I like O-Pee-Chee Platinum. I actually think they look really nice. I'm generally a fan, and I usually will get a couple of retail blasters because, again, they're nice looking cards. They can be a lot of fun. And you got a lot of different color, a lot of different parallels for it. But, again, if you're opening up for just some enjoyment and looking at some nice looking cards, they've got some nice looking cards. But when you start creeping to $300-$400 per box for the hobby box, it is way too high.
Wow.
If you do not pull a Bedard. Like, if you do not pull a Bedard, basically you will get destroyed.
Yeah, for sure.
It's too much.
Because who else is there? Really?
There's a couple other good players there, but the problem is that there's a big gap between them, and it's not enough to make up the difference. Now, if you pull like a Golden Treasures one of the other players, then sure. Okay, then fine. But you're basically looking for Bedard to get back your box price. Yeah. And it's asking a lot.
That's a tough risk. Spending $300, like $300 is, hey, listen, you can buy a nice piece for $300.
You can go shopping and get yourself a lot of great cards in a lot of categories and have yourself a good time, or go get, you can go get yourself a nice card and a trinket for $300. There's lots of room there. Lots of room.
The gambling effect really comes in at that point. So, everybody's looking for that big pull, and everybody's got a lottery ticket. So have fun. Enjoy.
Yeah. So I don't wish them. I wish them the best in their attempt. We obviously went through the product and talked about it, and cross our fingers and hope that people do well. But we have no idea. No idea.
You know what's gonna happen. So.
Well, it's one of those things. And I'll tell you, I've talked about this before. When we do those, AMG is a card shop. So at the end of the day, it is their job to sell product, and we have to try to balance it out. And I think you've heard this in the past for some of these products, Eric. I will try to make sure I give the caveat. Number one, I will tell people if the Bedard is in it or not. We'll go out of our way to make sure we tell people because they should know. Yeah. They should know because we still got the 2 years of Upper Decks. What's that?
Do you have a CT scan?
Yeah, that's right.
No, the thing is Upper Deck is still doing 2 years worth of products. I'm just kidding. Yeah. So right now, because they're still doing 2 years of products, a new product could come out and actually they don't have a chance. It's not there. It's not in the checklist. Not there. I know. But the person who isn't looking into it and doesn't know, when we do our preview, we need to tell them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when do we catch up?
Upper Deck said it was the pandemic that threw them off, and it's been years now.
They're always going to be behind.
But we're post-pandemic for 2 years now.
Forever.
So when
they have to just mix a bunch of years. And be
I think a dual year.
Yes. Yeah, that would be that'd be smart.
Yeah, you just have to get it over with. Just bite the bullet and get it over with. Get it caught up to modern day and just move on.
Whatever happens, then you move on after that. And then it's back to normal. So,
because now the cup
Just-
obviously came out this past week or the week
Yeah.
before, and that one is not the Bedard year. So now people are sitting back waiting for the Bedard version of it, which will be trillions of dollars.
Hey, I just spent $1,200 on a pack, and what happened? Nothing.
Oh, Bobby, it will not be $1,200. The Bedard one, that $1,200 are without the Bedard.
On the one they just passed.
Yeah, the one they just did, yes. But with the Bedard one, Bobby. Oh,
I don't know.
that's
That'd be
kidney
crazy.
money we're talking. We're going to be talking some kidney money on those
Yeah,
tips.
Like, yeah, who's and we're not talking about lower level countries here. We're talking high kidney.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're talking like we're talking some premium kidney.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
not good, not good.
Some good North American stock there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
here you go. So Dakota's looking at digging down 90s Crown Royal die cut. Yes, the Crown Royale is a good
I like
one.
the Crown Royal.
They got some nice looking cards in there.
It was.
Go-
Are those are laser cut too? Or
They're definitely die cut. I don't know if they're laser
die
cut quite to
cut,
the same degree.
Yeah, I don't think they're
Yeah.
laser cut.
But they're good looking cards. I think they did very well with those. That's when we were talking the podcast. I talked about Pacific because Crown Royal was Pacific brand. And I talked about Pacific having a lot of really cool ideas. And they came up with a whole bunch of really neat ideas. But I said one of the things that I kind of critiqued them on, though, is, and I've said Upper Deck is kind of following this pattern or this difficulty as well, is that Pacific would come up with all these really cool ideas and they would put some of their better ideas. So, like to point, that Crown Royale one, those are base cards as well.
Yeah.
That Topps Laser is a base card. That's a tremendous looking card, but it's a base card. So again, you can get it for $1 or $2. Really inexpensive. But they would come up with these beautiful designs or really nice technology they would use with a beautiful design, and there'd be like 2 per box. Okay, great. You know, listen, as a collector, I appreciate the fact that this makes it extremely affordable. Wonderful. They're not too tough to find. Wonderful. But then they would have some inserts that are supposed to be your big draw, your big pull, like 1 per case or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you look at them and go, well, that looks very plain. There's really not much going on there. Like, there wasn't a lot of thought to that. Like, so that's the case hit? That's the really hard one? The one that looks kind of like, okay, yeah, it's a card. The problem is, so in this case, you have the scarcity, but it's so mid or so unattractive, relatively speaking, that it actually hurts the desirability. Yeah, so the supply is lower, but the demand has also been pushed all the way down.
Yeah.
So it kind of hurts so afterwards you look at it as like, oh, that should be super expensive. No, the Gretzky's like $50. But that's one in like 400 packs. Like, that's a Gretzky. That should be hundreds of, nope, $50. $50 all day. And it's not easy to find, but no one cares. It just looks kind of okay. That's it. So scarcity by itself is not going to get you there. You have to have, people got to want it. And you got to give them a reason to want it. They got to be interested and engaged in whatever it is.
Yeah, and it would be nice to see more blogs, centralize their narratives on certain sets a little bit more, rather than choosing 1 or 2 cards or what have you. Maybe talking about each set. Rather than talking about the $52 million that the Mickey Mantle 10 went for or whatever. Get back to the basics, and I think that'll really help, because the 90s, the 80s were kind of sort of boring. You had like 2, 3, 4 companies, 5 companies, maybe, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And 90s was like, it was just like, it was great, but there were some great issues in those 90s. Me and my son Steven, we were opening stuff 90s and early 2000s. There was some great stuff, but it was pack price. Some were $35, some were $20, some were $15, some were $10. So we tried to get a couple $35, $40 packs, which was actually a lot back then. But it wasn't, we'd open 1 pack or 2 packs, and you'd find something half decent. Steven has all those cards now to this day. I'd like to actually go through them with him, because I'm sure he has some really good cards. But, it's just the way it is. I got the leftovers, or what, sometimes I would go and open a pack by myself when I went to my sports card shop without Steven. And, I'd get a pack and you go, that was okay. But they're nice looking cards. Very nice.
Yeah. I think what happened is because they were throwing so many ideas at the wall to see what would stick.
It was innovation. It was right at the
the end result, though, is that a lot of stuff got buried initially, because when there's so much going on. Again, these are
50
early
issues per year of hockey at that point. I remember asking my guy, and he goes, about 50, 52 issues this year. I went, really? Well, that's a low window peachy. There's a lot of, it was 3 or 4 of those, and there was a few other Flair and Clear, whatever. There was a bunch of whole crap stuff, just those were the 2, 3, $5 a pack stuff that you didn't even want to open because your box hit was a $2 card that was in a $5 pack.
Well, this is why a lot of times I have a lot of fun, because obviously everyone hates monopolies. They would like to see more competition in the space,
Sure.
because it forces them to be to try harder. That's really what it comes down to,
That's what it
and to
comes down
offer better value.
Yes.
But what happened, if you remember, to your point, if we go back to the 90s, we had tons of competition.
Yep.
But all that meant was that each one of them would have a full complement of sets. So people are complaining there are too many sets now, when there are actually less sets now with the one sport, one manufacturer than there were in the 90s. You think adding 2 or 3 more manufacturers, you think that means they're all going to be, all right, we all agree we're going to do 12 sets a year. And everybody's like, no, I'm not. Absolutely not. I'm paying for this license. I'm doing 30 sets. Yeah, I'm doing 30 sets, and I'm doing 30 sets. Well, that's 90 sets.
I think the 90s were the true innovation of the hobby. I think that's when things were really started to be creative. And that competition stimulated that to no end. But there's some great.
They had a lot of ground that hadn't been explored yet, so they were able to try technologies, materials. Yeah, so that's why I argue with Ham all the time, where I say, because Ham goes like, why can't we have stuff like that? Because we already did it.
Yeah,
we already tried it. so the problem is, almost anything you do now, we already did it in 1994, or we did that one in 97, or we did that one in whatever. Refractors, we've got decades of refractors now. You want to do die cuts? We've tried almost every version of a die cut. You want to try this? So we go back to Dufex. Dufex has actually been a little underused. You could do it a little bit, so it'd be nice, because I personally am a big fan of Dufex. But again, the moment you try to do it a little too much, it wears out its welcome fast, because we already used it pretty effectively.
I do remember in the late 90s or early 2000s that they were reproducing all the 30 sets. And it became kind of boring after a while. It was like, what's coming next? The Canadian chewing gum, or is it the C55s, or all the mini cards? It was just, it got a little silly. They just kept, it was predictable almost to a degree, and it really, the cards really didn't match. They weren't great. I like the innovation of the die cuts, the laser cuts, the other things, all the different things you were just talking about. Those were kind of the fun times. Do I really collect them? No, but I'm just saying it was a time. Yes.
Yeah. And what would happen now is basically what's going on. You go back over to what Topps is doing on that side of it. What do? They went back to the well, and a couple of years back, they started redoing 93 finest refractors, but with new players. 94 refractors, but with new players. 95 refractors, but with new players. 96 refractors, but with new players.
Where's the creativity gone? Yes, exactly. And
that's the thing.
Push the envelope so far, though. And you're at critical mass. What are you going to do? You've done everything. You got these nice, sparkly, shiny, I don't know, what do you got? Dynamites going off and all these other things in the background. Where do you go from here? Really?
I have an answer.
Oh,
he has an answer. Bobby or Blackhawks cards. Go on.
The 29 of you who are watching at this very moment,
and hitting the like button so that Eric pays.
I am bringing you something never seen before. To answer Bobby's question, where do we go from here in this industry? What is the next step? The 29 of you who are lucky enough to be watching right now will be the first to see
Poopy Pony.
No, we've seen that.
Make me big. Make me big.
Or you will never be big.
Make me big.
We're going to wait, friends.
You're getting real close, Eric. Eric, there's a way we can fix this. We can make you big.
No, make me big.
We can
Are you sure?
Wait, friends.
Make me
Poopy
big.
Pony be the first start.
All right. Had the wrong one turned on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
All right. This is your moment, Eric. Go.
Poopy Pony Kaboom. What color is that? It's supposed to be a green.
This is the first ever one of one Kaboom Poopy Pony.
Oh,
man. Okay?
With the upside down one touch.
Lelands.
Yes.
It will be going to Lelands. It will be up for bid.
Lelands?
In the next in their next auction. Okay.
That'll be a clean sweep at Lelands.
Yep. I assume they'll probably start somewhere around $27,000. But I just want to answer Bobby's question. Where do we go from here in this hobby? This is where we go. Gotcha. The one of one Poopy Pony Kaboom.
Huh.
The best part is outside of the kaboom, I literally said poopy pony. It's like, yep, I know where this is going.
Yep.
So Matt here, good evening. Bring etching back. The newbies have no clue about etching. So I don't mind this idea. But I'm going to remind you, and this goes back to kind of what I was talking about a little earlier. This is what's hilarious. So you bring etching back, right? There's a bunch of us that are like, oh man, great etching. And a bunch of other people are like, okay, cool, but where's the hit?
Yes, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
They'll be like, yeah, oh,
That's
etching.
it.
It's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Where's the hit?
Exactly. Great cards. Where's the hit? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I've noticed. So
Yes.
when I did my video on the wrestling channel, what I noticed, I did my box breaks and everything, went through it and checked it all out. And I said, and I tried to be very fair. I tried to be very fair in my assessment. I said, this is the best version of the flagship set they have done to date. The checklist was better. The quality of the cards on the whole was very good. So I tried to give it its flowers where it deserved it. The quality of the cards were very good. The photographs were better. They actually picked new photographs. Good. The checklist was improved. Good. All the little things, they did much better in almost every single category. But it's still flagship. It still has the same fundamental problem. Every pack, I opened it up, got my base cards. Within 2 boxes, I had a complete set. So it's not like I need to open more boxes if that's all I'm trying to do. So I had a complete set within 2 boxes, which is not terrible. That's fairly reasonable. Okay, fine. I go through the rest of it. There's some inserts in there, but most of the inserts are just kind of there. You know, they're not terrible, but I'm getting like 2 or 3 non-base cards per pack, and I got 12 packs. So I'm getting like 30 inserts or parallels per box. Well, when I've got like a stack of 30 in one box, nothing special. It's a glorified base card at that point.
I'm really looking for the day that Breaker will sit there and he will open a pack and every common he will just fling in the air like this. And then
We're almost there. Like we're just about at that point.
there.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to that day because I will watch that video with bated breath. And as he flings every single common out of the way, I think that'll be great entertainment value.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
But the problem that you ran into, and I showed it on the podcast, is I said, when we went in there, because I read the checklist, because I understood what the odds were and all that, I could see which one of these inserts were a little bit tougher than the others. But here's your problem. When all the inserts look kind of the same, there's no special technology on most of those inserts. They look about the same. So if it's not a numbered card, if you didn't read the odds, you don't know that this one's a tougher pull than the other one. It looks about the same. So they all kind of look the same. So your end result was, in the example I gave, was one of the variants that's in there. They call it retouched. On the front, it will say retouched. And on the back, they did a little Photoshop and they'll put something in the background that's supposed to represent the wrestler. But most of them look pretty lame. There's nothing really good, interesting looking at in it. I use the Britt Baker example. It looks really silly. It's a tooth and like the little metal pick that they have.
About that again.
So that one is 1 in 720 packs.
Wow.
If I did not tell someone that it's 1 in 720 packs, Bobby, there's a good chance that someone could have pulled it, put it up on eBay for $19.99 or best offer, and I would have been boom, buy now, because I would still want it for my collection. But they wouldn't have any clue that, like, okay, this is kind of a weird looking card, but whatever, $20.
It's weird.
Now, here's the thing. In an open auction, would it be worth much more? Maybe not, to be honest, because here's the thing. It doesn't look that interesting comparatively to some other things. An autograph is an autograph. At least you know it's an autograph. A memorabilia piece, a memorabilia piece. At least you know. At least you know. But they tried, and Billy has talked about this before. They're trying to reorient the audience to appreciate the technology card, you know, like a lenticular or an acetate see-through card. And the problem is, over and over again, we're seeing it in the hockey as well. We see it in the hockey and we see it in the wrestling. Guess what? The audience has already been completely reprogrammed to not care about the technology as much. So you give them an acetate card. Oh, that's really neat, but where's my hit? You give them a lenticular card. That's really neat. Where's my hit? When they say hit, they're saying memorabilia autograph.
And I think that's striking
of a star.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think the issue right now that we're dealing with is like, where's the hit? Like, it doesn't matter what the cards look like. It doesn't matter what the insert looks like because they're just worth another $1. So, where's the hit? And where's the hit is, I don't know. It just takes it to another level. So where do we really go from here? Like, where can we go from here? You can reinstill a lot of the old sets from the 90s, 2000s, whatever. Yep. And then where does it take that next lunge? honestly, the 90s went through a lot of, innovation, and that was great. There's a lot of great issues in there. 2000s went through a lot of, fancy backings and, jersey inserts and autographs and what have you. Where's the next step? What is really the next step? Does
We
anybody
basically
see,
so
like,
Ham
what
here
can you
for
do with cards that you haven't done before?
that's the point, Bobby. That's right there, the underlying
Okay,
point with a lot of this.
question
And I
asked.
don't blame them. Upper Deck is trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube, and it's not working. And like and not surprisingly, it's not working. Because, and I don't blame them. So first, I'll say, Ham, good luck with your swimming. Make sure to get a boat. Get a boat like Eric, because there's a lot of rain and everything going on over there. So good luck to you guys over there in Florida man land.
Well, watch the alligators, man. That's like,
Yeah, exactly. But what I was going to say is, obviously, Ham always argues for the the designs and the technology and whatever. Here's the truth: I could give you guys like a reinvented Upper Deck rehired Gene McLeod of I forget the name of the firm, but they were the ones who did a lot of those '90s designs. So the Essential Credentials, the Jambalayas, the whatever, they did them all. But what came down to it is they're going to try to see if they can come up with the next version of whatever it is. I will wager to you that there will be some folks that will pitch for it. And I think a lot of folks will be like, cool, but where's the hit?
That's it. And I think that's, you hit it right there is,
It's
where
arena
is
design.
the hit? Where is the hit when the appreciation of cards go away? Where is the hit? And that puts you as the card investor opposed to the hobbyist. And I think that fine divide that we have right now is sadly there. And, there has to be some appreciation for the cards. And I think they need to reinvent the cards a little bit differently. I don't know what they have to do. It's not my job to do that. And I do see that other people that are breaking boxes at $400 and getting, 60, 80 bucks back on their box, that can only last so long. So they really have to do something here. They have to limit, the cup sells great. It does great because it's a premium product. Maybe you have to go with a little few more premium products, less production, limited, what have you. I think they should change a little other things, but I won't even get into that. But I'm just saying,
I think that forces
sustain,
people to make it less.
How do we sustain the hobby going forward? Or is it even a hobby? It's a card investment. I watched a show last night. What was the show? Who's it got? Mike Ham on it. You had Dustin and
that's
Flipping Steve and
that's their live.
Neil.
Off centered.
And all it was about how these guys are doing. What card should I buy? How much should I pay? I think it's going to go up. And it was just like, where's the hobby gone? Where's the hobby?
Oh, Ham. Shots fired.
Ham.
Good Lord. Burrell's throwing grenades over there. Jeez. All right, let me quickly, Bobby. Let me get caught up on the comments.
The truth, Carlos.
Let me get caught up on the comments. Hang on. I'll come back to your grenade throwing. Hang on.
Go after him.
All right, give me a second. Let me finish reading through these. So Ham is saying there's lots to do. There's tons to do with cards, but they need to stop being cheap. So I think Ham here is touching on two different points. The stop being cheap is, if you're going to remake an idea, you need to be faithful to the original in the sense that you need to actually try to replicate it properly. Don't try to be like, cheap on the materials or whatever so it doesn't match up to the original. That part, I agree with. But there's tons to do with cards. I couldn't disagree more. Almost every idea you could possibly have, whatever idea you've got in your head, it's been done. Or a similar version of it's already been done. And whatever you're doing is like, cool, but where's the hit?
So I've been wanting to talk for a couple of minutes. I didn't want to interrupt though. See, everyone's like, these new ideas and what's next. And, I know that there's more that can be done because I didn't see the whole thing. I got halfway through that.
He's going to trade. You bring the Kaboom and he'll trade you for a Booby or a Chicago Peachy card.
No.
Amazing.
This is the coolest thing that I have seen. Now, this is just an opinion, folks. Just an opinion. The coolest thing I've seen in modern cards. It came out in 2020. I never would have thought that this would have been a thing, but it is possible to do things different and come up with something cool, even modern times. And that is this carved in time that they did with the wood.
Sure. And the thing is, even that carved in time, what year was that one?
2020.
So I think that's the second or third time they did that.
Absolutely incredible. All right. I know these are expensive. I wish I had more. This is the only one I have. I got the Gordie Howe. Just amazing.
Yeah, I think they're good looking cards. I think they're well thought. I think they're well done.
And innovative. And nobody would have predicted that Upper Deck would have come out with these.
It happens. I kind of went to go out and then just went haywire. Did I go away
No
from the
worries.
screen?
Yeah, you were off for a bit. Yeah,
That
you were
was
off for a
weird.
moment.
Anyways,
Now, I'm
So
not
anyway,
saying
all I was gonna-
every card in the moving forward out of wood, but I'm saying nobody. And 4 years ago, and Carlos, you always know more about these modern day stuff than me, and you think maybe they came up with this a little bit before, and you're probably right.
I think they've done it for a couple of years. I think they've done that's particular.
Whenever in modern times, a handful of years ago, all right, nobody saw this coming. This is freaking incredible. This is absolutely amazing. There are more ideas that we haven't thought of. Nobody thought of this until someone at Upper Deck said, I have an idea. And it blows me away that's a real thing. And I'm happy to have one.
Yeah.
Every time I try to buy another, they're expensive. And they come out with, they have autograph versions too.
Yeah.
And they're expensive. But
but Eric, that touches on my point though. And there's nothing wrong with it. I liked the idea for it. So they actually did it 2 different years. They did it 2018-19, carved in time, and 2019-20, carved in time. Both in the Upper Deck Ingrained brand is where they did it. So very cool. Now, what do you think would happen if in 23-24, Upper Deck Ingrained, carved in time? It would still be cool, but this would now be the 3rd year you've done it. Right. So now you can change the design slightly, but again, now you're just doing the same thing again. And that's the problem with a lot of these ideas, that almost immediately, basically the moment you do it the second time, now you start being derivative of the same. It happened with refractors. It happened with die cuts. It happened every single thing. When you do it enough times, it loses its impact. It loses its luster.
You're 100% correct. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, because we get bored so quick. We get bored so quick as a hobby.
Yep. And we like to bitch and complain about everything. My point is simply, this is just a couple of years ago. It isn't 10, it isn't 20, it isn't the 90s, it isn't the 50s. This was just around the corner behind us. No one saw this coming. Someone came up with an idea, and here it is. That can continue. If we have enough, you have the right people in the industry trying to come up with this stuff and willing to take a chance, you'll get something new that we've never seen, like when this came out. And yeah, you can't do this every year because it's not a big deal if it's there every year. But I know that somebody right now is trying to come up with the next one of these, something that none of us are thinking, and some of us would be blown away like I am looking at this thing, going, "This is freaking genius! This is incredible."
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting, well, and we'll see. Like, I'd like to see it play out, and obviously Ham has his opinion for it, and I've got mine. I think almost everything that you're going to bring to the table now, I've either seen it or I've seen a variant of it. Because I guess to ask a question, we talked about that carved in time just now. I said they released it 2 different years, and to your point, they've got an autograph version as well. So here's a question: if you do carved in time year 1, year 2, you do carved in time, but you've got an autograph version, is that really innovation? Or is that we just did the same thing and go like, we'll add one more thing?
Well, yeah.
What if we do a carved in time where we add a piece of jersey to it? Is that innovation, or is that the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Yeah. So now, but Eric, in year 4, we'll do carved in time with a jersey and an autograph.
No, that's completely
innovation. Exactly. So that's my point. That is what passes for innovation at this point. We'll take one idea, we'll slap one more thing on top, and we'll call it innovative. I'm like, I can't get there with you. That doesn't count to me. Oh, but we'll do a nice, cool looking card. This year we'll do it with a checker pattern. Next year we'll do it with a stripe pattern. It's like, guys, it's the same thing, but you just change the pattern. Yep. I know there's a booklet of patterns. Literally, the whole joke with the Kaboom is that if you go to the company that has the booklet, on the bottom, the name of the pattern is Kaboom. In AEW, they use the Kaboom pattern in one of the parallels. I think it's the Dynamite one. It's literally the Kaboom pattern. It's the same.
And since you brought it up, I just want some alterations have been made in the last few minutes.
Brilliant. That's innovation right there.
Again, I agree with you 100%. My hope is just that there will be somebody that will come up with an original idea like this to blow someone like me away. But I saw, I'd love to be educated on stuff that I don't know about. And CC had that said that there was, I saw it real quick, that they had wooden cards in the 90s. What are you referring to? Tell me more about it. I'd have to.
I'm pretty sure I saw one, but I don't recall specifics.
I was collecting modern day cards in the 90s. I was collecting 90s cards. All right. So you labeled hockey. I didn't collect baseball or basketball, but it says hockey. So I don't recall seeing wooden cards in the 90s in hockey. And I was collecting it, buying it, opening packs, opening boxes. Just educate me. I remind me, teach me something. I want to learn.
Sure. Let me read here. Brendan says exotic materials has been done. A lot of them have been done. A lot of different materials have been tried. Robert here says, personal opinion, I hate die cuts. Scandalous. Rage here says cards were made to look better back in the day when there were 4+ brands with a shared license. It made them stand out. Yeah, they had to try. Part of the reason I'm pushing back and saying that a lot of the stuff's been tried is because you did have 4 separate manufacturers trying stuff. So as a result, you threw a lot of ideas at the wall. So you kind of burn through. If you had an idea book, you burn through the idea book a lot faster when you're like releasing all these brands and you're like, all right, so for this set, this will be the gimmick for this one. And then for this one, we'll do this. And then for this one, we'll do the Dare to Tear in 97-98 Zenith was a new idea in 97-98. Rip cards are now being used on a semi-regular basis by Upper Deck and by other brands. So the rip card idea has now been done. The rip card idea, 97-98. We can go back to that for the rip card. Now, you can change the design. So I'll get to Ham's next comment on here because I'm going to challenge it because it's easy to say, but I want you to show me. Don't just say it, show me. Because a lot of people throw the same, fine, give me one. I'm going to ask you, just give me one. And there's a good chance, by the way, that collectively we'll come up with, in 2006, they did that. Or in 2014, they did that.
Yeah.
Unless you've seen every set and every insert and everything for all time, there's a good chance at least one other person came up with the same idea that you just came. And don't just be like this, but change the pattern. That is not innovation. That's not innovation.
You know what I think is cool in baseball? And I don't know how long they've been doing it. I know it's not brand new, but something that I think is really cool in baseball cards is bat knobs. I've seen a bunch over the last year at the shop. And I mean, how cool is that?
And they're very sought after. There's a lot of people that have fans with them.
They look fantastic, and I think that's so cool. For a fact, right? I mean, it's game used supposedly, right? And for a fact, your player that you just got this card they were absolutely touching that part, their glove all the way down. That kept the bat from swinging, falling out of their hands and ended up in the 5th row.
What about Ty Cobb, man? He choked up on the bat. He doesn't get all the way to the knob. What are you doing?
Ty Cobb bat knob shouldn't be worth very much.
There you go. Philly Joe says, please stop with 87 Topps Fair.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying that a bat knob, was truly a used active part of the bat. Where if you just get a slice of a bat in a card, right, like this big, you don't know if that came from the inside of the bat, or you don't know if did that piece of the bat actually hit a ball. Not, but the bat knob, was a vital part of the use of that bat in a game.
Yeah,
I just think it's super cool.
Sure. So Ham's got a couple of comments here. I'll touch on them. It's so easy to do things now more than now. Yeah, no, I think your wife is okay for now. Real collectors should be employed at the companies. That would be a start. I think they've tried to hire a few, but we'll see if that makes any change to anything. Picture, if you will, carved in time 87 Topps Throw Pack. Paul's always there. Paul's there to lob a couple of grenades too. Never done more iconic movie posters like Free Willy, for example. There you go. Marvel has wood block cards. There you go. The explosion parallel as well as a form of kaboom pattern. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, so here's a fun one. Use the reflection set from Star Wars Digital. Just came out with a real product in sports cards.
People
No, that is no, that's the
stuff.
so I'll read the two back to back for Ham here. So basically, use a design idea that's already been used, but use it in a different category. That's not innovation.
What?
No, it's like Ham's just talking. Ham was talking about how technology, it's easier to come up with new ideas, but he's in both cases. I'm going to read you two, but in both cases, he's like, you're doing the exact thing I said doesn't count as innovation. Taking the okay, but they did it here. Yeah, okay, fine. If that's the case, then go in the archives of another category, steal an idea, and bring it over here. It's the same thing. It's not innovation. That's the opposite of innovation.
So
Next one.
87 wood grain.
So says the
Topps
card
card
investor. I saw your
with
show.
Darth Vader
Yeah.
on it is not innovation.
No. So Ham here says, hey, this is a good example of what I'm being serious. This is a good example of what I'm talking about here. Holographic, lenticular, supermotion. So I'm taking three separate technologies that have already existed
Throw
many
acetate
times.
in there too.
Yeah, exactly. But Bobby, this is my point that I'm making. It doesn't count if you just say like, okay, and then make it a die cut. It's
still
like
the same suit.
no, it's literally you just took you're doing a turducken. You're not innovating. It's a turducken. It's a technology turducken. That's not innovation, Ham. You can't just throw another. Fine, come up with a few more technologies and throw it on top and be like, okay, it's totally different. It's a turducken.
Yeah, but he's throwing a pigeon in there too. So
It's an abomination against the Lord, is what it is. It's an abomination against the Lord.
It's, so that is the question, I guess, is where do we go from here? You know, when I was just coming through the door there, I heard that you were talking about, Tear If We Dare. I think that was a great product because if you dare, it actually instills something in you that, shoot, if I wreck this card and there's nothing in there, what am I going to get?
It forced you to make a choice. The idea was they forced you, and they were, by the way,
I still want to.
And this is where it actually has a relevant impact on the population of cards. Is important because the Dare to Tear initially had the regular base cards inside the bigger card. The 5x7 card housed the small card. So in effect, each pack had 3 of the big cards. I think it was 3, and then each one had a small card inside. So what happens is your inserts, your parallels, your base, everything is inside the big card. Well, Eric, there were people that specifically collected uncut 5x7 sets. Yes. Every single one of those potentially takes a parallel or an insert out of circulation.
It takes it
because now with CT scanning we can probably find out. But until then, we didn't.
The shop, by the way.
Good, about time.
Yeah.
But the point is that until then, I've talked about in the past why the Z Gold is a really tough pull it's out of 100, but that's actually a very tough pull from that particular year because they don't come up all the time for most of the players. The Medano was very difficult for me to come by. I spent decades tracking down one. But here's the thing. If there could very well be dozens of them still inside of unopened 5x7s, I have no way of knowing that for sure, minus CT scanning technology. But until you check, they could be sitting in there, and it could be in somebody's set that they did of 5x7s, and they're there. So they're technically out of circulation. They're not available. So you actually force people to make a real decision, which is cool. I get it. So I think that's what happens. So I don't know. I left it on there for a while because I wanted to. I let everybody get a chance to see it, and there was really no reaction. But I let them try. Why not? 95 leaf limited stick side insert set was made with wood on top. There you go. Yeah, so that's what I say. Like stacking technologies on top of each other, that is literally not innovation. But again, you could make it die cut, and you can make it die cut and lenticular.
Well, then you end up at never-ending permutations of cards.
Ooh, and make it a booklet. We can literally put all the technologies and have like a boom foil. That's not innovation. That's literally not. I'm joking. That's not innovation. That's the opposite of innovation.
God. I finally got paid $250 from a guy who's owed it to me for 2.5 months. Anyways,
yep.
So sorry, that's where I was going. I had to communicate with
no
people
worries.
because
Brendan Ryan says if they start cutting up vintage cards and inserting them in new cards.
I don't know.
Yeah, Brendan Ryan says if they start cutting up vintage cards and inserting new card sets. So you heard about Eric's 6970 project.
If they do that, then it's over.
I don't
We're
know. I
gonna
haven't
fit
thought
Bobby
about
Orr
that yet.
cards up
Maybe,
and put
maybe that's what I got to do. I don't know.
the Blackhawks.
Well, Eric, if you were being innovative,
Yeah. Yeah.
then I think what would happen is you would take your 6970 cards and you would cut them like you're making a snowflake, and then you would insert that inside another card.
Is Eric there?
This
Because
one's
this
on my
thing
desk.
is
I have to
spinning.
get it out.
I don't know.
I have to get
I
it
can
out
see him.
to Gary
He's there.
Peters. See, I already
Something going on
put
with
it
my.
right where I want him
I
to
think
sign and everything.
the live
gotta
must
get
be
that.
on or something like that because
I
I'm
got to get that to him.
really going through a lot of stuff here.
Paul says, I want the Billy Tipkin. I assume it's a Freudian typo. I'm going to move on.
Maybe.
Hobby Champ says,
right next to each other on the keyboard.
maybe. Hobby Champ says, 1996, Motion Vision has better lenticular technology than anything released in the last 25 years. Absolutely. And in 1996, that was innovative. But let's remember something important. Lenticular goes back to the Sports Flex. Probably goes back before that, actually. I think there was stuff in the 70s as well. If memory serves you for lenticular. Actually, maybe stuff going back to the 60s.
Exograft. They were the first to invent lenticular. And actually, they had those ones were 7 motions. 7, not just 1, 2. It was actually 7. It was a progressive run. And they were the first ones to do that. And it really didn't take off. It actually went into the 1970 to 79, 80 Kellogg's cards. But it wasn't really it was only a 2 or 3 lenticular where this other one.
I remember the Kellogg's ones. I remember the cereal ones for the lenticular.
Yes, very popular.
What I'll say, so I agree with Hobby Champs. The 96 Motion Vision had a lot of movement because you could actually move it and get a lot of movement in there. One that I think did a good job, especially for a cheap product, I want to say it was 96 Pinnacle McDonald's. Because in the hockey we had 96 Pinnacle.
Good. I have to.
And that had a lenticular. One that was a good one, Eric, was Mary Lemieux.
Mary Lemieux.
You literally have him making the shot on net, and you can actually get enough motion to see Lemieux literally hitting the wrist shot all the way through. And by the way, this is a 99-cent pack. Like it's super cheap.
Card too.
Absolutely.
Bowed. It was so it was so thick.
So I think the idea. So this goes back to the upper deck conversation we were having earlier. Just bringing it full circle here for a second. In the boxes, one of the hits that they have oftentimes is a lenticular card. In and of itself, that's not necessarily a problem. Where the problem comes in is that lenticular has been around so long that it's not it doesn't feel like a hit, so even though it's a technology card.
Has any product come out in the last 5 years of lenticular?
Oh, Upper Deck's literally used lenticular the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, I know there's that, that flicker where it goes from one to the other, but not a true lenticular. You know what I mean?
Oh,
with the player opposed to the background. What's that?
They're using look. We originally were going to get in Eric's spot here. We were actually going to get Marcel, but we couldn't afford him. So Eric is all we had left in the budget. Eric is our Upper Deck lenticular.
I could definitely see why you'd want him more than me. I do too.
He could speak to both of our languages, both the official Canadian language. Marcel could comment and snark in English and French.
And French, yes. So that adds to the lenticular. So we're doing a Mike Ham here. We're really adding technologies into,
Yeah. But the point, though, is that, again, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, and I'm being serious. I don't consider stacking technologies innovation. When somebody says innovation, it's like, no. Show me something that I haven't already seen. Or just improving the existing version of it is not innovation either.
It's creation, not innovation. Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, I have no issue with improving again, to your point about the original version of lenticular being in the 60s. That's fine. And they did improve it. They were able to get the technology to a point where they were able to do it better. That's good. But it's not innovation. The invention was the innovation, and then an improvement is an improvement. It's good, and we like improvement. We appreciate improvement.
It's like
but that doesn't mean it's innovative.
No.
Yeah, the one who gets credit for innovation is the one who did it first.
Yes.
This one.
And everybody.
How do I make this one lenticular?
But some people do better jobs than maybe the originals. So.
Exactly.
We give them the creation, but we don't give them the innovation. That's it.
Exactly. There is a difference. Those two words mean two different things. So Robert says, how about the cards made with all silver with engraved images? So now Panini has the silver bars. They got silver and gold bars they'll actually put on the card.
Yeah.
So they literally will put a silver bar on a card.
We had cards
Sure,
in the
why not?
90s. I think
I'm
Pinnacle
looking for
put 'em
more
out. We had coins in them, right?
innovation than I am.
Yeah, it was a Pinnacle Mint.
Yeah,
That was
silver,
innovative.
gold,
That was
what else?
cool.
At the time, yeah.
What's that?
Because that was the first time. That was the first time it had been done that way.
I
How
understand.
about the other
Okay,
cards
that was
you could pull the
innocent, I guess.
So Ham says, is improving technology? No.
It's not improved. It's just taking technology and incorporating into.
No, but he's saying, he's asking a question. Is improving technology innovation? The answer is no. Unless you brought something new to the table and change the technology, the answer is no.
I think it's based on what you do to it.
It would have to be transformative. Let's put it this way. If we want to define it, it needs to be transformative. You can't just take lenticular and be like, okay, now we've got a couple more.
You can't
That's an
just go
improvement.
from a Commodore 64 to Windows 7. That's innovative. But
yeah. Well, the reason it's innovative there, Bobby, is because you change the chipset, you change the chips, you completely redesign the technology from the ground up. They're both computers.
But it's
they're both computers.
Speeds up.
Yeah.
Everything. Yes.
Yeah.
So that is
you got to really change it.
Innovative. Yes.
Yeah. But going from Windows 9 to Windows 10 is not innovation.
Or Windows 10, yeah, that would even.
Yeah, that's not innovation. That does not
early, but I was giving them the benefit of the doubt there. Yeah. So yeah.
But all I'm saying though is that is an example of iteration. Iteration is you're taking the previous and building on top of it. You're iterating. Every time it gets a little better. That's iterating, not innovating.
And that's where we are right now, is we're going through small leaps and bounds of iteration.
Yeah. So that's the reason why I challenged that. I think we have created because that 90s had an arms race of technologies and ideas.
Yep.
It forced a lot of really creative people
to market at that point.
It was. But what I'm getting at is that because you had these groups trying to come up with all these ideas, they literally burned through books worth of, hey, what if we tried this? And they did. But what if we tried? They did. They tried option A all the way through triple Z. Like they went through this gigantic list of ideas and tried most of them, if not all of them. And the ones they didn't try maybe they were just impossible. like most of the reasonably doable ideas, they tried.
That makes a lot of sense because they were trying stuff that had never been tried before. That's innovation.
Exactly.
And that's where the 90s actually has to say, for the hobby, I would give it the most creative time for innovation. I agree. I nod to the 100%. 90s, even though I don't like the 90s very much. But I'm just saying there is a lot of great stuff that was put out in that time period. 2000s was kind of the iteration. Actually, they were kind of leading off.
They were able to tweak a couple of things. They were able to tweak a couple of things and make a couple of interesting things there. But a lot of the really, really like groundbreaking stuff had already been kind of done. Now you're just modifying the formula.
2020, since 2020, we're right into that point of we're just keep embellishing upon the same old things. So it's not even iteration, it's not even creation, it's not even innovation. It's just like, what's new? What's kind of new? Okay, so we had the backgrounds where you have exploding dynamite. Now you have, all these little things. They're just that little step further. They're not quite a step forward. It's actually just a parallel step of, hey, we're just changing this and doing this. Instead of exploding dynamite, we're going to do, I don't know, exploding whatever, or just, a flicker of this or that. And I'd like to see something going forward. And I think it really has to be revamped in a sense that that the creation has to be new. I think they have to, I don't even think it's really about the cards. I think it's about what they do with the cards. And I think going forward, that's where they need to change a few things. I'm just saying, maybe the the hobby is over in the creation part and or innovation part, and they need to recreate the hobby in a different way, a little bit different than where it's going, because really nothing's new, really.
But that's basically
you could say, oh, this is new.
Yeah. So
now you just go, triple auto this, that, whatever.
Look, if you're young enough, some of this stuff may feel new to you because you didn't experience the previous. If you were around during that period, you can go back and go, okay, I can see where you drew inspiration from. I can see where you pull this. This is the base, and then here's you trying to
Well, you're at
come
a
up
good
with your
level
own.
where you can remember those things and you can
Yeah.
say, well, okay, that parallels with this. That parallels with this, you know.
Yeah.
So
And I can
you
show you
say that.
examples, or we can pull some
But
stuff.
most people going forward, they're just kind of looking at, yesterday forward. It's not really very, I guess, thought provoking for them. It's just what they're looking at now. But you went through the experimental stage. 80s, 70s, 60s. It was all just cards.
It was a good time. It was a lot of fun happening in real time. It was fun watching it. Yeah, in real time, it was fun watching it because we were surprised constantly. We were getting like, oh, really? You're going to try that? Interesting. Okay.
They motivated you.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Okay.
You to be a collector, and that was really good. How are they motivating you now? It's like, I don't care. Where's the hit? And you said it.
Where's the hit?
I
It
think
all
that's
comes full circle.
I think that's the mantra going forward is where's the hit? And that's sad in the sense of a collecting sense. In a card market sense, I guess it's all what it's about.
Yep. Let me read up here. I'll get caught up in some comments. Yeah, that's the Pinnacle Mint. Yep. So real quick, I'll read this. Chubby Champ says, we need a lenticular card of Eric meeting spoonfuls of mayo. Facts.
No.
That I would pay for.
You're completely wrong.
Big bucks.
You don't need that at all.
Matt says, give me Stadium Club every year and I'll be fine. Fair.
Mhm.
Brandon Ryan says, what comes after the fractor? Uber refractor. Uber fractor.
Is Eric there? Is he talking?
Yeah, 100%. He literally showed a card.
His thing's still spinning for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Right now,
log out and log back in because he's not even there.
yeah, give it a try because I can see him. Yeah, he's
Because
there.
I don't want to talk over him or something. I don't know if he's even talking.
Right now, he's showing off a card.
I'm talking, but I'm trying to show innovative.
Let me go
Yeah.
in.
Pop out and pop back in. Yeah, pop out and
Okay.
pop back in.
I'm trying to
Oh,
give
there we
examples of innovative things over the years. Now, again, we don't want to keep reusing the same ideas.
And I'm pretty sure they did reuse that idea later, Upper Deck. I believe they did reuse it.
I mean, here is a couple of ideas that I, at the time, had never seen before. A card inside a card, kind of, that pulls in and out. Coins in cards. I thought that was really cool when it happened. So I just hope that there's somebody working for these companies that are continuing to come up with these different ideas, are willing to take a chance, not dress people up, like old time, British royalty and put them in paintings because
You love UD portraits. Stop lying to the people.
that's utterly
All right.
ridiculous.
Can I interest you in a card pressed into an Eggo waffle? Sounds delicious.
I'll take the waffle. I like Eggo waffles. They're yummy.
Ham says, okay, I'll go with what you're stating about innovation. I'm fine with that. I have a problem with them not making cool cards anymore. That's fair. That is fair. Robert here says, was 89 Upper Deck baseball? Because I think it's an interesting question. I want to get caught up here because of some good comments here. Robert says, was 89 Upper Deck baseball using new materials to make the card shiny or innovative? So yes and no. Here's what I'll say. I think the fact that they did push the envelope, like a card is a card. So, the 89 Upper Deck did not reinvent the baseball card. However, what it did is it pushed the envelope on the materials. It said we can create a more premium version of this. And it pushed the rest of the marketplace to react to it because they came out and I think they were 99 cents a pack, which at that point was like, oh my God, 99 cents a pack. What are you guys doing? And the packs themselves were foil packs as opposed to the traditional kind of wax pack, design that they had going on. So tops and, so I showed before Score 88 Score actually has nice color photography on both sides of the card. So I actually think 88 Score is actually pretty nice. And for 1988 standards, almost innovative, I would dare say, because they've got a nice picture on the back, the full stats, the write-up, it's all in color, it's bright, it's color coordinated and all that. But 89 Upper Deck kind of pushed it and said, okay, we're going to put this in much nicer stock relative to the time. Obviously, you can go even more premium from that going forward. I think the next one that was really more innovative was Finest. Because when you make the chromium cards, and in turn the refractor cards, chromium and kind of that chromium look, which has become a staple now, Prism and, O-Pee-Chee Platinum, these are chromium cards, right?
Right.
Chromium was really started right there in that early 90s period. So 93 Finest, chromium. And you're like, oh man, these look different. Like you put them beside a regular baseball card, a regular Topps card, like this is a different beast.
Right.
But it's still a baseball card. That was much more innovative. But 89 Upper Deck pushed the envelope. It actually pushed the ball forward and said, if you guys want to keep up, you're going to have to step up your game. And by the way, Topps eventually did. It took them a couple of years because 89 Topps is still kind of standard Topps. 90 Topps, still kind of standard Topps. 91 was the 40th anniversary, still kind of standard Topps. 1992, they did change the card stock. 93, they modified it a little more. 1994, gloss on both sides. So it did. It took a couple of years. It was a slow progression from basically 92 to 94. But by 1994, the Topps baseball card looked very different than it did in 1989. It happened pretty fast, but it was forced because Upper Deck forced them. And they had better looking, a nice big image. You were able to show off more of the player. It was the combination of things together that made it innovative. But the card itself being innovative, not necessarily, but it was the combination of elements put into one package. That was new. For people that were opening packs in 89, that was a new thing.
And you had to stop calling it cardboard because it wasn't cardboard anymore.
It had changed, yeah. So Unreal, the normal size cards with a card thin LED, string lighting yet, solar charge so it lasts forever. Well, at least that would count as innovative. I'd give you that one. An LED light in there, I could give you that one. Can they just throw an innovation contest, best 3 ideas get made into a product? I think the liability on that would be interesting because the person would be like, all right, but how much are you giving me? You're making a new product. Yeah, we'll give you credit. Wait, so I just get exposure? I want money. If I come up with an innovative idea and you're using it, I want cash. Right? I don't know. Maybe there's me.
Cash.
Nothing in the card market was innovative. They're just new to this hobby. All ideas were taken from somewhere else. Yeah. And inspiration can come from a lot of different places, and that part's fine. So I'm almost there. I'm about 6 minutes behind. Let me get caught up here. The Snow Globe card from the Spider-Man set was cool. Made that card fun to play with. That's fair. I think 90 Topps had a prototype foil card. I don't recall, but I know they were experimenting. I know they did have prototypes. Upper Deck was about the photography. Yeah. And then Stadium Club became about the photography. They did a good job with those. 93 SP with the foil was pretty cool. Yeah. So that 93 SP was when they started utilizing kind of that different foils and it made it look different. Again, is the concept of using foil necessarily new? No. But in the context of a baseball card, it was the first proper use of it. So for the genre, it was innovative. It pushed the envelope forward and gave you another way you could take advantage and make it interesting for folks. Here's Amanda. Good evening. I'm late. What did I miss? So Eric, back me up on this. We had a very, very intricate discussion on innovation.
We did.
We defined innovation versus iteration. Like, dare I say we were downright scholarly for a little bit there?
I think that's probably why a lot of our viewers left because they're like, I'm here for complete.
I saw the numbers go up, Eric. I saw the numbers go up during the scholarliness.
I'm here for complete, utter nonsense, and I'm not getting any right now. So I'm out of here.
There you go.
They wouldn't let me in the show. It was weird.
Oh, really? It wasn't working for you?
No, not at all.
What were you getting? Was it showing anything interesting?
No, it would come up, and I didn't get backstage. I couldn't get backstage.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know
about that
going
one
on with this thing. I think
weird.
we got the live on or something because maybe I'm hitting my max on my.
No, the recording's off. I double checked. It's off.
It's off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're good on this.
Going through Facebook, and I've been getting a lot of, I'm searching through Marketplace or something like that, and then the top is flickering. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe I need an update or something. I don't know.
Could be.
Anyways, I'm back.
So Robert says, what about plant-based? What about plant-based card stock marketed for vegans? There you go. What about plant-based card stock marketed for vegans?
Still eating fucking grapes?
Oh, 100% forever.
Jesus Christ.
Amanda says, I'll have to rewatch. I'm skeptical. Amanda, have more faith in us and watch. There is scholarliness there.
Oh, she missed the best part. We actually did have a nice scholarly talk there. Yeah.
That's what I said. We talked about innovation. We defined it versus iteration. Very important differences, and kind of talk through that a little bit. So there was some good stuff in there.
Yeah,
yeah. I must give us credit where it is due. There was some good stuff in there, and it was a worthy discussion. And Eric was eating grapes, so we got that going for us. Question for you guys. So let me kind of pose a little bit of a question here.
The GMO seedless grapes.
Maybe.
These are my last 4 grapes. I ate the rest.
So let me pose a question here for the chat and everyone else. I want to kind of get your thoughts on this. I do have one specific topic that I wanted to touch on that's kind of open-ended because this can actually go in a bunch of different directions, but we can do it in a little bit or we can go. I did put it in the thumbnail and we can touch on it briefly because I think it opens to a broader topic. In the thumbnail, I put a picture of the Oakland Athletics in their last game in the Oakland Coliseum because they're going to get moved out of Oakland.
Yeah.
It opens to a broader discussion about teams moving and things like that and the concept of it. And really, because obviously there have been relocations. They're not as common as they were at one time. So thankfully, it's not a regular occurrence anymore like it once was. WHA moved teams like every 14 seconds. Like everybody moved like. So thankfully, it's not as common as it once was. It's not
1 to
quite
2
as bad.
years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as bad as that. However, I think where it becomes interesting is that is a team that had a lot of legacy in Oakland. And that team is weird because it's actually moved. It's been 3 different locations. This will be the 4th. They started life in Philadelphia under Connie Mack, and they lasted years, won world championships, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then they moved to Kansas City in very bizarre thing for about a decade. Very strange. The Kansas City A's.
What?
It's Kansas City Athletics. They stayed the A's.
Oh, the
They've been the A's the whole time.
Yeah.
They're go check out like the 50s cards. There's some Kansas City A's cards in there. And then they moved to Oakland, I want to say in 67 or 68.
Yeah,
so they've been there for 57, 58 years. It's been a long time. So for the people of Oakland, it's been pretty well entrenched in there. And it really came down to a really crappy owner. There's a really crappy owner that didn't try, didn't remotely. So it became a chicken or the egg situation. The attendance suffered, and then people said, "Oh, they're not supporting the team." It's like, yeah, but the team's shit, and the owner's an ass, and no one likes him. And he literally did nothing to endear himself in any way, shape, or form to the people there. And he made it very clear that he had disdain for his own fan base and let the Coliseum fall into disrepair to the point it was a dump. Well, you add in combine all these elements. Does that seem, Eric, like a pleasant experience that yes, let me support this team and this owner that has open disdain for me?
It's typical California.
Sounds like the Red Sox.
Basically. But they did it for 20 years. For 20 years, they've been literally basically spitting upon and literally not even showing the face. And then right at the end, they're like, yeah, we're moving this team. And then they wrote like a letter talking about the whole history of Oakland. And we're sorry, we tried.
Well,
and he's literally like slapping them across the face, going like, we're going to mock you on our way out. And now they're going to Sacramento.
So they should do a special card for those.
Maybe.
A's or
Tops
something.
now.
Maybe. Yeah, get ourselves the tops now. So, Hobby Champs, I did read your comment. I did touch on it a couple minutes ago. You might have missed that one, but I did see it and I did read it out loud. And I said, hey, listen, the LED lights, at least that's innovative. I don't know where to take us, but at least it's innovative. So credit to you on that.
Bobby, you know the connection between the Oakland Athletics and the California Golden Seals, right?
Okay, yeah, it was same owner, wasn't it?
Same owner.
Yeah.
And the reason the
I
Golden
have his
Seals,
autograph too.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
The Golden Seals had the same colors as the A's.
Yes.
Including the white skates. Now because the Oakland A's wore white cleats.
Really?
Yep. So the Seals had to wear the white skates. They wanted to match the colors in the whole thing to promote each other and to keep and show the fans of Oakland and that area, that they were sister teams.
Well, actually, the white skates were by Bauer. And now Bauer came in 1970 and said, okay, listen, we're going to go to white skates, theme skates for all of the teams. Now, all of them had to participate to be able to, for the whole NHL to be viable to use Bauer, because Bauer was the official skate of the NHL at that time. And unfortunately, I think only St. Louis Blues, California Seals, and one other team wore the skates for a very short period of time. I think only the St. Louis Blues wore it in playoffs, and the California Seals only wore it for part or most of the season. And after that, it was defunct because all teams weren't involved. So I don't know how, because Bauer was a shoe company. It was what was the name of the company? They did Kodiak and all the other stuff. I think it was under the Kodiak brand. So maybe the shoes used by the Oakland A's may have been another signed deal incorporating the same, because That's basically the hockey breakdown of all of that. That's the facts on that.
There you go.
But that's why the
Who
colors.
knew? I knew that, right?
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. I know you know everything, but that's why the uniforms were the same colors. And I saw a documentary about it, and that's where I got the information about the white skates, trying to match the white cleats.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. Let me read a couple here. CC says the A's left Oakland, but so did the Golden State Warriors. Also the Oakland Raiders. 3 teams.
Oh.
They lost 3 teams from that in the last couple of years.
I know. Eh?
It's actually been a really bad run for Oakland. Really bad run for them. They lost all of them. And actually leads me
so well.
It leads me to a point. Well, here's the thing. California in general is fine because some of those other teams are not. The Golden State didn't move out of state. Golden State moved to a different part. They moved out of Oakland, but they moved over to a different place. They're still in the state. So like that's kind of an extra insult. It's like, yeah, we're leaving Oakland, but we're not leaving the state. We're just moving elsewhere.
So much stuff has happened there. Actually, in 1967, when the California Seals, that's what they were actually called. Halfway through the season, they moved to a new arena in Oakland, and then they called themselves the Oakland Seals. So they were California Seals first for 6 months, and then they were, for the balance, Oakland Seals. Oakland Seals ran to 1970. Then they became the California Golden Seals in 1970, 71, right up to 1976 when they ended and they went into, being the Cleveland Barons, I guess, at that point, and splitting off with Minnesota. So I do know the history of that very well.
Remember, we talked about this, a few months ago on the show about how the Dallas Stars are the bastard child of the California Golden Seals.
Indirectly, because they were part of Minnesota as they incorporated into. Yep. So then it became the Dallas Stars in 1993. Yep. Yeah, 92 they were the Stars, and then that was the one year that they were just the Stars from Minnesota, and then it was Stars, and then they were the Dallas Stars after that. Yeah.
So you know how there's been franchises like the Hurricanes and the Coyotes that have kept some history from the places they left. Like Gordie Howe had his number retired and for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, it's stupid,
right? And Bobby Hull had his number retired in Arizona.
Yeah, it's right? Silly.
So I want to see the Dallas Stars retire Reggie Leach's number.
We'll get our people. We'll get our people on that.
That wouldn't be right. That wouldn't be right. You got to have Philly for that. Come on.
Listen. We'll do it the same time that the Boston Bruins retire Bobby Orr's number. Illegitimately. Robert here says, I hope they stay in Sacramento. No. I'm saying when Boston does it illegitimately.
I know.
Chicago is where his number belongs.
Of course.
Anything else is an insult.
I think so.
Robert says, I hope they stay in Sacramento and not move to Vegas. Oh, they won't stay in Sacramento. They're like in a minor league park. They will move it. Summer baseball in Vegas will not be a good thing. Yeah, that's fair. And here's the thing. Vegas doesn't really want it. If Vegas was going to take it, they'd rather have an expansion team than get the Oakland A's. Because again, you're still stuck with the same owner.
Yep.
Everyone is looking with that owner. I actually want to make a point about this. So let me finish reading these comments, but I want to make a point to open the discussion up to the chat and everybody else as well. So Hobby Champ says the league should kibosh teams making lateral or backwards moves pertaining to moving cities, as in moves that only benefit the owners and not the league in general. We'll talk on that. That's an interesting perspective from a man of peace. Always the man of peace. Bring back the Minnesota North Side. Listen, Minnesota would love that. I joked about it before, but I actually think it would be a good karma kind of make good. If I'm the Dallas side, I'd be like, you know what? North Stars, go ahead. I think it'd be a nice gesture. And I think Minnesota would super appreciate it.
Wild?
I don't think anyone cares about it. The Wild would become the North Stars. Yeah. I don't think anyone would care. And the Minnesota folk would love it. Like, I actually think they would it would be a really nice gesture. And I'm sure they could get some kind of a deal and arrangement. I'm sure Minnesota would be like, sure, is there something we can offer you that would make it worth your while and like within reason? And then I don't think anyone would whine about it. North Stars and Stars can exist and that's fine. Not a big deal. I think it'd be okay. Everyone hear Eric like button? Facts.
Ham, I'm going to hit your face. That's what I'm going to hit.
And Ham's going to hit you with a jar of mayo, and and you're going to run.
Yeah.
So I think when it comes to this, though, this is a situation with a really crummy owner, like I said, who basically ran the franchise into the ground, basically never really had an intention to stick around, kind of did everything he could to undermine any attempts to stay long term. And it was always the idea to move it. But the interesting thing is, in a way, it kind of this bad behavior is encouraged because they've always got the scapegoat. And he's not the first owner to use this. The scapegoat is always, well, the government's not going to give us money. And I sit there, and I've talked about this before, and my thing is always, aren't you a businessman? You're supposedly running a business. Why can't you buy your own fucking building?
True enough.
Finance your own building, buy your own shit, fix your own shit. If you need some improvements of roads around it or something like that, that's where the local government can be like, yeah, we'll help you out. Sure, we'll help you out. Or we'll give you a little bit of a break. But build your own fucking building with your own money and your own financing and do your own shit. Why do we have to flip the bill every time? Because then the taxpayer's like, wait, I don't want to pay for this. We have the same, well, the irony is Rogers owns the Blue Jays. For the most part, I can't complain. I can complain about a lot of things about Rogers. But one thing I cannot complain is that they've done renovations to the dome and everything. The problem is the Blue Jays don't have another place they could go even if they wanted to. No. Because there's no space. There's no place to put another thing. The dome is
Ontario Place and playing.
Sure. The thing is the dome is actually very well located. That location is actually primo real estate. It's a very good spot for. It's easy to get to. It's easy to connect to. There's train. 100%. They can make a ton of money on the land. Oh, yeah. But the reality is that it's a good spot for that stadium to be, and it's very accessible to a lot of folks.
Yep.
But the reality is, it would cost a fortune to rebuild a stadium, even in the same spot. So it's so everybody looks at it. Now, fortunately, they haven't come out with hat in hand and tried to get people big. Because here's the thing: I don't think anyone would want to pay for it. There's no mayor or local government that would be like, yeah, we're not. No. Rogers, you have tons of money. You raise my cable bill and my internet bill. You're already charging me for it. Even if I don't need to give you an extra dime. Thank you. No. You're doing fine on your own. And by the way, you own the television rights to it, so you're basically double dipping in your own pocket. You literally are making money hand over fist on this, all things considered. Yep. So it's like you make enough money, you don't need more help from me financially. If I want to support the team by buying merch, by buying tickets or whatever, that's my direct support. Outside of that, I don't want you to charge me a dime of taxes for this shit. No, thank you.
I just think that if you're going to get tax money to build a stadium, some of that revenue has to go back to the taxpayers.
And so it should.
And it never does. It literally never does.
No, the taxpayers pay for the stadium and the owner keeps all the money.
Exactly. It's a terrible business deal. It's a horrific business deal.
It's a good business deal for him.
Yes.
Whatever percentage the taxpayers paid to put that new stadium there, that's the percentage of return that the city and or state should get.
Yeah. And see, Eric, that would be okay. Because then we theoretically would get something for our investment in it. Yeah. Fine. You want us to subsidize for you, we get a cut. We get a cut of this. If that's what you're proposing, that's a business proposal. Now we can keep talking. Now we have something to talk about. But outside of that, like, no, this is a one-sided deal. I give you money and I get nothing. Oh, well, it helps the local economy. No, fuck you.
It helps the businesses around.
Yeah.
There, yes.
Yeah. And the thing is, even then, temporarily, like it's the impact is not long term in a lot of these things because guess what? The shiny newness wears off. It always wears off.
Season and only if the team is successful.
Yeah.
Only.
And no guarantees on any of that.
Right.
So it's like no thanks. If you want to come to the table with a business proposal, what you're talking about was a business proposal where we're getting something for it as well. Okay, now maybe we have a little interest in continuing this conversation.
We have the worst negotiators possible. We gave up the 407 because we couldn't rent it, but somebody else can rent it pretty profitably. So what's going on?
Well, that's the thing. So I'm of two minds on this. I feel bad for the legitimate Oakland A's fans because they are getting screwed over in this because they're sitting there going like, we don't want to support this guy. But at the same time, he was lording it overhead, and he had every intention of moving it anyway. So it's like, do we then throw in bad money after good and get nothing out of this? And in the end, he moves the team anyway. And then now they don't have a team, so now that stadium's going to sit there and be used for a couple of things, and then eventually it just becomes derelict. It's already kind of derelict now, and it's going to get worse. And then the legitimate long-term fans do lose that, and that is a shame because that team did once upon a time have some success, even in Oakland. In the 70s, they won 3 straight world championships, and they won another one in the 80s.
Too.
Yeah. Hall of
But what happens
Famers,
to
legends.
The fandom is so hard to carry over to a new area. It's a tough move. Very tough.
Well, the thing is, what helped Oakland is that in the 70s they won 3 World Series in Oakland. So they were able to build up. They had Raleigh Fingers. They had all those great players with those 70s teams. And then in the 80s, they had the Bash Brothers, Ricky Henderson, and all these players who were very good. And they were able to get to multiple World Series. They did win a World Series. That was the Earthquake one, I think, in '89 against San Francisco. So they did win that one. So the point is but that team was a dominant team in that late 80s, early 90s period. They were excellent. So that means that team was consistently, so through the beginning of the 90s, that team was legitimately competitive every year. And that, of course, the Coliseum, they had no problem putting butts in the seats during that run. Not a problem. So it's funny when a team is good, the fans will show up. It's weird how that works. And when it looks like they're actually trying to win, when it feels like they're actually trying to win, again, people will put butts in the seats. They'll be there.
Yep.
It's not difficult.
Empty. Fenway's empty. Nobody wants to go. It's a crappy 100-and-something-year-old stadium with obstructed views. The place is an absolute dump. There's literally rats running around.
Rats.
Oh, Boston has a horrible rat problem. So there's rats running around everywhere, and the product on the field is atrocious, and it's been that way for the last few years because the ownership group decided a handful of years ago it was no longer going to compete with New York, and they were going to scale back and put their own salary cap on. Yeah. Where when they were winning all those championships, Boston and the Yankees were going back and forth of, who had the highest payroll. Well, John Henry, the owner, and the other minority owners came together and said, we're not doing this anymore. We're going to run our organization like the Tampa Bay Devil Rays and not spend any money and put the bare minimum out there. And
Eric, they spent $160 million. That's not the bare minimum. The bare minimum is much lower. Much lower.
What's the Yankees spend?
I'll actually pull it up, but just so you know, compared to the last World Series, the attendance is down about 3,000 per game. They're still getting like 95% of what they did from the World Series year. The attendance is fine. They got a smaller stadium.
No. Corporate
32,770 per game.
No. So let me explain something. The seats are not full. The tickets are sold.
That's a Toronto Maple Leaf thing, Eric. When you talk about seats, I don't care how many people show up. It's how many tickets were sold. That's the real number.
Corporate seats and
then the corporate took care of it.
Yeah.
Then the attendance is fine.
There's no one there.
Yeah, but Eric, you're talking about two different things. The entire lower bowl of the Leafs games is empty. They're all paid for.
You're talking money. I'm talking fans showing up to see the product.
Uh-huh.
Joe average fan is not taking money out of their wallet to go see that crap anymore.
Yeah, and the owners care why.
Yeah,
it's about the tickets being sold, Eric. You can put a cardboard cutout there if you want. As long as you paid for the ticket, the ticket's paid for. Imagine if all major league teams had ownership structure like the Green Bay Packers. I don't think it would work for baseball because the NFL lucked into their arrangement. The NFL, if they had the chance to redo it, the Dallases and the New Yorks and some of the bigger market teams would never agree to that deal. Because, so I don't know, Eric, do you know basically the story of the NFL and how that basically worked out?
No, not. I always kind of wondered how Green Bay, and I mean, I always meant to kind of.
It was an accident. It was a total accident. In the 60s, basically, they ended up having a conversation about television because television is still relatively new for sports in the 60s. Obviously, games had been on TV, but I'm saying knew the concept of having regular games.
Yes.
So they were talking about it, and basically the owners didn't think much of it. So the owners at the time are like, all right, you just want to split it even? Yeah, sure, whatever. That's effectively the attitude. It was just like, yeah, sure, we'll split it even, whatever. Because none of them thought it would be a big deal. So they basically agreed to split the television revenue even. Green Bay gets the same amount from TV that Dallas gets. They get the same amount from TV that New York gets. It doesn't matter what part of the country. Chicago Bears, Green Bay Packers, all of them get a same cut of the television product.
Okay.
Well, fast forward to today, Green Bay makes bank off of that, which allows a small market team to be like, yeah, we can get free agents because we're getting billions of dollars a year on television deal, and we're getting a cut of billions of dollars a year. So we're making the same from TV as the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys can sell a ton of merch and all the rest of it, but then because Green Bay could compete, their fans would support the team. They'd show up, they'd buy merch, they'd do all that. So they still had other revenue streams too. But the fact is the TV money was guaranteed and locked in. So when they made those big television contracts, Amazon is paying $1 billion a year for a shitty Thursday night football game. The Packers get a cut of that.
Yeah.
And they never have to be on Thursday night football. But they're still getting a cut. $1 billion a year, Eric, they're getting an even cut.
Well, if they suck like the Patriots do, they'll be back on Thursday nights.
Yeah. But the point is, that allows all the teams, even the smaller market teams, to be able to operate on a level playing field, relatively speaking. To the Dallas Cowboys can still sell a ton of merch. Like their brand allows them to sell a ton of stuff. But from television, they're all getting hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Yeah.
So that guarantees you a certain amount of revenue without even selling a single ticket, without selling a shirt or a hat or anything. You've got a certain amount of revenue automatically coming in every year. And it's increased every year, year after year after year. And they added more games and they've added more. And the revenue just keeps doing this, going up, 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 up. They're getting a cut. It was a total accident, total fluke. Had it not happened. So this whole thing here, if they had done it like that, Oakland would probably still be in Oakland because then everybody else would be like, yeah, you're not moving it. You can stay in Oakland. You're getting the cut of this sweet, sweet television money. So shut up about it and fix your stadium. Basketball arena is dead next door to, yep, for the Golden State, yep. Philly Joe says, please remember that pretty much all parking, approximately 25 per space in Philly, is revenue for the city, offsetting state investment. Bottom line, consumers, we the people get screwed. Yes. Very true. Zach says, good evening, 19 likes. Thank you all for putting the screws to Eric, but we can do better. Facts.
Thanks a lot. That's awesome.
Zach knows. Brian says, make the rats the mascot. So when the kids see a good one, it's a good luck open. Genius marketing, turning a negative into positive. There you go.
Exactly.
Here we go. I've been to Fenway twice as a tourist. Love the atmosphere. Crowd was in the game. Unlike most times I've gone to the Skydome. Most of the time, people in the Skydome don't know what the sport is. This is a weird hockey game. That's strange. Where's the ice? Hockey Champ says, imagine if the teams were linked with the cities they're in, as in all profits flow back into the city. That would be an astounding league that popularity would be in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Well, like I said,
Right.
good
luck.
The NFL thing was a fluke. And the Green Bay Packers are still an anomaly. They're the only community-owned team in the entire thing. They're it. There's none of the other ones. They're all owned by individual owners who have billions and billions of dollars.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they're the only ones. And it was a total accident. I was saying to Eric that the whole television thing was basically because they had a nonchalant attitude about it. In the 60s, they didn't think television would be a big deal. So they basically agreed to split television even.
Really?
So Green Bay gets the same cut as New York, gets the same cut as Dallas. They get the same amount. They all get billions of dollars from television.
Damn.
That allows the small market to compete. You don't have to worry about it. So automatically, there's built-in hundreds of millions a year in revenue from television automatically without anything else. So it means the Green Bays can stay competitive. There's
smart.
no excuses by anybody. Yeah. But that's the thing. It was smart in hindsight, but it wasn't that they were being smart. It's just they didn't care. Otherwise, Dallas and New York, it would be like, no, we get a bigger cut. We're the bigger market. Total accident, total fluke. And the NFL is a very profitable league today. But it was a total accident. I can't give them credit for any genius foresight. It's like total fluke. Total fluke.
Happens.
There you go. Paul says, the seats are not full. Bobby Orr was a good Boston Bruin. When will the lies stop? When indeed, Eric? When indeed?
Paul.
Here we go.
Hold on. Look at your phone.
Ooh, he's looking at his phone. He's gone to the phone. But anyway, so
look at your phone.
You're getting more text than I am. Holy geez.
I guess so. So bottom line, great comments. I totally agree. I think it's a shame. Hopefully, the problem is you're not going to fix the Oakland A's, formerly Oakland A's, problem until you get rid of the owner. The owner's shit. And that's the problem is really, if baseball had wanted to be a good steward for that franchise, it would. The problem is he didn't do anything while he was a crap owner and not a swell fella, dare I say. He didn't do enough to get booted out. It wasn't a Donald Sterling situation where the league is like, no, you are out. You are gone. Get out. Out.
Bye.
I wish
Yeah.
you could do that with Bettman.
There's a lot of folks who would love to be able to do that with a couple of different people, including Bettman. Yeah. But the problem is Bettman, by the metric of the Board of Governors, is super successful. They love him. He is the best.
If he's making money, yes, of course. It's sort of like,
And they've made money. The Board of Governors, they're the ones who let him have his job, and they've increased his salary every year. They love the guy. Now,
it's sort of like
here's
Shanahan.
where
Shanahan is successful in the sense like he actually blamed the loss of the Leafs on himself. He said, it's all my fault, but he's making money. So they fire the coach, but they leave Shanahan there. It's sort of like, come on, guys, let's get. You have no control.
it's the best way to keep a job in that kind of business, because when the metric is how much money you make, the success of the product doesn't really matter.
No.
So now, where I think there is an interesting counterpoint, Eric, where I think it plays into this.
Bettman is now sending.
Of course he is, 100%. You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, it's now. Oh, all right, hold on.
He's probably sending obscene things that are unpublishable.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? Look at this shit.
Yeah, Hot Pocket straight up mayo.
Oh,
this is your fault, Eric.
I'm blocking
the
him.
livelihood.
Another abomination against the Lord, Eric. You deserve this. This is all for you.
The livelihood of the millennials.
You have to figure he had that in his holster, right? Like, he didn't
Of course.
just come up with that.
Look, this is not Paul's first rodeo with you, Eric.
No.
The man has got probably an entire folder ready, like Bushi, Eric Fodder, boom. You're hitting hit with this one today.
Paul is sharper than he looks.
Screw him.
Yeah, like he's ready, man. He's ready for you. You don't want to play this man. You don't play this man.
No, homie don't play those games. No.
That's right. Look at you, Bobby.
All can go screw.
That's why you're a doctor. The important thing is with a lot of these, and I actually was listening to a podcast where they were talking about this. The NHL has been successful from the metric of making more money each year as they've gone along. However, if we're really thinking about this, if we actually measure this correctly, Eric, and this is where I think it's interesting. In the 1990s, right around the mid-90s, Sports Illustrated was arguing about the NHL being neck and neck with the NBA. And in the years since, the NBA exploded and blew past them and they basically were in a Lamborghini, hit the pedal to the metal and blew past. Yeah. Whereas the NHL did continue to progress. They are making more revenue today than they did in the 90s, in the 2000s. They have. But do the comparison of the television deals and all that. The NBA did this. The NFL did this. The NHL did. It is going up. Like, let's not lie. It is going up.
As usual, really.
But it's like this, and the other ones are already up there. Like, they already, and they just keep going. The gap is getting wider.
I think that was more of a generational shift, where a lot of people were more into basketball. Hockey is very specific, where you need ice, you need skates, you need sticks, you need pucks, you need all these other things. Where basketball, you can pick up and play a game in how many different courts are out there? So many, and soccer too. Soccer, you just need two jackets and a little field to play on, and that's why those sports with the immigration of different people coming in, that was the predominant sport. And I think you've had that dominated in a lot of different ways. And hockey has always stayed very much a Canadian sport, and it always sort of will be. Unfortunately, that's just going forward. It's a dying breed, but I think it's still surviving in a certain way, except Bateman likes to have certain cities stay around when they really shouldn't be gone. They should be gone.
Well, the thing is, look, here we go. First opportunity tonight. Eric, to be fair.
To be fair.
Thank you. Really, the only reason Bettman was doing it is because he wanted, Phoenix and Arizona is actually a very good television market. It is one of the bigger television markets in the country. Really? He was like, we don't have, if you go to the numbers, the top, no, in general, just television.
Okay.
So the point is, the point is, you want to have representation in some of your biggest markets if you can. If you have a choice, all things being equal, you want a team in New York. You want a team in Los Angeles. You want imagine you said, oh, we don't even need a team in. Well, you don't need one. but it hurts the idea of having a national package if you don't hit some of the big play.
True.
Phoenix and that area, believe it or not, is actually a decent sized television market, especially compared to some of these, like compared to anything in Minnesota. Like by a factor of multiples, it's a much better television. Oh, Minnesota again. I'm separating hockey from television. The NHL wants TV. They want that big TV package. You need to have representation in some of these places to try to sell the game.
Sure.
The problem was, and this is an NHL problem. You're right about the demographics, but one thing that they failed to do, which I think everybody agrees, the NHL has never been good at marketing stars.
No.
They have stars. Look at the NBA. I don't care if you like the guy. I don't care if you hate the guy. You know who LeBron is. I don't care if you like the guy. I don't care if you hate the guy. You know who Kevin Durant is. Pick the top guys in the NBA, and people who watch SportsCenter, they know who these people are.
Listen, I'll make it even clearer. My mother is a sports fan. I guarantee you she knows who LeBron James is. I am not sure if she knows who Sidney Crosby is.
Yeah,
really?
You could have Connor McDavid sit with you at dinner, and she'd be like, "He's a nice young man. Who is he?"
She has no idea. I bet you she has no idea who Connor McDavid is.
And that's the point. And who is at the top? Who is one of your top stars in the game? Right at the top. You can't pick him out of a police lineup. Hockey fans can, but I'm saying the general populace. If I ask them, they can pick out some of these other players. They can pick out some of the bigger stars.
He was marketed well, though.
He was. But it's a very specific time frame.
He went from New York, and then he went to LA, and then he went, from Edmonton. Obviously, there was nothing, but he encompassed the whole genre of the major sports areas, and that was smart of him. Now he's doing, I don't know what he's doing. Shots for old people. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, the other thing is when Gretzky was around, and he was at his apex, ESPN was actually covering hockey regularly. Yeah. There was a point, and then ESPN had a hockey package. They had a hockey game and everything. But for a while there, the NHL pissed off ESPN, and they were on the outs. And when that happened, ESPN is like, "Yeah, we're not going to cover it. We'll do like the bare minimum. We'll basically acknowledge the existence of the sport."
They destroyed hockey in the United States. ESPN did, and when they got the rights back, last year, I couldn't believe it. I just could not believe that, the NHL would go back to ESPN, who I believe single-handedly destroyed that slow movement you were talking about. The ESPN destroyed that slow movement in the States single-handedly.
So you would prefer they go back to the Outdoor Life Network?
Maybe.
How about Versus? How do you feel about Versus?
I like those channels, first of all.
Most people don't, Eric. Most people don't.
And I like Spike. I like that channel too.
Yeah, it's not around anymore. But
they were covering a lot of Hollywood stars at one time.
Good evening, Paul.
It seemed like they stopped. They were covering them at the games, and when they were going, it was cool to go to a hockey game. And
Bobby,
actually, it was in.
It's those little things, Bobby. It's those little things that people don't think about. Marketing your stars, making it showing that there are some people, celebrities or whatever, that are interested. It gives you an excuse to talk about it beyond just the score of the individual game. You can actually add a little bit of flavor to it. Look, the NHL can do whatever the hell it wants. That's its business. But the reality is you can't complain that you didn't grow as fast as the other sport when these other sports are doing everything in their power to get the big players out in front of the people.
Well, I guess one of the downfalls, unfortunately, is that Ovechkin is Russian, and he is going to break Gretzky's record. And I think a lot of people have a little dispute with that, and that doesn't really help the industry, so to speak. So I think
Russia's not on good terms right now with the world.
Yeah, obviously, all that's happening, and he's going to break Gretzky's record, and that's like an abomination to some people. And but I think it's good for the league, and that something big can happen, and it will happen. I think it will happen. I think he'll get it. Maybe close to the end of next year, if not the following year. And
the Chase is your next opportunity to actually have a reason to give appointment viewing to the that's going to be good for attention. It'll draw interest where the Capitals go for the next bit.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I think and everybody who's holding the Ovechkin rookie cards, make sure you sell it about 3 months before he breaks that record, I think it'll be a little smarter than waiting till he does and then trying
No,
to sell.
you
Because
will
it'll be
never get the
on-
most waiting until he does. Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
in the lead up to it is best.
The
you're going to
build
flood
up.
the market at
build
that
up,
point.
people
It'll
are
just
gonna
be
go
like
nuts.
everybody's looking for, $10,000 for a card.
When
Good
he's
luck.
like 10 away, sell.
Yeah, right about there. They're the
No,
give or take
a
there.
little before that. A little before that.
Honestly 10 is
Because he
fine
could
because
get a
you're
hat
still gonna have a
trick
little
and
time.
he could get a couple points, and then boom, boom, boom. 6 games later, he's right there. So I think you really want to go about 15 points, 15,
Sure.
20 points.
So Robert
I
here
think
says
that'll be the height of the market, and I think it'll have a little blip, and then it'll drop off as everybody sells at a certain point.
hashtag
saying.
invest. Hashtag don't listen to us.
Not that
Robert says I'm a bit surprised that Vegas hockey team has been as successful as it's been. I guess lucky they have very good teams from there. So it's not luck. So I will say this. We can give Bedman a ton of flack, and he deserves it. He's earned a ton of the flack he gets, and the boos are earned. However, we can state correctly, they learned with the Vegas team, they learned from the mistakes of the past. They're like, wait a minute, in this market, this is a new market. It's not a traditional hockey market. Maybe we make sure they're not crap. Maybe we tweak the expansion draft. We adjust the list a little bit, because if you go look at that initial roster, they were not bad right from the get-go. They were able to get quality players right from the start.
One of the first times that an expansion team had.
Yeah. And they specifically tweaked the rules to be like, okay,
Yes,
we're going to let you guys protect players, but we're going to make sure that you're going to leave at least a couple of quality players available. And then it's up to the general manager's credit of Vegas. They made the correct selections as well. So not only did they have a pool of better talent available compared to other expansion teams, they actually made the correct selections. They went to the menu and picked the right choices, and it allowed them to get good very fast and then win a Stanley Cup. Well, now they're a lot more solidified. That in Dallas, when they moved over, the fact they were able to field a competitive team almost immediately, huge. Modano came out with a 50-goal season in the first season in Dallas. That's huge. You can sell that. Market the hell out of it. Huge.
Sure.
And then the team got better very quickly and became a contender very quickly after that. Huge. Then you get to the Stanley Cup and you win. Now you're solidified.
Foot in the crease.
Oh yeah.
Now you're the most legit goal that has ever existed. The greatest. And some would say some would think. The only thing would have made better is if Brett Hall had pretended that somebody tripped him and just went like this. Like in a totally staged photo. That would have totally sold it. I think Eric would have appreciated it more if he'd done that. Yeah. Amazing. Sensational.
They had a
Sensational.
stupid ass rule in place, and they called so many people on it and called so many goals back throughout the season. And then the last goal of the season, they go, go ahead.
Eric, it was triple overtime. It was late. We were all tired and wanted to go to bed.
Pretty much.
Brett Hall could literally have murdered Dominic Hasek, stabbed him to death with his stick, and it's like, that's legit. We're going home. Everyone go to bed.
Foot in the crease.
Amazing.
If it's foot in the crease in game 1 in the season, it's foot in the crease in the last game of the season.
I think we have to
no.
Yes.
I think we have to shift to a pickup. Here's my pickup for this week.
All right, hold on. Let me make it a little easier to see.
Okay,
look at that.
Slapshot Live.
So you guys, Bobby, while you're explaining, I'm just going to get a refill. You guys look over it and discuss. Be right back.
Yeah. So Slapshot Live was actually, it happened in 1980, whereas a team went on a tour. Wasn't the original players, but they did a tour where they would play on the ice and do the slap shot kind of game. So it was actually a very unique kind of different thing. So you had different players. You had the Charlestown Chiefs, you had the Hanson brothers, you had everybody included in there, which was kind of neat. Here's the Hanson brothers, but it's not the real Hanson brothers.
Right. Yeah.
But it was from that time period. What else do we have? You have Dr. Hook there.
Yeah.
And then you have the Stars game, the World Stars. It was very interesting, and actually it's autographed by Dr. Hook and a few of the other ones. And there's the goalie's mask.
Oh, that's cool.
It is nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was very short run. So having a program from this is very rare. Even the people who collect Slapshot and all the other paraphernalia
Yeah.
is they don't really even know about this short run.
I didn't know about it. You're teaching me something new. I knew nothing about this traveling Disney on Ice version of Slapshot.
Almost, something like that. But it was real. But in the sense of acting, yes, it was. It says the cast and management of Slapshot Live would like to take the opportunity to thank Universal Studios for the bringing of Paul Newman, George Roy Film Company, co-starring Michael Ontkeen, Lindsay Krause, and Jennifer Warren, Jersey Hauser, and whatever. Okay.
We met Jerry Hauser. He's one of the nicest guys. He was so nice to all of us when we were hanging with those guys a couple of years ago. Remember?
Yeah, quite a few of these people in here were famous hockey players, or somewhat semi-famous. But it is 1977 Universal Pictures. It was all certified. Everything was went through the right path, and this is a very nice program that most people would never. I have never seen one, and I posted on there's a Slapshot group, and I asked one of the guys who was there, and he goes, "Boy, that's a tough program." He goes, that didn't last long. It started out good, but it just didn't go. And I went, "Wow." He goes, "Yeah, that's a very, very rare program." It's part of the fandom. I understand, but it's not directly related to the real Hanson brothers or anything else. But it was definitely, it was almost like you said, Stars on Ice kind of thing. Just something they did, but directly related and officially licensed to be affiliated with Slapshot.
It's kind of like the Globetrotters, right? I mean, it's like a traveling entertainment version of the movie and hockey.
Yeah,
they probably played local, teams and charity, raise money for charity or something. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what they did. It's very interesting because there's very little written about it, and actually, if you Google it, it's almost non-existent. And I talked to this guy who runs that group, and he said, "Yeah, there's nothing. Like, you can't even find it on Wikipedia. It's so rare." And I said, "Oh, okay, that's good." So I had to buy it because I said, "I never heard of this." Like,
make sure Yannick knows about it. I bet he'd get a kick out of that.
Who's that?
Yannick. Make sure you tell him all about it.
Yeah, he did see it, so he was kind of
going, "Oh, that's out of that." He likes that
for sure. And that's the weird stuff that's in the hobby. That's something a little different off the beaten path. I think it's really nice.
Well, if you don't mind me piggybacking off that, you already know this, but I haven't shown you yet. But something that's different and off the beaten path of hockey are these ashtrays that I collect.
Yes.
And thanks to you, and I haven't posted it on Instagram yet. Maybe I can get around to it this weekend. I have 2 new ones to the collection.
Tough ones too.
They're in fantastic shape.
Oops, hold on. There you go.
Wrong person.
So there's the Detroit Red Wings. They all have.
No, officially they were ashtrays. They were issued in 71 and 72.
Yeah.
Detroit has them advertised in their programs from 1971 too, and you could buy them for $1.25, I think, something like that. And the Chicago Blackhawks is so rare. What'd you pay for that? What'd you pay for both?
I paid $66 for this and $64 for that. I pretty much stole them.
Yeah, you're looking at the true value of those. I'd say the Chicago is about a $200 one, and I'd say the Detroit is probably $175.
Yep.
That's, and there's been some great deals on eBay of late. The New York Rangers, the blue, that's tough. And the white one, actually the blue one's probably the better one. It looks nicer. But they did the white one. They also did, for the basketball team, they also did the Knicks. They did a light and a dark color, a home and away kind of thing. And those are very difficult. St. Louis is very tough. That's a $225, $250 tray. And Buffalo Sabres is, it seemed like they ordered a lot of those. It seemed like Buffalo was very popular for those. And they go for about $125. And And there's Gordie Howe. Now, you see, when this came out in 1971, like Gordie Howe is working on the inner office of the Detroit Red Wings. He's sort of retired at this point. So they did an honorarium to him, which was really kind of nice. So I think it kind of came out. This was a Canadian company that did these. I forget the name of the company. Jeez. But they were kind of nice, and they were meant to be ashtrays. That's what they were sold at. I always called them trays, but until I seen the official name in the program saying it is an ashtray, and you do see burns in them every once in a while. But the Malamite is supposedly unbreakable and unburnable. So, but they did burn.
And
anyway,
people can see behind me on the wall. Maybe I have the complete Bruins set that's up there also with autograph.
You got that hanging on the wall?
I have shelves, so I have every Bruins ashtray displayed and an autographed hockey puck in front of each tray.
Oh, wow, that's nice. And so, the Boston Bruins, they vary in price.
That whole set,
$50 to $125. And then the Boston Bruins logo, it seems like logos seem to be the most popular thing, especially from the 70s, items like this. That one traditionally always went for about $300 for some reason. I don't know why people like Boston so much, but anyways, I think that's
deranged individuals.
Bobby or
deranged individuals. That's right.
CC here says, anyone looking forward to watching the NHL documentary series Face Off on Amazon? Yeah, that's going to be part of that package as well. They're starting to put together some pack. Yeah, they're going to put some programming on there, which is smart.
That's a nice looking one. That is a very nice looking one, and that traditionally goes for about. Well, it's a little less now. It's about $250, somewhere around there. But it's probably one of the higher priced ones, but more available. But then we have the collecting base. So you have to sit there and look at the collecting base, how much it weighs in, and that'll determine the price. St. Louis Blues, you have a bunch of crazy ass collectors. Blackhawks, as much as they're not collected, it seems that trade goes very well. And Detroit actually does quite well considering nobody likes Detroit. Toronto Maple Leafs is very tough, and he needs Montreal Canadiens. And
wow, Jeff McMahon out there is feeling like feels like a shot has been taken.
Well, I only need 3 more. I need Montreal. I need Toronto. I'm going to be looking for them in November, unless you find them for me first, because you're amazing. And then of course, there's the impossible unicorn of
California,
which is California, and
there's only one been found with that,
but. Bobby insists that there is one out there, and he knows of the guy who has it. And so if there's one
in the app.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Is the person who has it rhyme with Robbie Durrell?
Yes, that's the guy.
Yeah, I think I heard of that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll read this one. Hobby Champs is saying, as a Sabres fan, Eric is now my favorite. So you see, Hobby Champs is now supporting Eric. Not that he ever wasn't, but now even more so. There you go.
Foot in the crease.
Most legitimate goal in NHL history. Again, Eric. We should have just had Bobby Hall. Brett Hall. He should have just just do like the, just the embellishment.
If he was in the air, he wouldn't have had his foot in the crease. So maybe he should have.
Amazing. Well, listen. On the podcast, I showed you guys the old Judge card with the posed image. Like, again, the slide, it's like very, very, not exactly looking very athletic in that move. But again, if you guys go, there is from the early 70s. There was a goal involving a Boston Bruin. And if you can see, you can actually see the strings that are holding him up. It's actually very impressive. Imagine how long he had to hold that pose in order to make it look legit.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's ridiculous. Man.
That's like wrestling. It's almost.
They took that photo. They took that photo on the same set as the moon landing.
Amazing, sensational.
They used a lot of the same harnesses and stuff.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Good evening, so Lapper here. Good evening, gents. ... Eric. Josh says, "Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. We'll catch up later." Good evening, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
I was actually Bobby. When you were showing that program, it led me down the rabbit hole of thinking about this. As far as I know, it doesn't exist. But I've talked about in the past my personal enjoyment of the American Gladiators. What happened is after the initial TV series ended, they actually had a live stage show in Orlando. They actually did for a while there. They were doing they basically did the American Gladiators events, and like routines and like they had like a whole dinner show they actually did with some of the original American Gladiators, and also they had a couple of American Gladiators that only came into existence for this Orlando stage show. They actually had a whole series of shows for a while in Orlando, Florida, starting in '95. I would wonder if there's a program for that. That'd be kind of fun.
Traditionally for that kind of thing, I don't think there'd be a program.
Yeah, I think there's like a group shot. I think like for photo ops and stuff, like for autographs.
Maybe
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I can see something like that, a promotional thing. But this is quite detailed, and that you have autographs of some of the stars, which is kind of great. Even though they're nobodies. Well, actually, a few of them went on to NHL careers and or were from NHL or junior careers, who were great players. Because you did need somebody who's skate. You can't fake skating, right? So, it's kind of cool.
There you go.
Anyways, it's just you pick up the unusual thing. I just had to buy it. It was like $60 or something like that. I said, I gotta buy that. I never seen it before. And then even the guy who runs the site, he goes, "Yeah, we never see those things." And, somebody posted something about that, but it was very vague. It said short run 1980, maybe 81. Something like that. So they're trying to reboot that after 1977. So 80, 81 makes sense. About 3 years later, like why they would do this? I guess it's, it's sort of like anything, what did they do? The Lion King, they did it on the theater, and it was like 3 or 4 years after, or Cats or whatever, they always come back with something else on a theater. And I think this is sort of in the theater sense, right? It's very, it's true, but I mean, it's animated in the sense that, it's nothing real. It's sort of fake and made out to be a play. So very interesting.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
You're always learning something about the hobby. And this was something new for me. And, as much as I really, I like Slapshot and I enjoyed the movie and, Paul Newman and all that other stuff, but this was sort of a little different, even though I don't know the people, it's still kind of, it is part of the fandom, and I think it's inclusive.
Oh, I think a serious Slapshot collector, and there are many, would that would be like a crown jewel in their piece, because it's so rare, and you'd probably shock them.
It didn't last long, too, as I heard. I think they had plans, but the plans ran short because they weren't getting the people in the audience.
Yeah.
So it wasn't getting the money to support it.
They're not the actors, and the players that were in the movie. That
it's kind of weird that you'd even go see it. It would be like, this is, like, I saw the movie, so why am I going to go see the live action?
It's fake. That when they get into a fight, it's not a real fight. When they're
like regular hockey. Go on.
No, it's pretty like much the Harlem Globetrotters when they throw a bucket of water on you. And confetti comes out.
Or Monday Night Hockey. Monday Night Hockey on Amazon Prime.
With no Bruins, so it's gonna suck.
Oh, even better.
They're competing with Monday Night Raw. It's the same thing.
Basically, yes.
Bobby, don't make me drive up there.
To do what?
I'm gonna make you drive up here in November, so don't worry.
Okay. That's right. That'll teach them. By the way, not from the Orlando tour, but I may have located a live tour official program from 1992 Gladiators.
No way.
I might have bought it. Moving on.
Might have.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Possibly, maybe.
Show and tell when you get it.
Oh, yeah. Like, I saw it. I was like, actually, this looks pretty sweet.
The American Gladiators was a great show. Like, honestly, when that was on,
I loved it. I enjoyed it very much.
I watched it when it was on.
One of them. But I don't have that memory of the details of who it was, but it was just something cool to watch. It was totally different, something, out of the blue. It was great.
I loved the end when they were firing, I think it was like tennis balls at you.
Yeah, or whatever.
And you had to get from point A to point, and they're up there, with the tennis balls. And
I said, give me that gun. Give me that Gatling gun. I need it.
Yeah. I mean, those tennis balls were moving.
Oh, they would hurt. They got to hurt.
Yeah.
Unless they're not real, but I think they were real.
No, the tennis balls, they were real tennis balls.
Oh.
And it's one of those things where they were being fired off in pretty good speed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I talked about this before. There were dueling documentaries of the American Gladiators that came out maybe a year or two ago. And I thought for the most part, one of them had the founder, the original creator on involved in it a lot. That one I would say is
Who was
ridiculous.
that, though?
Name escapes me right now. I'll see if I can find it. But he was involved in it very heavily. Like he was interviewed, and a lot of the gladiators were kind of left out. The other one involves some of the gladiators a little more, which was good. But I think what was hilarious about it was that when this guy was talking, he reminds me a lot of like the Mr. McMahon documentary that just came out on Netflix this week. Every time that guy's talking, I'm basically hearing Hulk Hogan, which is to say, you should believe nothing he says. If he gives you his name, check for photo ID. Like you got to take everything he says with a grain of salt because he's either lying or
It's an
exaggerating.
act.
Yeah, like everything.
Across the street from my house a couple of weeks ago, right?
Did he tell you about the time he slammed Andre
I
the
didn't
Giant,
go
who
and
by
see
that
it.
point was 550 tons in front of 12 trillion people?
I
And the aliens?
did
And
not go and see him, even though he was right across.
And that's
the
no
street.
embellishment.
There was traffic everywhere. It was a freaking madhouse. He was selling his Great American beer at a liquor store that's attached to the grocery store up here at the plaza across the street.
Great American beer.
Yeah, I did not go and see him, even though he was right across the street. I'm like, nah, you stay over
Could have got
there.
a free beer.
Well, right now, look, just to keep it high level, right now he is on quite the tour. And as part of that, he's trying to sell his thing. He literally did an interview a little while ago where he was trying to explain that a lot of his previous controversies were okay because people forgave Chris Benoit. And I'm like, no, they didn't. What are you
went-
talking about?
Nobody forgave
Hey,
him.
according to Hulk Hogan, people did. The people.
Who's the people?
Hulk Hogan is currently in an alternate reality. He's in an alternate plane of existence that we don't reside in.
Children
No.
were murdered. I'm not forgiving anybody.
No.
Eric, I am merely reporting what the man said. My point is Hogan is on an alternate reality right now.
I guess.
What
He'd
was
have
the
to be.
point? I can think of like 3 scandals Hogan were in, and they can't even relate. He took steroids while he was a wrestler. Who cares? It was not a real sport.
He was also copying racist.
So did
that
every
was the
other
thing.
bodybuilder at that time. and even before him.
He was in a sex video, and then he sued TMZ.
He's a gawker. He was gawker.
And then became like a billionaire because of it. So who cares? He's an adult male who did something with an adult female. I don't care. And the other one was when his son was in that crash that turned his friend into a paraplegic.
Yeah, you're also forgetting the one that I think it was during the sex tape or around it, he was also all about the N-word.
Yeah. Again, you didn't murder your children and wife.
That we know of, Eric. Listen, how do you know that Hulk Hogan didn't murder his previous children and previous wife that you don't know about while power slamming Andre the Giant in front of 12 trillion people and the aliens?
That's true.
You're right. I don't know.
You cannot definitively tell me that. The only people that know are the aliens and O.J. Simpson on the golf course.
Yeah.
OJ came in this conversation. I can't believe it.
I used my wallet and my time by showing that I don't support him in his nonsense.
Yeah,
because
my point is that right now he's on quite the tour of nonsense. The point is,
literally, you know how you say I wouldn't walk across the street to spit on you, right? You've heard that. He was literally across the street, and I would not go across the street.
Yeah. All right, I'm muting him because I want to finish reading these comments. All right, Bob Jackson says, enjoyed the Pacific Effect talk during Monday, Carlos. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. And good evening. Lapper says, didn't have the big Nerf balls. Yes. So the event you guys were thinking about, I think it was called Assault. That was the one with the tennis balls and whatever. I think it was Assault because you had stations and you could fire the one gun, the other gun. They changed a couple of them over seasons because there's multiple seasons. But in one of them, you would throw like a Nerf ball trying to hit the target. That was like the last one. And then you could crawl underneath. Yeah. If you got to the end, you'd have a chance to try to throw a ball to hit it. If you couldn't get it with the gun, the crossbow, they had a cannon and a couple of different things that you could try to hit the target with. The point was to try to hit the target. And in the meantime, they're trying to pick you off with the tennis ball. Or you could crawl to the end of the stations and just crawl underneath. And if you could get to the end, you get 5 points or whatever it was. So there were multiple ways you could earn points. Didn't have the Nerf tipped arrow. So they had that, and they did have a ball. Again, I think the ball was the last one, the last station. Yeah, and it was the first time he had ever been slammed. Aside video of it happening prior. So in the Mr. McMahon thing, they actually showed Hogan's previous encounters with Andre. Now, they did say that Vince's whole thing in trying to promote WrestleMania 3 in order to make it as big as he could was to go to Andre and go, hey, because at that point, Andre was already like broken. So he was like, so he needed him to agree to do it. Number one, he tried to talk. He goes, listen, we can do a gigantic gate, gigantic, massive show. You'll make good money. Like it'll be a big deal here. But I'm going to need you to be a heel to make this work. And then we're going to pretend that you guys had never encountered each other before this. And we're going to pretend, even though they had multiple matches, and in multiple matches, Hogan had slammed Andre. Like it had been done.
Never on TV for the masses.
Correct.
So it was.
Well, aside from the video they had of him doing it, but yes.
But it was just house shows. So it wasn't shown on the regular, TV. So people saw this happen 5 times, over 10 years. It was, but people that were at house shows that literally saw, remember, no internet people, people that went to those house shows and watched it happen go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I saw that last month. Yeah. And there was no way for
it had been years. It had been years, not months, but it had been years since the last time they encountered each other. But yes. Yeah. But the point is like, it's wrestling. You're always going to you're looking for whatever angle makes it more interesting or what's more appealing? Oh, these guys are facing, it's been a couple of years, but these guys have faced each other before. Hogan has slammed Andre. They've done a lot of these. The finish was the build to this one spot where he was finally going to slam him and then hit the leg drop and end the match. And basically the slam was basically the end of the match because at that point, Andre really wasn't getting up. He couldn't. Physically, he was because Andre has to help him. In order for this to work, Andre conserves his energy for this one spot that was going to be the big spot of the match. He was going to slam Andre and then basically pin him. And that was the end of the match. And Andre did his job. And he gave his end of the bargain, gave him the best visual he could have gotten for that. Big crowd, big reaction, got the whole thing. Now, Vince being Vince, of course, said in front of 93,000. No, it was more like 78, which, by the way, is still a lot of people. It's still a lot of people. Yeah. But it's WWE. So that's why I say the joke is every time Hogan tells it, though, in front of 100,000 people, brother, 125,000 people, brother. It's like every year it gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
It's all about embellishment, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. After a while, it's like in front of more people than exist. Yeah. Hogan is a chaos agent. That's right. Did Hogan attend Diddy's parties? If you ask Hogan, he attended all the parties. If you ask Hogan, he planned the parties.
It was his parties.
With Chris Benoit. And Chris Benoit was there.
Oh, no.
And we all forgive him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he was asking for forgiveness.
I have to take my old mill.
Yeah. Hobby Jam says, Hogan claims Andre was like 200 pounds heavier than he was. That's probably close to legit. Andre was very big at that time. Andre was never light. But in his prime, he was pretty agile for a big man but by that point, Andre was big. Like Andre was just big. So 500 plus pounds is not a ridiculous, he's got to be pushing it right about there.
When Hogan slammed him in the past, he was everything being in perspective, of course, was much lighter. This was the heaviest Andre was being slammed. And I think the Warrior slammed him a few years prior also at a house. Yeah,
the thing is, but just so that people understand, and most of you guys who watch wrestling know this, a power slam is a 2-person job. Yeah. It's generally speaking, it's not the one person deadlifting you most of the time. Most of the time, it's the other person basically hopping up, but also basically giving you leverage. They're putting themselves in position so that you can use the body's momentum and make it work. Now, there are some super strong guys that can kind of hold you. If they're holding you like this and holding you in position before slamming you, then they are carrying your weight. Then that's 100% total. But if it's just a straight up power slam, like the Andre thing, it's leverage. You're using levers, you're positioning, and then Andre has to do some of the work in order to help you. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Well, when Andre was more agile, he could totally help the other person. You don't have to deadlift the guy. Cesaro who was in WWE and is now in AEW, is Claudio Castagnoli. That dude, pound for pound, is one of the strongest dudes out there. He actually did a spot with the Big Show that was in a battle royal. And the Big Show was a guy who was in the 400-pound range, very large man. Now he did it where he actually needed to throw him over the top rope. So what he did is he did the thing where he picked him up, but he actually had to drag him, walk forward with the man's body in order to take him over the top rope. So it was actually a more impressive spot if you think about it, because you actually have to walk with the man.
Was it
here.
that Big Show or in shape Big Show?
He was still pretty big. He was pretty big at that point.
How he went through that phase where he lost a lot of weight and gained a lot of muscle and looked really good?
Yeah. I think at that point he was definitely, look at it this way. He was comfortably in the 400+ pound range, comfortably. Yeah. So very impressed. Like, think about that. Now you actually have to walk with the man. So now at this point you can't use leverage and momentum. This isn't like the power slam situation. You actually have to walk the man to the rope. You have to and actually take him over. So there was a lot of work there. Didn't have internet to fact check in real time spread, said, oh yes. Their entire document length series of YouTube videos dedicated to Hogan's lies. Yes.
Oh, I'm
and you can't. There's so much. Was he Big Show or Big Slow? He was pretty big. Yeah. I'll see if I can find a picture of that one. I don't want to play any video because it'll get blocked immediately.
But he had his early career, which he was in shape. Then he went through, the Big Slow, I guess. And then late in his career, he shed all this weight and just gained muscle, and he was kind of cut. And it was quite a transformation. I'm sure he had some help. And then he gained a lot of the weight back.
Yeah. And that was the thing. Big Show always kind of moved up and down in terms of weight. And that's one of those things with those guys. So here, let's see.
Now, he had the operation that Andre refused to have.
Now, look at the mass. Look at the size of the man here.
Wow.
So now, Big Show is helping him out a little bit there with the hand on the thigh.
Yeah, I see the hand.
But there's only so much you can do. The guy still has to move forward with your body to get you to that rope. So there's a lot of work there going on. Like, Cesaro is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, literally. He's actually taking you to that rope to throw you over. And he's trying to throw you over in a way that's safe as well. So he's not just trying to drop you like a sack of potatoes. So Cesaro is a very strong dude. Like, it was crazy how strong this guy is. So pound for pound, he is one of the strongest guys out there. Like, pound for pound in terms of his size. So that was an extremely impressive. I remember when that was done, and the crowd reacted to that because they're like, that's a big man that you just tossed over the top rope. That wasn't a cheap toss or a clothesline or whatever, or some silliness. You had to pick up that dude and drag him over to the rope.
We know that Hogan lies, but I've listening to earlier, years ago, talk about that match with Andre, and when he talks about how when he picked him up, everything in his back tore and fell apart and snapped. I don't know if that's real or that's just part of the story.
No, it's bullshit. Complete bullshit.
He tells
really?
it. He tells it pretty. I mean,
Hogan, Eric. At this point, Hogan believes what he's saying.
Yeah, I know.
Like, at this point, you cannot. He can't distinguish between the lie and the truth.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't believe a liar, but it's not out of the realm that when you go to pick up one of the biggest men that have ever walked the earth, that you messed your back up. I don't think that's
it would. I agree with you, except that's why I made a contrast. The Cesaro example, Cesaro is actually taking the guy and carrying him to the rope. He has to physically walk him over because he's not all the way at the rope. When you saw the image, the rope is still in front of you. You have to actually move the guy there and then take him over because he's not all the way there yet.
The only guy I ever seen that was comparable to Andre was Big John Studd.
They hated each other.
He was a big guy too. Yeah,
he was huge, and he was actually, when he went up against, it was kind of, it was there. It was happening.
They threw real punches at times, from what I've seen in documentaries, because they didn't like each other. Andre didn't like Studd because Andre wanted to be the biggest guy, and Studd was challenging him, and
Studd was pretty close. Like, if you look at
and it had to do with how they entered the ring. Stepping over the top rope was Andre's thing, and then Studd started doing it, and that pissed Andre off.
Studd? He was 6'5", 6'6".
So
I'll see if I can get you that answer.
Yeah, because he was pretty tall. He actually measured up pretty good to him, because I remember them standing there face to face, and wasn't much difference. And Stud was probably 390
It was enormous.
pounds.
Enormous.
So
man.
Big John Stud is listed here as 6'10".
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that's a massive dude.
That's
He-
a massive
he
dude.
probably
And what
had
was
the
his
same
weight?
glandular
What was his
issue.
weight, Carlos?
They've got him here at 365.
Okay, that's still big. That's big. And
No,
you know,
well,
Andre,
that's not
700
still. Anytime you're 350 plus and 6'10", you're a massive human being.
Yeah. And
Big John
Andre
is a
was-
valid Big John is a valid nickname to use.
Oh yes.
I give him. You may use Big.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah,
You are
it was
allowed.
really good. Mhm.
Yes.
You are allowed.
Permitted.
Valid, sir. Valid.
Yeah, I did like him against Andre. I thought it was an even match, almost to a degree, because Andre couldn't move much, but Big John Stud could move at 6'10", at 360. That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, he's one of the legit big men of that era. Like, and that those guys stick out because when you get the real big men, like the real big men, that he's what would have been defined as a
He
super
is
heavyweight.
one of the top. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
Hogan's
you got
huge.
heavyweights, and then when you're talking 350 plus, you're a
Super
super
heavyweight.
heavyweight. Like you're in the bigger category.
Hulk Hogan's huge compared to a normal person, right? He's
Well,
an
Hulk Hogan's
absolute
what,
monster.
6'6"?
And he had to
Yeah, he's
look up,
6'5", 6'6". Yeah,
and he
and
had to look up to those guys, and he wasn't as wide. These guys were just monsters.
Yeah.
So when you make Hulk Hogan look small, you know,
Is,
that's
Big John
you're
Stud's
a
still
big
alive.
dude.
no, he died in 95. He died at 47.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's been dead a long time.
What was his
Wow.
cause
The-
of death?
No idea on that one. In your late 40s, there's probably a combination of different things. It
Lots
wouldn't
of
surprise me.
Steroids being too
Andre
big.
died in his 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Andre's medical condition, based on
Right,
his size,
but I'm
though,
asking you-
Andre was big because of the medical condition. Big John
But
Stud,
I'm
I think, was
wondering-
just a conventionally big dude.
It was
Well,
pituitary
I was
gland
wondering
for
if,
him.
if
Yeah.
if he had some health issues also.
Well,
because
pituitary gland is your
the
biggest
big-
thing
the
because
big
you keep
show-
growing, right?
But the Big Show had the surgery to stop the growth that has prolonged his life. Andre refused to do it.
Yes.
So, the way the Big Show's told the story is he had like a college football coach that begged him to do it, and he respected the guy and listened to him and went and had the surgery, and now he's probably going to live to a decent age because of it.
60.
As long as he can keep the weight off, because he does allow himself to balloon up a little bit. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
got to kind of keep that in check.
He was the Big
Yeah.
Show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the answer is lymphoma. Big John Stud died of lymphoma.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Yeah.
So cancer.
Yeah.
Maybe from steroids. Who knows?
You never know for sure. So Ernie the Cat Lad was the man for us old heads. There you go, Philly Joe.
Mm.
Never heard of
How
him.
much you think Big King Kong Bundy was pretty big?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was. Yeah, true.
Mostly fat, but he was also a big dude.
Yeah, he was big dude too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's one of those things. They got him listed as a build weight at 458,
Wow.
458 pounds.
Yeah, he
Wow.
was mostly fat, but he was
Quarter
probably
ton almost. eh?
6'6" or something too.
Yeah, he was tall. Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, so Big John Stud, Big John Stud was still 6'4". Still a pretty big guy. Like 450, 6'4", big dude.
That's big.
Big dude. That is a mass of humanity. Philly Joe says, I met Andre and shook his hand and started sweating. He was so huge. Yeah.
No.
Like
way.
Andre was a giant. So look, I'll say
I
again,
never
some
met
of these
him. I wish I would have.
Yeah,
with some
I
of these
would've loved
people,
to.
you can't grasp, and I can't speak for Andre, obviously, I never saw him, but I can speak to a WWE house show I went to in 2015, and the Big Show was there. And we were at Rico, and we were still, obviously, Rico, there's no bad seats in Rico. Like, Rico Coliseum is designed very well for that type of event, and you got the ring there, and all good. You got good sight lines anyway. So, but we're still quite a ways back. When Big Show walked in, he just looked much bigger than everything else I'm looking at. It's like I'm not looking at a screen. I'm looking at the ring, and I'm looking at the people around the ring, and I'm looking at the ring post. And then I think it was him and Chris Jericho were in a match. And Chris Jericho is standing there, and I'm looking at Big Show, and it's like he's twice the size. It's like the disparity is so ridiculous.
Jericho, of course, yeah.
But the thing is, Chris Jericho is not 5 feet tall. The point is that Big Show is just so big in general. It's like it looks like Big Show can reach us from there. He's just so large.
Yeah.
So it's until you see it, it's like, huh? No, he really is. Like, he literally looks physically larger than everything around him.
I'm having a brain fart. What's the wrestler's name? That wears the mask and his son's wrestling now.
Undertaker.
No,
Wears
no,
a mask and his son is wrestling.
he's from he's a Librador.
Luchador, Lucha Libre.
Whatever the
Luchador?
hell it is. He's the most famous one in the WCW at the time.
You Mil Mascaras?
No. His son is, oh God, never mind.
The problem, Eric, is that there's a lot of luchadors whose sons got in the business.
He got into a thing with Eddie Guerrero, and Eddie says that his son was his son, the one with the mask.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about Rey Mysterio.
Yes. So when Rey
Mysterio.
Mysterio would get in the ring with the Big Show, it was
Well, Rey Mysterio, I think I can fit in my pocket.
yeah. So when
Rey Mysterio is a very small man. It's the other end of the spectrum. Rey Mysterio is a very small man.
Mysterio would get in the ring with the Big Show,
Yeah.
and that was just it made him look like Godzilla. Because of the size difference.
Yeah, well, he was able to do that with a lot of people because the Mysterio was a small guy. At this point, Dominic towers over Rey. Like, he was his son, and they had the angle where he was a little kid and everything, and the whole thing.
Right.
Like, Dominic Mysterio is actually a pretty much normal sized guy. So by comparison, he towers over his dad.
Yeah.
And Strangle Lewis. You guys are gonna have to Google a couple yourselves since we were making references.
Well, the best part is I got to see, Haystack Calhoun, Bruno Sammartino's, Ric Flair in person, right up front, right in front of me. That was kind of nice. So that's 70s, later 70s, I think it was. Ted Reeves Arena, like small hockey arena. It was just, that's what they did. It wasn't always Maple Leaf Gardens. It was actually, a lot of them did the circuit and smaller arenas.
I was waiting for the Angelo Mosca. Right?
Yeah, he was there too. There's a whole bunch that were there. But Haystack Calhoun, he must have been 400 or 500 pounds. That guy must have been.
Oh,
huge.
he was enormous.
Because he was actually sitting behind this table where they were selling photos, and he was actually there, and he was signing his own photos, which was great. I didn't have any money at that time, but I was just kind of, I was talking to him for a few minutes, and it was kind of nice. But I was only like 10 years old or something like that, so. But Ric Flair was a prick. Anyways.
Oh, you told that story. Yeah,
I did.
Yeah. I appreciate that people got the Mysterio reference. I got to tell you, Eric, though, of the descriptions, that was like the most vague one. I was like, I was like,
a brain fart. I've been watching Rey Mysterio since WCW during the Monday Night Wars, right? And
right.
I could describe.
He's still wrestling actually right now. He's still wrestling right now.
Really?
I just couldn't get the name out.
Ray's actually in pretty decent shape, all things considered. He's actually kept himself.
He's got to be 50-something years old, right?
49.
So
49. All right, so he's roughly my age.
Yeah, he's actually kept himself in pretty. I got to be honest, he's gone through a couple of phases. I would say currently he's in better shape than maybe about 5 years ago. 5 years ago he was. Yeah, 5 years ago he was picking up weight a little bit, but I think he's trimmed down a little bit recently, and he's actually moving pretty good for a guy who's had some knee surgeries and because he was a high flyer. That was kind of his style. He bulked up for a while there when he actually became world champion because I think he felt like he needed to be, again, he's a short guy, so he felt like he needed to at least look a little bulkier. But I think he's leaned out a little bit, which probably, getting close to 50 is probably a good move. Lean out a little bit, be healthier, a healthier overall weight. But he can move around pretty good, all thing. I was actually kind of impressed. I was like, oh, you're actually moving around pretty good at this point.
I know Lou Ferrigno was in Toronto for the Comic-Con or whatever it was.
Yep.
And, he trimmed down quite a bit. He was actually bodybuilding up until a few years ago, and actually he's trimmed down now because he was like huge. Yeah, so I think he got off the steroids and said, okay, that's enough.
Yeah,
that's smart.
He was still doing masters, and
and he's 6'5" anyway, so he's a big boy.
I think he's like, at one point he was like the tallest professional bodybuilder ever, I think.
Oh yes, he was. Yeah, and then he had all the other short guys, so
like Columbo.
Franco Columbo, and he died early. Like, I'm very surprised because that guy was not only was he a doctor, another doctor I know, he died early, and I think it was probably the steroids or something like that, because that guy should have lived forever. He was in that competition where, remember, they used hot water bottles, and he would blow it up and he would explode it. That's how much pressure he had. And this guy was in the ultimate shape, but what did he die at, 63?
I don't know.
Something like that.
Like, he was like Arnold's best friend in that.
They were. Well, he called him his little buddy, but he was leading him down the garden path, and he actually had better muscle formation than actually Arnold. But Arnold had the physique, so that was the big difference.
There you go. 70s bodybuilding on the bingo card.
Yep. Dave
Surprising.
Dryden, all the old guys.
We all
that
know
were
a little
good.
bit about this stuff. It's crazy.
Here's a good screenshot of Dominic and Ray from probably a couple of years ago.
Oh,
So
wow.
you can tell the difference. It's like Ray, Dominic obviously outgrew his dad there. He's got basically a good head on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but you can see there, Ray is so this is actually a couple of years ago, but you can see Ray there is leaned down. He's trimmed down a little bit, which is good. It's actually a very smart thing for him to do because it keeps him healthier. It doesn't put as much stress on the joints.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be bulky. His style is a high flying style. So if he wants to do anything, he needs to be mobile. Being leaner is actually beneficial to keeping the joints, from putting extra pressure on them for no reason.
Oh, of course, for sure.
Yeah. No need to do that. Help himself out.
None.
But good to his credit, he still enjoys doing it, and right now he's still able to. And as long as he feels like he can move around and he can contribute in some way, fair enough, man. You do you. Enjoy it.
Still put crazy contacts in his eyes.
Only once in a blue moon. He doesn't need, he's on a very part-time schedule. Like, he doesn't need to wrestle full time. There's no need. There's no reason to. It can be kind of a special attraction. People still enjoy it. And again, since he is reasonably mobile, people don't feel like they're getting ripped off. They're actually getting a pretty mobile Rey Mysterio who can still do a lot of the stuff he used to be able to do.
Yeah.
But I think he's been a lot smarter about the move set he selects. I think he has given that some thought, which is good. I'm glad to hear it and glad to see it.
Well, look at
because
Hogan walking around now. He can barely walk. So
yeah, but a lot of these guys never adjusted. They never realized you can't do it. Like
not until
I don't care. Your brain thinks you can. Your body's like, no, you can't do that. You need to stop.
Me every day.
Yes, I do know
that.
that. I do know that. I can't run fast anymore as much as I used to.
Yeah. Bawyer says he knows his niche. He sells merch. Yeah. And he can still makes good money.
Good money, yeah.
Making appearances, selling some merchandise because WWE cuts him checks. They'll cut him and he'll do the odd match here and there, make a good showing of himself. He doesn't embarrass himself. He just goes out, he's adjusted his style to allow him to be able to be effective for what he is today. He's not trying to wrestle like he's 20 years old anymore, which is good. It's very smart.
And he's getting a paycheck too, which is good. I think they probably need it anyway, so.
Yeah. I think he's been pretty good with it. I got to be honest, Rey Mysterio, from everything I've seen, he's still with his wife. He's been married to her for a long time, as far as I'm aware. And the kids for the most part are pretty settled. Like, Dominic is doing really good work. He's developed himself into quite the heel. He gets tons of boos every time he goes out there. Like, that's what he does. And he's built a good character that the audience reacts to. So his son is actually so he's probably very pleased. He goes, nope, kid's doing a good job. The daughter got married off, I think, a little while ago. Like, things seem pretty good for Rey Mysterio.
Not
like,
a real wrestler then.
he doesn't know what he's doing. He should have ruined his life by now.
Yeah, I mean, he should be either dead, in jail, or in rehab or something.
He's just doing it wrong, Eric. He's just doing it wrong.
Shame on him. He's ruining the image of the business.
No.
Right. RVD ran himself into the ground doing it too much. Yeah. RVD was a guy who was also a high flyer. He has a very good move set and everything, but he kept trying to do it long after, like, the body's going to start breaking down. If you keep trying to do that, you can't be doing that. Jeff Hardy is another one, like, between drugs and him trying to do a style that, and I'm like, Jeff, you're not 25.
No.
You need to, and he can't adjust. He can't modify his style at all. It's like, stop it. What are you doing?
Some of these guys, they live the lifestyle too. They want to live it, and they can't afford it, so they got to keep on playing the game. So
Ric Flair.
I think he's got enough money. He's probably.
I don't know, man.
I'm not completely convinced Ric Flair hasn't already died. His body just refuses to acknowledge it.
Years ago.
He still looks the same from back in the day. Well, not quite, but pretty close.
Yeah, like his body is like, I won't give up.
Yeah.
The soul might have left this body years ago, but I'm not giving up. I'm just
Well,
going
back
to keep
at Ted
moving.
Reeves, there was Greg Valentine too. He was there. And is he still alive too? I think so.
Greg the Hammer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's in good health,
No,
I
he's
think
got to be much older now
No, I
because
think
I'm seeing
he's
him in
alive.
1977, so it's like
No,
a long time.
I think Greg the Ham is still alive.
So 20 years added on to my 60. So he's 80 something. He would be 80, early 80s or late
73.
70s. Oh, that young?
Yeah. It's not too bad.
So I was 10. He was 20. Well, yeah, maybe he might have been 24, 25.
Yeah,
So
well, one
10 years.
important,
Yeah.
by the way, this is a fun thing that the image is back up. In the 70s, every 20-year-old looked like they were at least 35.
Yes, exactly.
Minimum.
It was true.
It's like, how can he still be alive? Well, he was 20.
Yeah.
And
He
I was
looked
10.
like he was 35.
So it was only 10
So-
years different. So I'm 60. And he's 70, 73. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like all the guys in the 70s, if you were like, look, the Reggie images we look at, we laugh, is he was 21 in that picture.
I
What?
mean, look at all the hockey pictures of these guys.
Oh my God.
Tim Horton, when he was 20, he looked like he was 40.
Yeah, it's like, you lived a hard life, sir. It's like, I just finished high school. You lived a hard life.
Hard life.
Oh, man.
Those
Brutal.
really-
Yeah, there you go. Tony Hayes here. Greetings. Good news to you. I broke my left leg 4 years ago last week. I ain't the same. Fair.
Oh, I hear
Yeah.
you.
Fair enough. Paul was saying Sabu also not having money. Yeah, some of these guys have not taken care of their finances, and that means they're going to wrestle when they have no business doing so.
Yes.
If some of these guys, if they had been smart, should have. Forget about even saving the money. If you hadn't broken your body, you can do well on the autograph circuit now. A lot of these guys can still do very well on it. What's that?
Is there a pension for the WWF or WFE or?
They've started to do something with it where they'll sometimes be, but no, most of those guys were like, WB was done with
Just
them. Vince is like,
freelance
screw you,
kinda,
goodbye.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, some of these guys have started, they've started doing Legends contracts, which means at least they can get merch and then
Get some
so basically
stuff.
they've got some revenue streams that allow them to funnel some money. But in turn, they'll be like, hey, we'd like to make some Legends action figures. Like, yeah, go for it. And then boom, a little extra money in your pocket. And it gives them something. It allows them to, but they basically got the most out of them physically. They basically rang them dry, squeezed every last ounce. Like,
Yes, they did.
boom,
Yeah,
in the trash. See you later.
pretty much.
I get nervous with these guys with these crazy flips. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Eric is the total reverse. He's like 90. He looks great for 90.
Thank you.
There you go.
Ow. Oh, I moved the wrong way.
Yeah. If I was a wrestler, I would never have my opponent do the Snapdragon suplex on me. I hate to see that move done. There you go. Robert says, back in the 70s, most athletes smoked and drank in excess. No wonder they looked old.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't help. It certainly didn't help.
I mean,
Didn't eat well either.
hockey players in between periods would go and have beer and smoke cigarettes and then go back out for the next period.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Wait,
crazy.
you know my favorite guy is, I'm not even talking about the 70s.
Getting
Sergei
something wrong
Zubov.
with that? Anyway.
Sergei Zubov was a chain smoker. And
Mm.
he'd be out there. Go look at his ice time in the 90s when he was patrolling the defense for the Dallas Stars. Like, this bastard is chain smoking, and he's out there for like 35 minutes. What the hell is this guy doing?
Very
And he was
strong
good.
legs.
And he was good. like he
Didn't
was.
affect-
he-
yeah, it doesn't affect you when you're young. It's only
Yeah, well, Yeah, it was like it was just ridiculous what he was doing. Now, Sergei Zubov was also a guy who, regardless of his age, looked like he was at least 35, like at all times.
yeah.
But he built a great career. Like you can't deny it. He was able to build himself a great career in a couple of different places. And yeah, I wanted to confirm he did make it to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he did.
oh, yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was like a top tier defenseman for many. He's one of those guys who was never going to put like 1,000,000 points, although he did have 89 points for the Rangers one time.
Not bad.
So that's very good. But he was like a 50 plus. Even in Dallas, he had 71 points one year.
Wow.
So like for a defenseman, that's pretty good offense.
That's really good.
Like
From the cup with New York. Was he on the cup?
New York and Dallas.
Yeah. About to say, I think he won a cup with. So with that Rangers team, I'm not saying I could have had 89 points. I could have had like 70. Just letting them just smack the puck off me into the net. You know, have it hit me last, in the head, and then bounce off into the net. That was a very talented Rangers team.
It was. And to Bobby's point here, so his last full season in the NHL was 2006-2007. He was 36 years old, 54 points. So 12 goals, 42 assists. Solid.
Not bad.
Very good. His average ice time, just shy of 26 minutes per game.
Huh.
Mr. J Smoker in his mid-30s, mid-late 30s. Like, he's still logging almost 26 minutes a game. Solid. Very good.
Yeah.
There. Dick Trickle used to smoke in race car under caution periods. I feel with this name, I feel like you could have, I think smoking was justified.
He can do anything he wants.
With that name? Yeah.
D206 Kid says, just remember, back in the 1950s, 4 or 5 doctors recommended Chesterfield cigarettes. That is true.
Yes.
They thought it was good for your health. Or at least that's what the tobacco overlord said. You're going to tell them it's great.
Do you want this check? Do you like your new boat?
There you go. Yes, the New York Oiler Hawks won the cup. They did have a couple of mergers.
Really, the Hawks? Who played on the Rangers team that's kind of known from being on the Hawks? I don't.
So I got to take a look here. I'm going to pull up the 93-94 Rangers team.
Half the Oilers dynasty was on the damn team, but
yeah, I'm going to look here. All right, so let me see if I can get. All right, so let me go through this. Let me go through the roster of 93-94 Rangers. I'm going to go through them by scoring in the regular season. Okay, and by the way, this is actually funny. Hang on. You're going to like this, Eric. Sergei Zubov led the Rangers team in scoring.
Wow.
He actually had more points than
Better
Messier.
Bobby Orr.
he must have some crazy assist numbers.
77 assists. Yeah. Very good. Okay, so Zubov, obviously, we talked about. Messier, Adam Graves, Brian Leach, Steve Larmer. So I'm just going in order of points here.
There's Larmer. Okay, there you go.
Kovalev, Esatikinen, Mike Gardner.
Wow.
Nemchinov, Tony Amane. There's a Chicago one. Yep. There's a Chicago one.
That's 2 that I
Kevin
know.
Lowe, Karpatsev, Jeff Bukaboom, Greg Gilbert, and Mike Hudson. Those guys are all at least 10 points. All the ones I just named off.
Wow.
It's a pretty balanced attack. That's actually a pretty good list of players. And Tony Amane, I completely forgot about that. There you go.
Yeah.
One.
Good.
Yeah, so he was 23 at the time. So there you go. Let's see here.
I forgot that Steve Larmer was on that team. That's crazy.
Oh, you know what's funny? So Tony Amane was on the 93-94 Rangers, but he got traded during 93-94 to Chicago. Denied Stanley Cup. Denied.
But
he must be pissed.
Do that. He might have still got a ring though, because if he played during the season.
Well, it does. It's right here when I look at the Tony Amane list here under his hockey reference page. It doesn't say Stanley Cup. They might have screwed him. They might have screwed him on that one.
Yeah.
Because he played enough to have like 40 points. You would think they'd give you one.
I mean, Tony Amane had a couple of years there where he was one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, when in Chicago, he found his scoring touch. Like he ended up with 416 goals. Like he was a very prolific scorer for his period. He was a big goal scorer for a while there. Card cutter here. Good evening. Garrett says, question for all three of you. What is your all-time favorite minor league hockey team? Boston Bruins.
I hate you.
No question. Don't even have to hesitate. Right off the top of the dome. Boom. Got it.
And I hate you.
Nailed it. Mine would be the Houston Aeros. I wish they were still around. There you go. Fair. All right,
Yeah,
Bobby. Do we have a legitimate answer for this
minor? Do we call the WHA minor?
one? The WHA was a professional league. I don't consider it.
Professional league. So
Yeah, and you had legitimate players in it, like guys that were in the NHL.
You have to say the Marbles or something like that for Toronto. I think I would go with those. A lot of guys from Toronto Maple Leafs came up through there. So for me,
I get it. I whatever. Stick with the Bruins. I have to go with the, I grew up with the Maine.
With the Braves, right?
I wasn't around for the Braves, but I grew up with the Maine Mariners.
You're not that old.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yes,
and even though I was visiting a former Boston Brave at his house earlier this week.
And who was that, Eric?
Well, I hate to name drop, but it was Terry O'Reilly.
I just did the punch.
And I was at Terry O'Reilly's house earlier this week, hanging out with him in his living room. And, he's a former Boston Brave.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5 of the Boston Braves. But that's here nor there, folks. Come on, that's here nor there. We hate to bring that up and talk about that.
Is it bad? Is it bad, Bobby, that I feel like I speak for the majority of the chat? It's like, that's nice, Eric. Who cares?
But I grew up with the Maine Mariners and then the Providence Bruins. So I'd probably just go with the Baby Bees and the Providence Bruins.
Timmy Two Hats would approve of your choice.
Maybe.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
He would.
Yeah, he would. I'm just trying to think. For me, I would probably pick an AHL because I do enjoy me some AHL.
Yeah,
There's some good hockey games. There's some good hockey.
Lots of good. Yeah.
I would say I got to watch the Hamilton Bulldogs a little bit. It was kind of fun to watch that. They were some good AHL games.
Yeah.
If I was just going to stay like Homer versus the team that I watch, I enjoyed watching the Texas Stars in the playoffs. I got to watch young Jamie Benn there when they were doing that. That was fun. It was good. Again, it's good hockey. If you just want to watch a good hockey game, AHL, CHL, like there's some good hockey. You could if you're just enjoying the game.
Yep.
You could just watch the game, enjoy it for what it is. Ticket prices are relatively inexpensive. You can just go. You can get good seats, cheap.
Quite a following actually through the AHL. Opposed to the NHL games, the AHL was very strong, especially in the United States. It's almost like college football. Very similar.
Yeah. And I would say
cheap tickets, lots of fans and stuff like that. So very good.
Yeah, and then we're spoiled around here because I'm going to keep calling it Rico. I know they renamed it, but I think it's Coca-Cola now. But I liked Rico Coliseum. I thought Rico Coliseum was a fine name. Yeah. It's actually a decent venue to check out a hockey game. We watched the Calder Cup there, and it was a good time, and it was a fun game. And we watched the Calder Cup be handed out. We just went and we were able to get tickets at StubHub and got them super cheap. And we're able to watch the game, like good seats, cheap tickets, watch the Calder Cup be handed out. There you go. Championship game, cheap ticket. Hard to beat that.
Yep, for sure. Very good.
Lapper says, why is a 64-65 Tim Horton All-Star card so few and far between? Eric's hoarding them.
Is it a short print on the second series? I don't think so. Oh, yes, it is. I think it is. I think the All-Star is
64-65 is the tall boys, isn't it?
It is the tall boys, and it's the first series and second series. I think it's a short print on the second series. We discovered.
Isn't it high numbers?
No, there's no high number kind of thing. It's just it's first and second series. It's just a mix. It might be in the high numbers, yes, but that really doesn't really affect the tall boys. It's more about first and second series. Him and Makita and a few others. The second series sheet was always known, so we knew the short prints. Not until 2008, I revealed the first uncut sheet of the first series of Tall Boys that finally documented the short prints in the first series. Because what they did is they did 4 rows, and the middle row was the short prints on both sheets. And this is the first time. So we unveiled that because I found that sheet back in 2008, and we finally documented. It's funny, Brian Wentz of BMW, he says, "Oh, Bobby, we knew about that sheet in the short prints." Well, why was your brother writing down all the short prints after we showed the sheet? Anyways, so that is my sort of claim to fame for that sheet, is unveiling it and finally notifying the collectors of the first series short prints. But the second series still hold more water for some reason. What happens a lot with cards that are in 2 series, one had a 5-cent price tag on one series and the other one didn't have a price tag. So we do know it was in 2 different series. What happens is the first series always sells out. And by the second series, a lot of people lose interest, and a lot of those packs end up either left over, put in the basement, thrown out over time, and so it's harder to find the second series. Although it's easier to find the second series box, it's hard to find the cards because a lot of people just get disinterested after the first series run.
So what's the cutoff on the second series? What numbers do they start at? Is it a certain number and then that's the second series?
That I wouldn't know. I don't know the number scheme on that. I think, I don't think it really goes by. See, actually, the two checklists are on the one sheet, which is kind of funny. I'm almost sure of that. First and second series. So it really didn't matter. It wasn't.
If only
really
there was a book that had this
if only
information.
there was an app.
I wish there was.
If.
Mm.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Well, we could look that up right now. Let's just have a quick look.
Yeah, I just figured since we've got it, may as well use our reference materials since we've got it.
Okay, how long is this going to take?
There you go. See what you can do. So
Hockey.
good question though. Good question though, Garrett. I like that. It is a bit of an underrated thing though. I've talked about it before. I actually, if I'm going to do it live, I do prefer a lot of the minor league hockey versus the NHL, just from a value proposition standpoint. I'd rather get a cheaper ticket, and then I got money left for beer.
Yeah,
I can
there you
sit
go.
down, have a beer, watch the game, and be like, all right, here you go. And like I said, most of the time it's good hockey. You can have a good time with it.
I
I think
used
it's
to go
pretty
to local colleges. There's a handful, obviously, I'm 20 minutes outside of Boston where there's, some of the best college hockey in the country, but I never go in there. I'm not traveling into Boston. I'm not paying the prices, even for Harvard, BC, BU, Northeastern. No, I do like Division III hockey here on the North Shore, Salem State, Endicott. I'm hoping to get to maybe to Merrimack, which is D1. But I'm not going to go watch BC, play and deal with that nonsense. So I just drive over to Salem, walk right in, sit down. Sometimes there's not even anybody even selling tickets. You just walk in to Salem State, sit down, watch a hockey game.
So
when you go to Salem, do they burn a witch do they burn the witch between periods?
maybe
Oh, most definitely.
entertainment.
Now,
I just figure, yeah.
I would have used a mannequin of some sort, but they actually put a real person in
A
there.
real
I mean,
witch?
for effect. I mean,
Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah.
I mean, the screams are just they're blood curdling, but it really sends a message to the opposing team.
I would say.
I feel like it would intimidate. Yeah. I feel like it's
So
seems
the
like a
Tall
legit way
Boys,
to
the
do it.
first series is card number 54, and 55 is the second series. Now 56 to 110 is technically the second series. So the
Okay, so Robert's got it there. Good. Okay.
the two checklists are on the one sheet, if I do remember correctly. And Tim Horton is the all-star because there's a regular Tim Horton, which is, the first series shows a lot of the team shots, whereas the second series was very unusual that they showed most of the facial shots. So you have the Gordie Howe, that's all his face, and not even the player shots, no bust shots. So it's interesting how they separated the two. So we have Tim Hortons, Marcel Pronovost, others, a few short. Okay, here's all the short prints. Got Jean Beliveau, that's the first series actually, 33. What are the short prints we have? Marcel Pronovost, we have Henri Richard, Ed Westfall, and then we get into the second series, which kind of Tom Williams, Pierre Plot. This thing shows everything. It's amazing. If you only knew, Eric. Gary
yes.
Dornhofer is another big one. Chico Mackie and Gilles Villemere, sorry. Where's the Tim Horton? You got Bobby Russo's another short print, and
Horton is there's a 105, I think, is the all-star one.
yeah, Marcel Play is another big short print that gets some really good dollars. Even in the near mint, in a raw, you can get $500 for him. Tall Boys, either you love him or you hate him. So Tim Horton is he's not a short print. That's just the regular Tim Horton. Here's the Tim Horton All-Star is the short print, and he's about $400 for a near mint. So he's actually worth a little bit less than Marcel Pelé. And then you have Makita, which is also a short print, and he's only about $300. So, and then you got the wax packs, which are worth, I don't even know what they're worth, 10 grand. But after CT scanning, I think we're at about $2 grand.
Oh,
Anyways.
yeah.
Oh, if we really refine our CD scanning, we can get it down to $1.50.
I think so. I think you're right.
Paul
Yeah,
here says, so Eric, do you float? Be careful in Salem. True.
I tell you, the tourists are already here. They've shown up early. So for the next month, you stay the hell out of that town, and the traffic on the highways is at a standstill. The back roads, anything, it is horrible. The month of October is a nightmare in this area.
Have you thought about using your magical powers in Salem to thwart them?
I flip people off and bark at them and yell at them and tell them to go away.
I feel like force lightning would really get the message across.
Well, I have to start doing something different because these people show up every single year and we all hate them.
Straight to hatred again.
Oh,
Eric, you are, for a man of peace, you are quite the hateful man.
Not a man of peace. I hate them.
Clearly not. So it would seem. And Mike is right. I don't think he weighs the same as a duck, which sounds to me like he's a witch.
I hate them. Just saying.
Wow. You're a vindictive witch. Good Lord.
Yeah. Well, I've been called worse.
So it would appear. Okay. Let me ask kind of a question here. It's actually been rolling along very nicely. And thank you, everybody, for the comments. Appreciate it as always. We covered a lot of the main stuff I wanted to touch on here. We covered all that. But I wanted to have a kind of a quick question here that actually plays off one of the things we talked about earlier tonight. I mentioned that whole idea, and Bob mentioned it, kind of that Pacific thing that I mentioned to you guys. But I was curious if any of you had any thoughts on examples of this. And what I call it is, I'm going to call it undeserved short prints. And by that, I mean kind of that Pacific problem that I defined earlier. And it's the idea of having a card that is a short print, long odds, low numbered, whatever. But the card itself is just kind of generic. It's just kind of plain. It's what I call it undeserved because it's like, all right, you beat the odds. You got this amazing, you pulled this incredibly tough card, and you look at it, and you're like, oh, well, that's kind of disappointing. The example I gave with the retouch is like perfect example of this. Incredibly tough card to pull, but then you look at it, and you're like, I feel like you guys could have put a little bit more into this one. Or maybe pick one of the other ones and make that the short print and make this one more common one. The point is, there's a world in which you can still have this card, but I don't feel making it super short printed was the play because it just makes it disappointing. So an undeserved short print, something that's a tougher thing, you're like, but you'd still be like, it's a little disappointing. I don't know if I feel like that's an exciting thing. Short printed or not, I don't feel like it's deserved. Eric would be a warlock. Fact I learned from watching Bewitched. No, Eric's definitely a witch.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I honestly don't know because there are people that either live in Salem year round, or come visit us once a year here on the North Shore that claim to be actual witches and warlocks and Wiccans.
No question. Do you feel that this problem only afflicts you on the North Shore, or do you occasionally have it on the South Shore? Is there any similar issues on the Jersey Shore?
I've never been to the Jersey Shore. Will not go.
I feel there are witches there,
and I have no interest on going to the South Shore. I've had to do it on occasion. I don't enjoy it. So it's mostly just here on the North Shore. That's where Salem is, and that's where weird people come and tell me that they're witches in real life, and get in arguments with people saying it's a religion. And you go, oh, okay, well, freedom of religion. Have a nice day, please.
So Scientology, don't be knocking it. What are you doing?
Please stop talking to me.
You should have asked them if they could use their magical powers to get you a chocolate stick.
Carlos, I'm telling the absolute freak show wackos that come out of the woodwork this month is it's I can't even tell you. It's crazy. There's crazy people. This is like Christmas for crazy people.
Interesting.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
So you're saying that the spooky season isn't working for you?
listen, I've grown up here, been here for 50 years. It's horrible. Everyone who lives here hates October.
Really serious October. Okay, sure. It's a valid point, Paul. It's a valid point. I think that's hashtag facts. Sadler fan says, no, he is a sorcerer. His deity is a certain Chicago defenseman. Hey, hey, there you go. You're getting it. I like it. I like it. And no one had any thoughts or examples though on the undeserved short print. I was actually curious if other people had like ones that they had encountered. I gave an example from Pacific that I thought, again, it defined the Pacific problem. But I know it's not the only one. There has to be some other ones where it's like, oh, this is a super tough pull, but you just look at it, it's like, oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah, I've been, since you brought it up, 5 or so minutes ago, I've been sitting here racking my brain and trying to think of something that, I have and collected that I just, nothing's jumping out at me. I know that over the years, looking at Beckett magazines, you have an SP next to something. And I'm sure I have some of those, but I don't think I have ever done the research like you have and paid super close attention to, this is 1 in 90 packs, this is 1 in 280 packs, this is 1 in 500 packs. I don't think I've ever really paid attention to that, mostly because I collect singles in vintage. But back when in the 90s, when I was ripping stuff and buying, the newest thing that was out, I just can't, I don't remember super focusing on that.
All right. So let's use an example here. I'll offer one here and we'll talk about it.
Me and Steven did look, but it wasn't really a big concern. You just kind of opened the pack. Didn't matter.
Yeah, that's fair. Sadler fan says, does the fact that it's short print covers the meth factor of the card? So my argument was that if it's generic and plain enough, the two kind of offset. The fact that it is short print is nice, but then you look at it and go, oh, that's it? A good example. I'll give you a good example of this. Photo variations. This is one that Upper Deck has used in the past. Photo variation. And they're not the only ones, but a photo variation. If I offer you a photo variation where it's just basically the card that you expect, but, it's just got a different photo. But I make it really short printed. You're just looking at it and go like, that's it? You picked a different photo?
Is that as good as it gets?
That's the key. Like you're looking at it like, okay, I understand this is short printed. I get that. I get that part. But I'm like, a little underwhelmed. Over here. Because it's like, all right, I guess technically I need it for my collection, so fair enough. Because sometimes there's ways of doing it, and I've seen a few different ways. If ways. For example, let's use the hockey one. You got a player that you're looking at. The short print is the away jersey. Okay, it's short printed, but does that excite you? It's the same person.
Jersey. That's it.
But that's basically it. That's all you did. Just pick the different photo with the other jersey. All right, short printed or not, I feel underwhelmed. It's not doing much for me. Yeah. So that it's stuff like that. You can that is a valid way of creating at least a differentiator. It's not a direct parallel. It's literally a different photo. But does that excite you? Another one that's a good example. What if you just crop the image differently? Eric, the short print is...
I don't like that.
Close up, Reggie.
Oh, I know. Don't get me started with that leaf crap.
But that's the thing. That wouldn't be very exciting, would it?
It isn't.
No.
Yeah.
Not would it? You're saying hypothetical. I'm telling you, it isn't.
Yeah. And that'd be an example. So that it could be short printed or not. Doesn't change the fact that it's not terribly exciting.
Correct. One thing that was terribly exciting at that time was Heavenly Ford Loblaws. Actually, they did these sticker stamps, and what they did is they short printed. What they did is replaces this guy replaces this guy, and all they did was take most of the photos and shrink them down. So it was a full size goalie, and then it would get down to the goalie bust shot mask thing, and it was the same photo though. It was just like, oh, now he's with another team. And they did that because it ran through the whole year, the hockey season actually. So interesting that that comes up. But those ones are very, very rare, and most people can't find them because they were issued later in the season, and you'd have to mail in to get those ones. So they're very, very difficult.
I don't think I have any.
Anyway, just
does it say traded on them?
Yeah, on the back actually it says this Tim Ecclestone replaces Dave Dryden, something like that. So it would say on the back, but you wouldn't know because most of them are stuck in or stuck over the other player at that point.
Huh.
So finding them unused, because if you did mail away, you usually would stick them in your album. You wouldn't just leave them there. So it's kind of interesting how it all worked out with the 74 Loblaws. But the Loblaws cards they're a dime a dozen, and the packs are the the stamp packages are a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. There seems to be tons of them. I remember in 1974 going to a Loblaws store, and they used to just hand them out. A lady had a whole bunch, and she'd just give you a few, and if you bought some stuff. So it's kind of nice. But then you kind of go back and back and back. Anyways.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
So Eric, I've been provided with some images.
Yeah, they're coming in fast and furious.
And I got to be honest, I feel like this could be a solution to your witch problem. You were explaining earlier that you're being surrounded by witches. The weird people are bothering you.
Yeah, weird.
Does that turn you into a Wiccan?
Yeah.
It's going to turn him into something. Have you considered maybe switching over to prayer or worship or using counter magic?
No.
So here's an artist AI rendering of what it could look like. So here's Eric kneeling before his new god.
Oh, the god.
And worshiping. Now, not only do you have the Chicago Blackhawks there, you've also got a jar of mayonnaise. So he's combining powers of different things.
All I can do.
There's a cross. There's candles. There's
look at
incense.
The number. Look at the number on the sleeve versus the number on the back.
10 and 3.
Listen, you're confused, Eric. This is a very complicated time for you. You're in the middle of prayer. You got to focus. You need all the powers.
Winter has already started in northern Canada, and
winter in northern Canada never ends.
And
winter is coming.
I hope you get frostbite on your pinky toes and they turn black and fall off.
That's a normal thing for Canadians anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much standard operating procedure, Eric. So what's the difference?
We're used to it. Yeah. Part of those black, cut them off. Yep.
'Tis but a flesh wound, Eric. 'Tis but a flesh wound.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Zach.
So we really never got into the CT scanning, did we? Was that on your?
Well, I think actually, you know what? Now's a good time, Bobby. We've still got some active part. So, Bobby, lay it out for us here. We know what it is. We know what the general issue is, but obviously, you've explained in the past. It could be your point is that it could have some downstream impact. It could have some damaging results of the consequences of this. Lay it out for us. And chat, please chime in with your thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, as I stated, I don't think people took it serious enough. But what has happened since the interview, because they left out 10 minutes, and those 10 minutes that were left out of that, the so-called interview with the CT scanning company and that gentleman, I think that what was not mentioned was vintage cards, that vintage cards can be CT scanned as well. They don't have to have, raised or shiny or anything like that. You can actually tell because an 86 Fleer pack was done. Now, at that point, what it does it hurt the boxes so much? Yes, for the newer stuff. For the vintage stuff, maybe not so much because you basically got a set within there. So it doesn't really much matter. Maybe centering or something like that. But, is it really worth doing something like a 71 Topps box or a Peachy box? No, it wouldn't really make much difference. But it would in the pack. So if you look at a 79 Gretzky PSA 9 pack, you're looking at about $4,000 US, 4 to 5. At that point, are you going to pay the $75 to see if there's a Gretzky in there? And if there isn't, because you'll open it and obviously, hope for the best. If there isn't one in there, will you sell it on the market? This could be a graded pack. It wouldn't matter. And does that hurt even Steve Hart's business going forward? Like, will you even grade it? Because if you can just see through it on the CT scanner, why would you even bother at that point? So it is raising a major concern, and I think it is a huge concern to the industry. And there's nothing they can really do about it. Well, are you going to put 4 pounds of lead in each
Yeah.
pack so they can't
Right.
see it? You know,
Yeah.
so they can do boxes. So if you have a 2005 box with Ovechkin and Crosby rookies in there, like how many people are going to scan those at a 20 grand box? Like, I think a lot of people will do that because it's only going to cost you, well, $75. I think there's a deal on a box. So if it costs you a few $100s on a $20,000 box, even a $500 is definitely worth your investment to
Now,
get it done.
And
And
who's
as
shipping
honest
a
as people,
$20,000 box to these guys? That's what I
what-
want to know. Like,
I think they're local enough, or people can get their own scanners, whatever. And going forward, if you look at the whole what's happening in the industry, I don't see it being mentioned at all in the wax group. There's 7,000 in Facebook. There's 7,500 people in that wax group. And I did a search just today or yesterday looking for CT scanning, and it wasn't even present. I think they're so scared that they don't want to even bring it up as a talking point. And you can't get away from it. It is a major part of this hobby. Any boxes that are worth 20, 30, 40, $50,000, old cup, whatever you want to talk about, those boxes are definitely at risk. And you had, and we know this has been going on for such a long time because you had, doing the Babe Ruth column, most of these breakers are sitting there just going, oh, what we need this card, and boom, it pops up. It's like, okay. And now we're seeing only after the fact, looking back in retrospect, that obviously something was happening, and they were obviously, first in on that. So going forward, what does that do for the hobby in the vintage wax? Well, it scares a lot of people. And, it's a reality of the hobby. And what are we going to do going forward? There's nothing you can do at this point. You really can't. You are actually defenseless in what you do. Whether somebody, and it's mostly about the single pack. So you talk about 86 Jordan, you talk about 52 Mantle, you talk about 79 Wayne Gretzky. Those packs are going to be looked at. And, who's not going to send it in for $75 on a $4 or $5 grand pack, 10 grand pack, 20 grand. 50
Now let
grand
me ask kind of a couple questions.
Go
So
ahead.
I wanted you to lay the groundwork there a little bit to give us some talking points to play
I
off
did
of.
good.
So let's there you go. That's why you're a doctor. So let's play off a question here.
Sure.
Even if they wanted to engage in that conversation, let's use the vintage wax group that you're talking about.
Sure.
So even if they wanted to engage in conversation, to your point, what would the tenor of the conversation entail? Because even if you understand, okay, so we know the technology's there, you can scan these packs. I've got these boxes.
Yep.
What can I do about it? What's my recourse? Like, what options do I have at the moment?
Well, I don't think there's any. I'm sure there's probably a couple posts that people have said, oh my God, what are we going to do about this? And I don't think anybody's really responding. I think
I don't think they have any answers. That's the thing. Like right now at the
avoidance.
moment, right now there's no real. So to your point, I think right now they're in kind of this holding pattern because you got a problem. Because if you sit there and you freak out about it and you go, oh my God, I got to dump all my wax. Well, then guess what happens, right? You
guess what
create
is happening behind the scenes, though.
And that could very well be the case. That might be the answer might be
quiet within the group, but they're dumping their wax on the side.
Yeah, exactly. That this is what I'm alluding to here.
Sure.
From a public discourse perspective, what benefit is there to really talk about it at all? Because even if you engage in discourse, can you solve the problem in the course of a discussion? Is there anything you can solve?
No, and I think they know that. There's really no solving. They actually don't know enough, but I think they know enough that it can, cripple the industry to a degree. I told them, I know some people who have some big wax. I know some very huge collectors, and I'm sitting there going, I don't know what you can do. You're like, how is this going to be solved? It can't be solved because it's only going to go forward. It's like, you can shut down one CT scanner, then you have 10 others popping up. So how can you get away from it? And you can't. It's one of those things you just can't get away from. It's sort of like Kurt's card cleaning. Like PSA can't tell. So what are they going to do about it? And it goes in the background. But we're talking about something that's a little bit different here. We're not just talking about cleaning cards. Like, cleaning cards is one thing, and fixing cards, whatever. You'll never know. But they will know that, or the suspect of knowing, when somebody lists a 79 pack or 52 mantle pack. Are people going to sit there and go, was this scanned? And that's going to take away from the investors or the people looking to spend a lot of money on a pack. I don't know what that pack goes for. Is it 25 grand, 30? Yeah, I don't know, something like that. It's very high for the 52 mantle pack, right?
Especially no, it'd be massive. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So at that point, do you want to spend 25 grand? And you're not stupid enough. If you have that amount of money to spend on something like that, you're not stupid enough to know not what's going on in the hobby. And going forward, it's sort of a scary time. We have a downturn in the economy. We have a downturn in the hobby of new cards and what have you. They keep dropping. We have this coming in. We have Kurt's card cleaning. We're at this point that it's just everything is sticking it to the hobby. But this is a major thing for wax collectors, and I think they're very scared. And actually, I think they really should be going forward. They have to really think about what they're collecting and will it matter or should it matter? Like a lot of boxes that are 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. I don't think they have to worry too much. I don't think a lot of those go through the scanner, but pertinent boxes that are 20, 15, 20, 40K. Yeah. Going forward. And especially those ones through the 2000s that are just killer, for LeBron's rookie or something like that. Those ones, they're going to get scanned. They're going to get scanned. That those breakers have been scanning for such a long time now because they were calling out stuff like Babe Ruth's home run. Like, yeah, there it is. Okay, let's get it. So if they've been doing that for the last year and it's finally coming around, that people are going, oh, now I know why they're doing all that. They were cocky enough to do that. And, going forward, it's not a good thing. And I don't know how you can rectify it. I don't think there is any way of rectifying it. What do you do? Because as honest as people are, they're dishonest as they're looking out for their best interest, their vested interest, actually.
Yes, we are honest.
Yes, we are. And no, it wasn't scanned. No. And can you morally say that? I guess it comes down to morality. The morality of people, when you put money in front of them, it's money first and then morality comes second, for the most part. For most people, not everybody, not Eric, but most.
No,
people.
I have no morals.
Yes,
yeah, that's why I am a man of peace and a man of truth.
He's a man of peace, so it's not going to happen there. So does it affect me, you, or anybody else? For the most part, it doesn't. But the wax collecting community is huge, and actually, it sets the pace for the dollar of the cards that come out. Because the potential thereof of opening wax gives you a potential thereof of getting a high grade. That's what it's really all about. When you take that away, that takes away from a large segment of the marketplace that is, maybe stocking and holding, waiting until they retire, whatever they're going to do with it. Now you're going to see an influx, a slow but steady influx of packs, especially packs and boxes coming to market. And I don't know if I think the people are sharp enough to realize that, these could be scanned. And even though they may not be, there's still that risk of doing that. And are you going to pay 20 or 40 grand for something that might suspect, maybe has nothing in it? Especially a Gretzky pack, especially a Mantle pack, like those packs, or even 86 Fleer. They showed the 86 Fleer that they could see every card.
Yeah. So Bobby, I'm going to touch on that because there's a couple of comments related to it. So let's touch on a few, and we'll come back to what you're saying as well. So Lapper's saying the real question is what the CT scanner can do that BBCE can't. I'm going to get to that in a second. Hang tight. Will here is saying, am I missing something? I don't see CT scanners being able to discriminate against vintage cards with densities all essentially cardboard. I'm going to show you guys the post here, and I'm going to include it in the description. I'll include a link. This week we're not as bad on the links, so I don't have 100 links like last week. But I will include a link to this one for you guys, so you can check that one out on your own time as well. So as Paul says, Will, I can see the 86 Fleer already, so I'm going to show you guys the image on that here in a second. Robert says there must be very few 52 high number unopened packs in existence. Yes. When the scarcity trump whatever the CT scan can do, I'm not sure it could go either way. So first of all, I propose a solution. I'm about to share with you the Instagram post. But the obvious solution to me is that Eric and I will come by, and for a nominal fee of $5, and Eric get a chocolate stick, we'll just open all your packs for you.
Easy.
Then the CT scanner is not even a problem. You don't even have to worry about it. You'll know exactly what's in the pack. We'll just open that shit.
Problem
all of it. There will be no unopened wax packs in the hobby, and therefore the CT scanners are out of business. You're going to have to scan injuries like a peasant.
It's amazing in the last 15, 10, 5 years, wax has been huge, and it has grown exponentially, way past its opening value. Even if you got PSA 10s out of every card out of there, you still won't get back the pack value.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're at. We're at that point of, again, critical mass where, you know, people have invested in boxes, and I think it was gold for the grandkids. And that just turned around to be pyrite for the grandkids. And, you know, I think you're going to see a large influx. It's just true. Oh, there's the video right there. Yeah. And
yeah, so here's what I want to show. Now, obviously, with me sharing on the screen, the resolution is going to be the best. So I'll include a link to it for you so you can see it better. So in this example, looking at 86 Flair pack here, that was the question. The initial question is, what can you do with vintage to Will's point, the flat, right?
Yep.
Well, this Jay Humphreys card, you can actually make out Humphreys, and you can make out the team. So that's enough detail. As long as you've got enough resolution and enough detail to be able to make out the player and make it. And one of the things that he included in there as well is that presumably you can also make out centering.
Yes.
So you can actually make out just enough resolution to be like, what card is it? Who is it? And is it pseudo, you know, how's the centering for it? You know, if you want to grade it or not. So you've already got a lot of, again, you don't need a 3D complete perfect representation. You just need enough detail to be able to determine the specific, and to this as well, because they were asking like, what about the other cards? It's like, well, you can see the whole thing because you can go to microns, like you can go card by card basically. And realistically though, even if you could just make out a couple of cards, there's a known sequence. So if you want to know if the pack has a Jordan, well, there you go.
Well,
half the battle's done.
Sequence, but it is a known sequence.
But it is a very consistent sequence. So like if you know enough of the cards a little bit, you got a pretty good idea what's coming there.
But not for O-Pee-Chee.
Yeah. But in this case, you can make out each individual card. Yeah, so this 86 Fleer is very consistent with a lot of issues. So if you can see 86 Fleer, there's a lot of other ones you can see too.
This video scared more wax guys than anything else. And it really puts it out there that, do I invest again or more into wax? Because it's so rare, it's so hard to find. If they can CT scan it, I think people are just going to dump and run as much as they can. It'll be a slow thing, but I think it'll be consistently slow. And
it wouldn't shock me, by the way, if they couldn't calibrate it to make the image even cleaner.
Oh,
because this is right now them just playing around with it a little bit. They're still like just tweaking it. If they keep calibrating it, it wouldn't surprise me if at a certain point they're like, wait a minute, this is a fake. Why? It says Bobby Orr plays on the Boston Bruins. Trash.
How do you know? But that's another thing too. Like, what happens at that point where does Steve Hart lose his business? Because why do I want to get it graded? Because it's not going to stop people from CT scanning. So why am I going to go through them? I'll go through the CT scan first. Why would you even grade it after that? Once you know what you know, why grade it?
It sounds to me
open it or you're going to sell it. I guess you have to grade it to sell it.
Well, I think, look, the question was asked earlier. Lapper asked, the question was CT scanner can do that BBC can't. Well, obviously we can see inside the pack, but you know what a CT scanner cannot do?
What?
That BBC can.
Oh,
it can tell us that we all got duped, agreed.
Don't say duped.
The CT scanner can't tell us that, can it, Eric?
No, it cannot.
Well, they can.
However,
they put a digital thing that says
G.I. Joe.
Well, look. What I'm thinking, Bobby, is like the easy button. If you press it, it says we all got duped, agreed. If they add that to the CT scan, well, then Steve's Hart's fucked. It's over. The game's over. It's over, man. The game's over, man.
And they're saying that all PSAs. Fanatics is really looking into this. What are they going to look into? You're going to get every.
Lapper, I know, but I wanted to get my BBCE joke in.
Yes.
It set me up perfectly for it. Just roll with it.
So every wax box is going to have 6 pounds of lead so you can't see through it. Like, it screws the marketplace going forward for Fanatics. If you got high-end product, that's going to the CT scanner, and that the breakers have been doing it for such a long time. So we are at this point in the hobby again where, things are kind of tumbling down a little bit, and now we got the trickle flow, and now we're at the flood. And it'll be interesting to see over the next 4 to 6 months, what really happens with the you can't fix this. You can't undo this. And I
Okay,
think
so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Bobby.
Sure.
So we already talked about, like, you gave your opinion that you suspect that they're moving the packs, kind of quietly under the cover
I'm
of
sure
night.
they would be. That's just that's a guess.
But let me pose a question like this: one of these guys who with a stockpile of vintage unopened wax comes to you and asks for the advice from Dr. Burrell. What do you suggest they do? What would your suggestion be to them if they've got a stockpile of this stuff, given what we know now about this and the concerns that have been raised here? Would you advise them to hold pat? Would you advise them to try to offload it? Like, what would you actually advise them to do?
It's a very tough part. If I have friends who have some very deep wax collections. I would just say, really, you just have to say, hey, either stick with it or sell it all off. It's one of the two. And because what can I say that really is going to affect the marketplace? Nothing. Because whatever happens is going to happen. Like, it's not about that one person that I'm going to be talking to. It's actually the whole industry. So if the industry is affected to this degree, then what do I have to offer them? Sell it, keep it. You think they're going to solve this? I don't see them solving it. If anything, I see CT scanning getting better. I see Kurt's card getting better. I see all these things getting better, because technology is the greatest thing. It's the worst thing, right? It's a double-edged sword. And what part do we fit into it? And wax is pretty big. Like, having a group on Facebook with 7,500, that's big. And I'm not trying to put them down or anything, but it's definitely raising a few eyebrows to collectors saying, do I want to go forward with this? Do I want to get into this? I wouldn't think I would, but
that's fair.
It's whatever you want to do. It's your hobby. You can do with what you want. You don't collect wax, Carlos, so you're fine. Maybe have.
Well, listen, I in concern for this right now, I am opening some more 88 score because the CT scanners can't get it if I open it.
Yeah, we're like we were talking about. It's not going to affect every pack, every card, every box, but it will affect the major boxes. Now, most of us don't play in that game, but there is quite a few that do. And anybody selling a Wayne Gretzky pack, I was kind of pissed off. I sold up my Gretzky packs for $500 before the pandemic. I had 2 that I got 8s on, which I should have got 9s. Thanks, Steve. Anyways, and I was kind of disheartened that nobody was really into it. And then the pandemic happened, and then it shot up to like $4 or $5 grand. I went, what? Anyways, so I'm glad it's out of my hand, and I gave up my wax. What was it? 10, 12 years ago. I just kind of got out of wax for different reasons. I was shifting into more of the leaf collectibles and the oddball stuff and trinkets and, stuff like that. And I'm sort of glad I did at this point, looking back, because otherwise I'd have a great massive collection of wax. Now, the display boxes are still fine, but just the wax is not. It's not safe going forward. I don't know what to say. I'm just being honest. It's not a speculation or anything. It's obvious. It's right in front of us, and we have CT scanning. And what are you going to do about it? What can you do going forward?
It seems to me that our only hope is that Eric can wield some of his witches.
And I'm going to track this and see what boxes are selling. Like, if you talk about 86, 85, 79, those boxes. And that guy who bought that box of the case, actually, I think those are the best boxes. Like, people said that he paid too much for it, but I don't really think so, because those are the only officially known boxes that never have been searched.
Well, as far as we know, that case hasn't been fully paid for.
Just saying, so wherever that case is, it's the official box that you can really say. So if we have 2 boxes come up, and one is from that case and the other one is not, which box is going to get the big money?
Yeah, it should get a premium from the sealed case. Yeah,
like a super premium, really.
Yeah,
if you think about it, because
as long as you got the provenance attached to it at the time, so that you have that connection
on the bottom of every box that was shrink wrapped, right? So it's there, and those 16 boxes are the best boxes in the hobby. Will they be CT scanned? That's the other part we don't know. Will they be? Because there's usually 2.5 2.38 Gretzky's per box per case. Per box. So, maybe you're going to get the 0.38, which is, put 3 Gretzky's in a case or a box, and opposed to 2 Gretzky's in a box. That average out. That's the only way to discern yourself. At that point, I don't think that really matters that much. But going forward with other packs and other boxes, if you scan a whole box of Gretzky and it was a Frankenstein box, where you've seen a couple Gretzky's on the back of the packs, took them out, replaced them. Like, going forward, you're going to scan a whole box and go, hey, there's no Gretzky's in there. What happened?
Talking.
There's a lot of things.
Let me read a couple. I'm going to read a couple here just to get caught up. Hang tight for 1 second. Zach here says, we got 30 likes. You're all awesome. Eric sucks. Facts. Will says, you can fix this, Bobby. Just get a time machine to hop into an alternate universe. We're all about the alternate universes. Listen, you got to find the alternate universe where we forgave Chris Benoit. One step at a time.
Ooh. Oh, God.
Paul here says, I get it, but there's a piece of me that's kind of glad Sealed is getting smashed. You bought a gamble to begin with. Watching it go to shit later is part of the gamble. Bob Jackson here says, did I miss all the John Fisher shit talking? You did. We actually did go into it a little bit. Although, like I said, I left it open to the chat if they wanted to talk more about it. But no, we definitely laid into him a little bit, and we got a little of that conversation in there. Robert says, I would CT scan and find the box with big cards and sell off the rest. See, Robert's already got.
See, now is that morally good or bad? Like, what call do we put in on that decision?
I don't know, Eric. What did the witches say? Are we cool? Is it about how much money we get? Like, can we buy more magical spells? Like, what is our metric here? What are we doing?
I'm not really sure what the witches say, because I really do my best to stay away.
Let's get.
If you consider being more of a man of peace, and like maybe they would give you some of their evil powers, and you'd be able to like book hexes on people.
You have no idea the freaks that show up. I mean, you have no idea.
Eric, Terry O'Reilly had to deal with you. You don't think he's thinking Terry O'Reilly, again, I don't know who this is. I assume it's the guy who did the first NBA 3-pointer. But this Terry O'Reilly is probably sitting there with his buddies going, you wouldn't believe this freak. This dumbass comes to me he goes, Terry, let me hang out with you. And I'm going to eat this chocolate stick. And this dude, I can't get with this guy. Like, what's going on over here? Like, he's probably thinking the same thing about you.
No, actually, he was very pleased to see me. And on 2 separate occasions during my stay, he offered me some Gatorade.
Is that what he told you? Eric, if the witches were in the room with you now, would you not offer them Gatorade?
Well, my mama told me to be polite.
So was the Gatorade warm or cold?
I declined, and I thanked him.
The lemon.
You declined the first NBA 3-pointers guy's Gatorade?
I declined.
Did you think he was going to poison you?
No, I just.
Are you accusing Terry O'Reilly of poisoning you?
I did not want to put him out.
So, Bobby, I'm deeply concerned that Eric thinks that Terry O'Reilly is going to poison him. How low does he think of Terry O'Reilly that he's like, this man is going to poison me with Gatorade?
I think you could just punch the shit out of him, really, at this point.
I think Eric's thinking very poorly of his character. I think I have deep concerns.
So getting back to wax, let's get away from the sports. Let's talk about Pokemon, Magic the Gathering. Like, that's huge. That's massive.
If you can get the Black Lotuses, like for the early, like the alpha, the Black Lotus is such a big pull out of that stuff.
It's massive.
But let me throw one at you that would be, it's not a pack per se, but if you got a alpha starter, a starter pack, it's literally a box. It's a starter box that you've got a certain amount of cards in it. Yep. And you can pull stuff like Alpha Lotus and anything else in there. But it's actually a box. Instead of just a single pack, it's a box with a bunch of cards in it. You've got commons, rares, and uncommons in it. But you can definitely pull a Black Lotus in there. And normally it is a sealed full, little starter set. Well, the thing is, with the ability to look inside, you could tell if that particular starter has a Black Lotus in it, because you've got actually a better chance. You've got more cards in there, so you've got a better chance of having some very interesting things in there under the right circumstances. You can have Black Lotus is the big one, but there are a bunch of other ones that comprise of the Power 9. The starter is expensive, but if you get the right thing in there, it could totally be worth your while.
And what's the morality factor of somebody who might scan one? I'm sure one of those boxes cost an arm and a leg, so
they're very expensive.
What's the morality factor of the person who owns one of those boxes and who wouldn't get it scanned? You're
Well, the
almost
morality of
stupid.
the morality of the scanning is not applicable. It's what you do after you get the information. If you just want to know if it has a Black Lotus and it's going to get buried in your vault either way,
Mhm.
well, then it's net neutral. Like it's whatever.
Yeah, that's not going to happen for the most part. I
But
think
that's the thing.
everybody's looking for money. I think it's the money game. It's not the hobby game anymore. And I think at that point they're going to look and say, "Hey, listen, I'll buy that from you, and I'll scan it, but I'm only going to give you so much money for it." So I think at this point, going forward, that is the scary part for the Pokemon and future world, because a lot of it's unopened. A lot of it has to do with the unopened marketplace. You know,
Well,
so
here's the other side of the equation, because the
yep.
guys that were part of that company, that was the original one, the guy who interviewed them
Mhm.
originally was suggesting to them that it might be a better, it might actually be a better business model to go on the side of authentication, because you can use because it's the same as the scanner that Golden was using for the iPhone.
It's not a regulated marketplace, so it can't really. I don't see that working.
Well, the thing, no, it's not going to be a regular marketplace either way. The reality, I gave the example.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not
Yeah,
a regulated marketplace, so
yeah.
you're going to have the random people doing whatever they want to do, and then you're going to have the mainstream who say that they won't, but they will. You just never know. You'll never know.
Yeah. The thing though is that right now you've got, so we make fun of Steve Hart, and deservedly so, but the reality is, if he had one of those scanners available to him, it would allow him to be able to more accurately authenticate certain packs. It's one of those things where he'd be able to then slap his little sticker on it and go, boom, there you go, there you're done. Here's the deal with this
But that
pack.
changes the whole part of collecting wax. That would be a different model.
It does, but what I'm getting at is that I already gave an example in a previous live about a company that since the 90s has been using different scanners, including CT scanners, for collectibles authentication. This has been going on for 30 years. It's not a new game for them. They don't specifically deal in sports cards. They've actually been using other collectible marketplaces,
Sure.
but they're an authentication game. That is their game.
Sure.
So that's kind of the thing with it. So that's why I say, like, if they go to that model, they can do it. Like, it's up to them how they want to approach this. But scanning individual packs is actually not a very it's not a very viable business model. Yeah, you can, but are you going to get enough packs, enough volume? And
I
people
think
that are
so.
worried about sending it to you and whatever, that's where, or
I
you charge
think
more per
because
pack, because honestly,
single packs
$75
is
is
your
a bit
money.
cheap.
I think your key packs is your money. I think those are the ones that a lot of people will be looking at. I don't think boxes will be your big thing unless they're high-end tier boxes. But your Gretzky pack, your 52 Mantle, your 86 Fleer, your 85 Lemieux, all of those. There's lots of football and baseball, whatever you want to get into. Those are going to be your key packs, and there's a lot of pack collectors opposed to box collectors, and that's the lion's share. And I see them. I don't see the moralistic benefit to saying, "Oh, I'm not going to scan it." But then when you sell it, how do you convince somebody that you didn't scan it? And that's where the part comes in, that you have no sense of honesty among thieves. So
None.
going forward, it's going to be a difficult blow to the hobby. I don't see them coming out of it very well, but for the most part, only certain key ones will be a factor, and those ones are the money draw. That's what actually entices a lot of vlogs and videos and what have you. Of the big unopened marketplace that people see. Does Nat Turner does he worry about the 54 box that he bought? No, because
No, I don't think he's gonna. I think he's gonna spend
got a
anything
set and a
sweating
half
it.
in there. It doesn't really make a difference to him, and that's a big $250,000 box.
Or it might just motivate him to open it. Be like,
maybe.
you know what? Screw it.
That'd
I'm
be
opening
fun.
it then.
I
Yeah.
can see that.
Yeah, like at this point, like that. Look, I said it partially in jest, but realistically, it could just. There are some folks who have sufficient means to be like, you know what? If this is the case, it's kind of ruining the thing for me. Then screw it. I'm
That's
gonna
just-
open the damn packs and be done with it. And then let me go grab whatever cards I get. Because then once the cards are out, they're cards. Then you do whatever you would do normally with whatever cards you got out of it. That's
So
it.
I'd like to look in another year or two from now, or look down the road and say, where is this now? And I don't see it getting better. I only see it getting worse.
There you go.
I don't have a good scenario where it kind of gets fixed. I don't see the fix. I only see the problem
The only
enhancing
thing I
itself.
can come up with, Bobby, is moving forward, they come up with some kind of,
Radiation detection that
no,
it went
but
through the
some kind of
scanner.
metal, some kind of metal type ribbon, to line the boxes with or something. So future, one you can't see through them in the future. But that,
But that only takes care of things going forward. What about
exactly.
the
So
past is
everything
really about the wax, right?
For
exactly.
the
So
past, I don't think there's much you're going to be able to do.
can't
Not
do it.
retroactively.
No. And that's where the scary part is, because a lot of people are stocking and holding. I asked a
Yeah.
friend, and he has a 2005 box of whatever it is, hockey. So you got a Ovechkin and Crosby. And I didn't think he was really up on, what's going on in the hobby or anything. He goes, "Oh, yeah, I'll probably just get it scanned." And I went, "Oh, okay. Whatever." I can't tell him yes or no. And I can't give him his sense of morality for what he's going to do. But that was the first thing out of his mouth. And I didn't think this guy really even knew what was going on in the hobby in that regard. And he already knows. And I'm sitting there going, "Oh, shit. If it's that deep into this guy," and who, it's kind of scary in the sense that, oh, well, just get it scanned. And so what are you going to do? If it's not in there, is it in there? What are you going to open it? Or, I don't know. We'll see. I guess it's the results once you get, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an Ovechkin and there's 2 Crosbys in there, and there's a special 1-on-1, whatever, So that's where it gets scary, because you got 1-on-1s that are worth, a house. It's just that's the scary part, because money is people will sacrifice their morals for that,
You're gonna start seeing
even
in
for
the future.
$500.
You're gonna start seeing in the future shows with the picture from the CT scan sitting on top of the box.
Yeah, maybe.
So that's Robert's comment here. I've been scanning through the comments, by the way, everybody. I see
Yep.
your comments. I want to make sure I acknowledge them the best I can. Let me quickly read a couple here and get caught up. So Will was asking the pertinent question. He goes, "Carlos, did we get to the Diddy list? Are any of the hobby leaders in it?" Look, first of all, we already know about Eric's proclivities.
Yeah.
So we didn't need to check. Number one.
Nope, we're good.
Number two, Will, are you asking if we got to you on the list yet? Is that why you're asking? You seem very interested.
It's a question.
Are you asking if we got to W? Will? Eric, what do the witches say about this?
Told you, I don't talk to them. They're real. Listen,
They're probably super friendly. They're like, "Eric, we want look, you have spent hold on, Bobby, I'm muting this man.
Okay.
Bobby, this whole time, Eric has spent all this time trying to convince us that all these poor hockey players want to spend time with Eric. We know they don't. He tried to convince us Mick Foley's his friend. He's not. All this time. And these witches probably want to be Eric's friend. Finally, someone wants to be Eric's friend, and Eric is rejecting them.
Isn't the Witches of Eastwick from Boston?
Maybe. Who knows, man? Could be from Peabody, Worcester.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Okay.
There could be a lot of these things.
Okay.
It seems to me that Eric, this could be something that could be like a group therapy session. Realistically, Eric has an issue with attachment. He wants unrequited love. He wants the Marcel Dion relationship. He doesn't want the relationship where they actually want to accept him for what he is. A bougie chocolate stick eating man who douses himself in mayo in private and doesn't want anyone to know.
So, okay, let's get away from that and back to Steve Hart at the last expo, or maybe even national before the last national. I think that he had boxes in there that were huge dollars. Does he still get those huge dollars? Does he start putting out packs? I don't know. It's tough.
I know you're watching those groups, though. I know you're watching those groups, but I gotta ask my standard question
in every regard.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I'm saying, like, are we positive? Because whenever we talk about the hobby, I always refer to rule number 1 and rule number 2. I don't care how much money they're spending in wax. I still think there's plenty of idiots who spend a lot of money on wax.
Yes.
And I'd be curious how many of them have no idea what the fuck's going on and say, "Hey, Steve, is this box good?" "Yeah, the box is good." "Great, 100 grand, whatever. We'll take that."
No, I think it will slowly come around to the point that everybody knows. Sort of like Kurt's cards. A few people knew. Now sort of everybody knows, but there's nothing you can do about it. Same thing with CT scanning. It's slow, but now we're getting more press from, Neo just did a video. There's a bunch of others doing videos. It's not going to stop, because they're going to say, hey, look at the drop in wax prices. Look at what's going on in this market. Look at because, there's very little news out there. So this might be one of the main focuses that, vloggers look at, detailing or following. And I see it being one of those things that, I don't think it'll inform everybody at a certain point. If not, somebody will tell somebody. And
so Zach here says, as a basketball collector, I keep thinking about those 03 Exquisite boxes. I wonder how many of those are still around, if those can be CT scanned. So the second question is, they definitely can.
Yep.
Yeah. Though about how many they're out there, I'm not sure about that, but they can definitely be scanned 100%.
And how much are those worth? So they're worth getting scanned at that point.
I like Sadler's question. Eric looks oddly exhausted at the end of the episode because it's been a long episode.
It's all those grapes.
That seems logical. Well, the grapes wore him out. The grapes, the fermentation has done him in.
I think you're right.
I was at work at 7:30 this morning, and I'm really tired.
Yep. Will says, I have nothing to hide. Sounds like what a man who has things to hide would say.
Yeah.
I just watched at the party. Sounds like he did. Listen, Will, you sound like a man who's denying to me what happened, because you and I and everyone else know that if I look at that list and I find out what happened with you, Diddy, and a Fish Boy slabbed card, are you sure there's nothing you want to reveal?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very suspicious. Because who brought up the list?
Yeah.
Just curious.
You might have to go to the washroom or pee, Diddy.
Oh.
Wow. Listen, what you do with Fish Boy cars and baby oil is your business.
Easy. Mail by the ton.
Mail.
Yeah, so we'll see how this turns out. Going forward, I don't see a lot of good, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how the information flows. I know the information is not flowing in the community very well, but it's flowing in the outside community. So I don't know how that's going to really affect a lot of people. Will that disenchant collectors? Will people try to dump? I do see that, but I might be wrong. Maybe they're just saying, nobody cares.
I always defer to that. Until proven otherwise, this hobby consistently shows me, he's like, do you really care though? You say the words, do you actually act? Because there's so many shady things that have gone on for so long.
This is
and then you keep spending money. Every time's been different, Bobby. They're all different. I've been told the same thing every time.
Major. This is not small time stuff.
All right. The next time a big auction happens. The next time a big auction happens and some wax box sells for a record price that's never been seen before, then we'll revisit the conversation.
Well, you've already seen the from the pandemic, the 85 old peachy Lemieux rookie went from $30,000 to Dave just sold one for $8,000 on who's it? Seinfeld. What's his name? Whatever. Probstein. $8,000.
Yeah.
So we have,
and the value of the graded card has also gone down.
And it has
substantially.
And that actually reflects a lot of that. But look at the margin. We're talking, a big loss of 60% of the value. And then add this into there. I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a very interesting hobby going forward, as we see.
Yeah.
And
I think the 8,000 is probably more realistic number, because the other number isn't justifiable to me for that particular
It was never.
set.
No. It just went crazy. It went.
It was just too high.
The open value. Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's only 7 cards in that pack, and that's very low. That's actually the lowest they ever went on wax pack on cards per pack. So you have 7 cards times 48. It was just like very low. Whereas, Gretzky has 14 cards, but 396 in the set. Little difference, but not much. Very different.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting going forward. I will be tracking and following and talking to friends and seeing how this all settles in with everybody. But it's not a good thing going forward. And yes, there's been a lot of different hobby things, but this is a big thing. This is that they can see through the packs. It's just like, man. It cripples the hobby in a certain way in the unopened marketplace, and I don't see how you get out of it.
Yes, Eric, you have a Mario Lemieux rookie card. Yes,
say that the prices of these have gone down
dramatically. Yes.
compared to the Apex.
I think Lemieux is a little undervalued, but then again, he got sick and he didn't play as long as he should. And
Do you think I get my money back? I bought this last November. Do you think I can get my money
for how
back?
much?
I don't want to say.
And what grade is it?
Raw.
It's in an upside down one touch, Eric. So honestly, look, I'll take it off your hands and I'll only charge you $100.
Oh, there you go.
I think I need more than
So that's
that.
a negative, but even still.
Look, if you want more than that, all right, I'll charge you $200.
It's in
Well, it's
really,
positive, so that's-
really,
there you go, the
really,
offset.
really good shape. Really.
The problem is it's an upside down one touch though. It
and
looks
it's
fake.
one of them pie cheese.
Yeah, but it's an upside down one touch. It's fake.
Is that kind of rough cut?
It's an obvious fake.
What if I hold it like this though? Is it real then?
Well, now it's upside down. Like that's just
That's
not. That's just silly.
Much
That's ridiculous.
This
All right,
thing's
now I get it.
broken.
Okay.
I'm throwing it away.
Yeah, it's trash. I've been telling you this all the whole time. Like, what are we even doing over here? Good Lord.
Well, I'm gonna have to bow out. We're 4.5 hours in. Holy jumping!
I was about to wind her down, but
Yeah, well, you
you got excited with the boxes there, Bobby. Come on.
Well, I didn't, and because we should have talked about it a little earlier. But
We don't do 6-hour shows
I didn't get
anymore.
excited about it. It is big news. It's bigger news than I think almost anything in the last so many years. So
Listen, I have already offered to open all the boxes to resolve this
me
problem.
too.
I've
For
offered.
free. For free.
I am willing to open all the boxes, and then none of you have to worry about it. Don't worry about it.
We could have the biggest break session in the world. It would be awesome. How many
Correct.
people are buying into this break? Millions.
Amazing.
We should do this.
Scientologist level crazy. We already knew Will. Exactly.
Almost.
Eric, straight to BGS. Facts.
Please.
Yeah.
And Mr. Joe, but Eric needs to go to Costco with his mom. In all capital letters.
What is it? I don't understand. I don't get it.
That- has to
That's
do with
Justin.
mail.
That's Justin. That's Justin.
Okay.
Justin's had a few more of these than I have.
We don't
Maybe.
go to Costco. We go to
Sam's Club?
BJ's.
Who?
It's another warehouse thing.
I'm sorry. What was the initials? Go on.
BJ's.
Blowjobs. Yes. Okay.
Are we back to what you're doing with the witches?
Maybe.
No.
This is the very confusing final segment. All right. Reading the last couple of comments. Have a good night, Zach.
Another
Bobby,
warehouse.
I had an ice cream cake the other day. I must confess. Wow.
You go, Bob. Eat them every day, baby. They're the best.
Too many Legos with radiation in public space. Can't set that up for a weekend. Yeah. By the way, CT scans do give off radiation. You don't want to be just playing with those willy-nilly, you know. You got to actually have a little bit of, you got to kind of be a little bit careful with that. But
Yeah.
to each their own. Do what
End
you're
up
going
with
to do.
Parkinson's or something.
The not
And
so
then
fun.
your dick pics come out shaky.
Well, you know what's funny? I actually think
You
I
got that
saw
off
when I,
twice in one show. That's
yeah, twice in one show. I did a quick Google search there just to see, and it looks like Jen Sturger did respond to it. And she had some thoughts about karma and things related to it. It's like, I kind of figured you'd have something to say about it. Hey, listen, valid. She's entitled. She, as far as I'm concerned, she's allowed, Eric. I think it's reasonable. She's allowed to have her opinion. I think it's fair. Bob Jackson says, it wasn't my cake. I ate a piece to erase it from the world. Bob, you
Thank
are
you.
a noble individual.
Thank you.
You've done a great service. So, folks, we covered a lot of ground. We talked a couple of things. We did have a hashtag scholarship segment in the middle of the whole thing as well.
Yeah.
That was pretty snazzy. I will include a couple of links to the things that we're talking about. I will include a link to that Instagram post that shows with the 86 clear. You're going to want, no, this week we're pretty light. We've got one article with the Lelands thing, and then the Instagram post. I think it's just the two. I think we're actually pretty light this week.
Yeah.
So not too bad. Not too bad. So we did have a little hashtag scholarship in this one tonight. It's been a good episode and actually very strong. We appreciate you hanging out for the majority of the evening and commenting. So thank you as always for that. And we'll be back. More videos coming up on the channel as always. We thank AMG for their support and their assistance. Hopefully they have a good time at the card show, which will be happening on Saturday. So hopefully that'll be a lot of fun. And we should get an update on that on the next AMG Collectibles podcast, which will be coming up on the next one. They'll talk about what happened with the new show because it's a new location for them. They're actually running it out of the mall down the just down the block.
Tape a little bit of that. That would be good.
I've asked, I asked Blair. Basically, I all but browbeat Blair on the podcast to be like, "Hey, we want some pictures, some videos, something. Let's get a little bit of footage in it, especially since it's right near the store. So they're the same mall as the store. They're going to have the card show there. great excuse to just wander over, take a couple of images and something, and hopefully we can share that. So that should be a lot of fun.
Go buy some
And good luck to folks that open O-Pee-Chee Platinum. Good luck. You know, it's a risky proposition, but give it a shot. Hopefully you get a Bedard and you do well. Hopefully you do well.
Yeah.
True.
All right, folks.
Join up with
So,
dog tax.
so for Eric, hit the like button for him because he needs it. He needs all the support. He needs all the good vibes. He's going to go broker a peace with the witches. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be good. And then we thank Dr. Burrell. As always, I'm Dr. Carlos. Next week we may have Dr. Scholes on. We're all about the fake doctors. All about the doctors. 1 month to Expo. That's about right. Actually, you're getting pretty close. Not quite. A couple extra weeks in there. Look, we're close. We're close. We're close. We're getting there. Exactly. The or so. Exactly. All right, folks. Have yourselves a good evening. Folks on the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. West Coast, including Name and all those folks, you're still Friday. So
You're good.
have a drink on us. Have a drink on Eric. He'll appreciate it.
Oh, I am not buying Name a drink.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we can get Vinny Vincent for next week. Maybe. Maybe.
Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everybody else. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.